Okay, thank you. I just confirmed that the situation is very similar with the other room. So I'd like to wait 1 minutes to start this session. Sorry to bother you. And I also joined Zoom session there for this meeting, but still 8 people are currently joining. So would like to wait more, at least 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your patience. Well, I thank you very much for your patience. And actually, the situation has not changed, but I'd like to start a session today. So this is the IGF 2030 Day Zero event number 205, HAPS, High Altitude Platform Station, Internet Access for All from the Stratosphere. My name is Shiro Fukumoto from SoftBank. I would like to moderate this session with the whole panelists. And this session treats HAPS, High Altitude Platform Station, and HAPS is expected to be used as a solution to connect the unconnected area from the stratosphere at an altitude about 20 kilometers, taking advantage of the characteristics of being able to provide internet connectivity to a wide area and applying continuous connection even in natural disasters. Currently, various players, including net aircraft and network vendors, telecom operators, and research institutions and academia, conducting research, development, and demonstration to realize HAPS commercialization near future. In addition, ITU, International Telecommunication Union, is studying the expansion of frequencies for use of HAPS as IMT base station, HIBS, named HIBS, as agenda item 1.4 of World Radio Communication Conference 2023, named WRC 23. Considering these situations surrounding HAPS, this session will discuss about expectation, challenging, and prospects for HAPS and HIBS. And here is the speakers for today. From my left side, Mr. Mortimer Hope, Associate Director and Africa Leads Policy Impact Partners, and Dr. Hiroyuki Tsuji, Director Space Communication System Laboratory from NICT, and Dr. Yoshihisa Kishiyama, Senior Manager Space Run Business from Space Compass Corporation, and Mr. Gerald Neto, Vice President, TMG, and he is also working for Chair of Sub-Working Group, Agenda Item 1.4 of ITR Working Party 5D. And my name is Shiro Fukumoto again. And in this session, each panelist will first give a 10 minutes presentation, and after everyone finish all presentation, we will discuss based on the question from the moderator. And we'd like to take question from the participants if there is a time. And before we get into the presentation, I'd like to add one point about the terminology. In addition to HAPS, the term HIBS will be used in this session. As shown here, HIBS is one of the applications of HAPS. So you can understand it as a cell phone base station flying in the sky. And HAPS, on the other hand, is more general term. So please be aware that when we say HAPS, we may be referring to HIBS as well. Okay, so now I'd like to start the presentation by panelists. First, I'd like to invite Mr. Mortimer Hope. So Mortimer, welcome to Japan. Please get to start your presentation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Shiro. And it's my pleasure and privilege to be here. I'm going to speak about HIBS and how it can help us in the African continent to bridge the digital divide. So why is internet important? We have research from the ITU which has shown that providing mobile broadband has a positive effect on economic development. And there are figures that show that a 10% increase in mobile penetration can have up to 1.5% increase in GDP. We know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, many of us were able to continue working remotely because of the connectivity that we had. Others were able to continue studying. They kept in contact with friends and family. There was entertainment. All of this was facilitated by the access to internet, to broadband internet. Now, internet usage in Africa is quite low. And just to give an idea of how bad the situation is, in 2022, only 40% of the African population used the internet, which was well below the global average of 66%. Africa also has a larger gender divide than the rest of the world. This is in addition to the urban-rural digital divide. Now, most Africans connect to the internet using mobile broadband. And if you look at the bottom left, it just shows that only 1% of Africans have access to fixed broadband. This is quite below the global average of 18%. And this has resulted in most Africans accessing the internet using mobile broadband. And on the right, we see that in 2021, in sub-Saharan Africa, only 22% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa in 2021 used the internet. What is interesting is that 61% of the population lived within the coverage area of a mobile broadband network but did not use the internet. And this was mostly due to affordability issues, affordability around the access to devices, to smartphones, and affordability of the services, the mobile broadband service. HIBs can play a role in addressing the coverage gap, and that is 17% of the sub-Saharan African population were outside of the coverage area of a mobile broadband signal. So this is where HIBs has a role to play to help to address that coverage gap. Now, research conducted by the GSMA, that's the Association of the Mobile Operators Worldwide, identified a number of factors that inhibit the use of internet. And some of these factors are knowledge and skills of the population, affordability of devices and services, safety and security, or concerns about safety and security, relevance of the content, and access. Access in terms of lack of access to networks and enablers such as the devices. In Africa, if you look at refer back to the previous slide, we saw that we have issues around the access, where 17% of the population do not have access, and then affordability, where 61% of the sub-Saharan African population cannot afford the service, hence they do not use it. Now, the coverage gap in Africa it's not uniform throughout the continent. We have some areas where there is very good coverage. Mauritius, for instance, it's an island state, and they have very high mobile broadband coverage. But there are other parts of the continent, and I'll use Mozambique as an example. It is a quite large country, physically large. The population is spread throughout the country, but there are some areas where there's low population density, which are quite rural. And so the country as a whole has very low mobile internet usage. Namibia is in a similar position where it's a large country with a small population that is spread thinly across the country. So these are some of the countries where it would be Hibs would be a good solution or one of the solutions to help to address the internet access challenge. Now, Hibs, I'm hoping that one of my fellow panelists will describe the technology of Hibs, but for this presentation, I just mentioned that Hibs, it's the equivalent of a mobile base station, which is on a platform, which could be an aircraft or a balloon that is between 20 and 50 kilometers above the Earth's surface. It covers a large area up to 100 kilometers in radius. If you compare this with a ground-based base station, which covers sometimes up to 10 kilometers in rural areas. So Hibs would allow us to cover large areas using a single Hibs. So I've come to the end of the presentation. So in summary, Hibs is internet usage is important for economic development, education, entertainment, access to government services, and in some parts of the world, job searches and poverty reduction. We've noted that fixed broadband plays a very minimal role in Africa, where the majority of people connect to the internet using mobile broadband services. In Africa, we find that affordability is a major issue, resulting in many people being within the coverage area of a broadband signal, but not being able to afford that signal, so they are not using the internet because of issues with affordability of the device and affordability of the service. Hibs can help to address these issues, the access gap, which is the coverage issue, and even a bit of the affordability gap by providing services to those previously unconnected parts of the population. Now, in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, Hibs can help to address some of these. We have Goal 4, where Hibs will bring quality education to remote areas. We have number 7 and 13, so zero carbon dioxide emissions during flight, because Hibs uses the energy from the sun, solar energy. There are no carbon dioxide emissions, so Hibs would address affordable and clean energy and also climate action. In terms of SDG number 9, it's Hibs, it's innovative technology. So it's infrastructure that would be in the stratosphere. And then finally, with SDG 10, reducing inequality. So it would help to reduce the urban-rural divide and also the gender inequality in use of internet services. Now, in terms of the ITU process, we have the World Radio Communication Conference, which is coming up in November and December of this year in Dubai. And there we're going to be discussing ways of allowing Hibs to use additional frequency bands so that all the frequency bands that are currently used for mobile broadband could be used by Hibs in different parts of the world. So this is an opportunity for governments to make this possible. Now, in terms of the frequencies, the specific frequencies that are under discussion, we have the frequencies that are quite popular for use in rural areas, so the 700, 800, and 900 megahertz bands. And we have other frequencies that can be used for additional capacity. So I'd like to end there now, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Motima, for explaining the importance of internet and the current challenges of internet connectivity in Africa and his expression of HIVs. Let's discuss later. And next, on behalf of Japanese Research Institute, I'd like to ask Dr. Tsuji to give his presentation. Tsuji-san, thank you very much for your time. Please provide your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much and for my introduction and welcome to Japan. And my name is Hiroyuki Tsuji, working for NICT. First of all, I would like to just explain briefly in the introduction of NICT. NICT is Japan's sole national research and development agency specializing in the field of the information and communication technologies. The NICT is just an abbreviation of the National Institute of Information and Communication Technologies. Then, this slide just shows our future image of the, this slide just shows the future image of the expanding in the network, not only a terrestrial, but also the space and just the moon. And because it's currently new technology is coming and also have developed. For example, is LEO constellation is just now on sale, and also just providing in the internet access all over the world. And the NICT is just aiming for not only expanding a terrestrial network, but also a non-terrestrial network. Okay, and some are not familiar with HAPS and the HIBs. And this sort of slide just summarizes what's the merit of the HAPS and the HIBs. I think it's the most important role of the HAPS and the HIBs is very sort of useful so that and platform station for a base station and just connecting NTL and TL network. Because it's HAPS is over 20 kilometer altitude, then and distance is from terrestrial is from 20 kilometers is 100 kilometers. Then and the propagation delay is almost round trip is 0.3 milliseconds. It's a 1/800th of the geostationary orbits of the satellites. This is the good the merit, one of the merit of the HAPS. And also we can use the very small antenna and for the HAPS to connecting the terrestrial network. So mobile phone can directly access to the HIBs without any the devices, just like the terrestrial base stations. NICT and Japan is an old player for developing HAPS. This slide shows over 20 years ago, we successfully conducted a demonstration using HAPS, just fly over 20 kilometers with a solar panel and electricity. Then this is the Pathfinder Plus, namely Pathfinder Plus, developed by the NASA. We are conducted with jointly with NASA and to fly over to the 20 kilometers. Then we conducted the two types of the experiment over 20 years ago, just 2002, over the Hawaii and the Kauai Island. We confirmed the merit of the HAPS using this experiment. One of our experiments shows the merit of the mobile phone, and this the mobile phone, the IMT 2000, just a third generation of the mobile phone, is connecting directly to the HAPS. And also we conducted the broadband the TV, digital TV the system, only 2 watt over 20 kilometers from the solar sphere. Anyway, and back then, and WRC-23 is coming soon, but we, over 20 years ago, WRC is was discussing with a new spectrum for HAPS. And we believe that this sort of experiment is introduced so the new spectrum for HAPS, for example, 2 gigahertz and 47 gigahertz, and after that 5 gigahertz and 28 gigahertz for the HAPS. Then, anyway, over 20 years ago, we noticed the merit of the HAPS and the HIBs. Okay, then currently, just I summarize the current situation of the HAPS development platform. And back then, over the 20 years ago, the main platform is considered to the airships. But nowadays, and several types of the HAPS platform is considered. For example, source bus is Thales is just developing. Developing is airship type, and also therefore maybe Airbus is developing the fixed wing type. And this sort of system is a record of the over 3,000 hours in the stratosphere. And also stratospheric sort of platform limited from UK is another type of the HAPS platform. This sort of fixed wing type is a platform used for the hydrogen energies. And also, HAPS Mobile in Japan is also considering developing in the air solar plane type, fixed wing type, and just over similar to the solar plane, and we are used for the in 2002. Anyway, this is just a current situation of the HAPS solar platform solar development. And also, Japan is some sort of institution is try to develop the HAPS network system using HAPS. One is the project now being conducted is a space integrated computing network concept, and using satellite and the HAPS is by the space compass. And after that, the Kishiyama-san will introduce the detail of this project. And also some carriers of the mobile network, and also in the developing the HAPS system, a new network system using HAPS. For example, the NTT Docomo is just a concept of the non-terrestrial network system using HAPS, and also I just introduced before, and SoftBank and HAPS Mobile is also developing in the fixed wing type using solar panels. Okay, this is the current situation in Japan, also in development. And finally, we believe the future network is not only terrestrial network includes, but also drones and airplane, HAPS, and satellites. Just the 3D network, and each platform and connecting each other. This is just an important point for this concept. HAPS is just play a very important role of connecting connecting in a terrestrial network and also the non-terrestrial network, because of the HAPS is just allocated from just 20 kilometers, just between LEO constellation and also a terrestrial network. As I explained just before, HAPS also can directly connect the mobile phone system, and also HAPS can easy to connect the satellite system. So we believe the HAPS and the HIBs play an important role of the concept of the beyond 5G network system. Finally, HAPS currently considering the situation of the spectrum is very limited, and also the mobile phone system terrestrial network is required a new source of spectrum, and also HIBs also require a new spectrum. Our idea is to use the optical link instead of the radio RF systems, because it's an optical system can and directly to connect with from the HAPS Hughes and to satellite. Sometimes we can connect to sometimes HAPS Hughes can connect to the directly so the terrestrial network. NICT is now also developing the small optical terminal, just can be mounted on the HAPS and also the small satellites. Okay, anyway, and my presentation is just over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tsuji-san, for explaining about the non-terrestrial network around the situation in Japan. And yeah, actually, NTN is a broad term that includes satellite and the US as well. So I'm very interested in the position of HAPS among NTN component. So I'd like to ask you about it later. So now, next, I'd like to invite Dr. Kishiyama on behalf of Japanese operator. So Kishiyama-san, please give your presentation.
Thank you for your introduction. I'm very pleased to be here. And today I will introduce space compass activities for early commercialization of HAPS in Japan. First of all, I will introduce Space Compass. And Space Compass is a joint venture company established by NTT and Sky Perfect JSAT. NTT is one of the largest communication company in Japan, and Sky Perfect JSAT is the largest satellite company in Asia. And Space Compass was established in the last year, and our business focus is space data center and space LAN radio access network. Space data center includes optical data relay and computing as described in the slide. This slide shows our company vision. And using the optical communication between the NTN nodes, for example, LEO satellite gather the information from sensing. And we have the data center on the geo satellite. And computing is processing. And Space LAN is a communication system using NTN nodes such as GEO, LEO, and HAPS. And among the NTN nodes, Space Compass will focus on HAPS in the initial phase of the deployment. This slide shows the characteristic of the HAPS, and that implies a reason why we first focus on the HAPS for initial commercialization. The first important reason is direct access to the smartphone. Compared with LEO satellite and GEO satellite, HAPS system can provides a service to the existing smartphone directory with some sufficient data rate for the internet service. And the second is the coverage expansion. Compared with the terrestrial network, HAPS can support the areas that not covered by terrestrial network, such as sea and sky and some mountain areas and so on. And the third reason is disaster resilient operation. HAPS can provide a service from the sky. Sky is safe compared with ground, for example, for earthquake and so on. Also, we should consider some ground station for HAPS, but fundamentally, HAPS is safe from the ground disasters. And the fourth reason is remote sensing. LEO satellite also can provide remote sensing, but HAPS can stay in the fixed point from the ground, and the altitude is short compared with LEO. Therefore, HAPS can provide more accurate sensing, remote sensing, compared with LEO with high resolution. And fifth reason is a flexible service. Hubs can service area of hubs is relatively limited with LEO satellite. For example, cell radius of 50 kilometers. On the other hand, hubs can start the service from a single aircraft compared when we compared with LEO satellite. LEO satellite requires many satellites to make a constellation. So small start of the deployment is possible. And the last reason is sustainability. And basically hubs is 100% solar power, so good for environments. And we can consider many use cases of hubs as described in the slide. Hubs can provide the coverage extensions such as sea and sky, so we can provide a new use case such as drone in the sky and ship on the sea. And we can extend the coverage of mobile networks into such as mountain area that terrestrial network is difficult. And hubs is also used for backhaul type of service using the, for example, millimeter wave. And that can be a backup for fixed line for MNO network. And that can provide a high capacity backhaul service, for example, to the airplane and so on. And as I explained, in the hubs is useful not only for communication but also for remote sensing. And in the initial stage of the commercialization, it would be difficult to provide all type of use case. Therefore, in the initial phase, we will focus on some limited and important use case to make our activity for business. And our target is fiscal year of 2025 for hubs deployment in Japan. And we will focus on direct access to the smartphone device with mobile operator network. And also remote sensing is we can consider a first target use case. And Space Compass is collaborating with Airbus Zephyr. Zephyr is a solar electric type of hub station. And we have some press release for jointly study the realization of the hubs for communication systems. And this is an image of sample image of the sensing picture from the hubs, and we can get this kind of high resolution image from the sky. And for the communication system, we can consider this kind of network architecture in the initial stage with collaborating with 5G network. And basically, we will reuse the core network and base station, which are used in the current terrestrial network. And for example, mobile operator provide this kind of base station and 5G network. And Airbus, for example, hubs operator such as Airbus will provide the hubs aircraft and gateway station. And the Space Compass will conduct some coordination for interface between mobile operator and hubs vendors. And in the system, we will use a service link, which is a link between hubs and mobile phones. We will use current IMT frequency bands. And in the feeder link is a hub link between hubs and gateway station. In this link, we will use higher frequency bands such as millimeter wave. And this is a frequency situation. And currently in the ITU, yet in the ITU are only 2 gigahertz FDD bands are available. Therefore, our initial deployment, maybe this band is main candidate. But in the future, we can consider the expansion considering the WRC23, which considering the some expansion of the frequency bands. And in the feeder link, some candidate bands are identified in WRC19. And among the candidates in our activity, 38 gigahertz band is major candidate because of the wider frequency bandwidth compared with other candidates. Yes, this is my final slide. This is a Space Compass business roadmap. And our target is fiscal year 2025 for early commercialization of hubs. And before the commercialization, we will have some POC activities this year and the next year. And in the future phase, we will increase the number of hubs and area covered by hubs. So, and we will increase the capability of the communication system using hubs. Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kishiyama-san. I understand many things are necessary to achieve commercialization. Yeah, but please let us discuss them later. So the last but not least, Mr. Gerardo Neto will make his presentation. Gerardo, welcome to Japan, and thank you for your patience. It's your turn.
Thank you, Shiro. And good morning to all, and good day to those that are joining us online today. And yeah, it's interesting to be at the last in this panel, but my idea here is to go through some of the regulatory steps that we need to take to make this technology available and deployed in different countries. As indicated by Shiro, I'm Geraldo Neto from TMG. And we, among several of the companies here, have been part of the HAPS Alliance supporting the development of these frameworks in the international and national level. I think we've heard from my fellow panelists the importance of expanding connectivity, especially in emerging countries, in the situation in Africa, like Mortimer indicated. But we also saw all the developments in terms of technology so far, and this has been going on for several years. And I'm very happy to see as well from Space Compass a timeline for actual commercial deployment. So we see that this is a technology that is getting mature and will be available soon. And for my point of view, that I've been working on this ITU process for the past 4 years, and we are in a very important year this year. But why are we doing this, and why this is connected to all the discussions we are going to have in this 5 days of the IGF? Because I understand the IGF is usually focused on all the aspects of the internet and the content side, or how to manage the internet, but the connectivity is an important part of that. And still, we have a great number of countries and areas covered by terrestrial networks, and now more and more new technologies of satellite networks, but we still have a great amount of people that does not have connectivity. And we talk about meaningful connectivity. which is addressing not only the coverage issue, but the costs for those populations to access them. And that's where, in our view, the HIBS gets into this multi-layered network, where it's not feasible for a terrestrial network to be installed because it might be too expensive. It may not be feasible to have or economically viable to have a satellite coverage. And in this case, you have this middle layer that we can have an access that is similar, and we have seen a lot of the presentations here as a terrestrial network, whether we are talking 5G or in the future 6G networks. The important aspect here in terms of costs is the device from the user perspective is the same device, so they're gonna use the same cell phone or the same fixed access to reach these networks. We have this expanded coverage, but we have seen some of the examples here. Not only that, in the past, one of the companies providing this type of service were able to provide connectivity in a situation of disaster in the US, where all the terrestrial network was off after a hurricane, and in a few hours launching one of these platforms, it was possible to establish those connectivities. So there are different aspects of and importance of having this type of stratospheric stations that are very important as we are talking about the future of expanding internet connectivity. So not going over so many of the details that have been explained before, my main point here is really what is being done on a regulatory standpoint and what we are looking ahead. So it has been mentioned here several times about the ITU process. The ITU is the International Telecommunications Union, is one of the UN agencies. And there, every 4 years, we have the World Radio Conference, which is the next one is gonna take place 1 month from now. Basically defining the spectral access for the different services and defining how the services can operate for the following years. That's a very important step when we're talking about HIBS, because of course we see that those platforms, they have a wide area coverage, about 200 kilometers in total. And before a country can implement that, it's necessary to have this international framework established to avoid interference problems with other nations. So we are very hopeful as we get to that conference in Dubai next month, because this work we've been doing together for the past years has led to all the regions in the world to agree that HIBS is necessary. So all the regions from Asia, Americas, Europe, Africa, Middle East, they all agreed that these new frequencies for HIBS are important. So by the end of that, in December, we will have that international framework established. It has been mentioned before about the previous frequencies that were those feeder links or the fixed links that allow the core network to be connected to the station. But now we are talking about the frequencies that will basically connect to the user directly. And with that, starting next year, at the end of this year, we can, the idea is to start engaging in the national administrations with regulators worldwide to make them understand those decisions and implement at the national level. It's interesting to see because for us, basically the HIBS is a very high tower, a very high base station for mobile connectivity. So from a regulatory standpoint, in most countries, the changes that needed to implement might be minimal, because the international framework already covered the issue of cross-border possible interference. So we see the take-up on the national level being easy in that front, and also a potential for public-private partnerships, because we are talking about rural coverage areas that might not be commercially viable otherwise. So it's really important to look at how governments can also participate in this process. And here we are not replacing the existing operators. It's really another layer of infrastructure, so the existing operators can expand that. And in parallel to all of that, we have the discussions on standards, which is very important when I talk about scale for these types of services. And a lot of those companies here have been participating in the organizations such as 3GPP to make sure that the HIPS connectivity is integrated to the regular mobile standards. So when you're talking about 5G in the future, when I talk about 6G, the HIPS connectivity is integrated in those standards. So basically, here's just to give this, connect all the dots here of what we've been saying, but I think the most important, as we have seen, the technology has advanced, not only from the telecommunications side, but mainly from the aviation side. We have, among the HAPS Alliance companies, several types of stratospheric platforms, all forms and types. We've seen how much HIPS can support as one extra layer of connectivity. We're not replacing, but adding to a terrestrial network, adding to the satellite capacity. And we are here now at this cornerstones in terms of international framework with the ITU WRC coming up in Dubai in 1 month from now. So we are very happy to see all these developments and possible commercial deployments, and by the end of this seminar, if there is any questions, please let us know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gerald, for your explanation about the regulatory point of view. So I was asked for the finish this session by 10 a.m. sharp, and now 10 a.m. But I would like to ask one question for Gerald and Mortimer about the support for government, from the government. Yeah, actually in Japan, discussions are just about to begin for the domestic use of HAPS, which is target for 2025. However, what about other countries? So this is my question for Mortimer and Gerald. How can government support to facilitate the development and use of HIBs? Okay, Mortimer, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for that question. So governments can support in a number of ways. Firstly, by putting the regulatory framework in place, and that starts with the World Radio Communication Conference next month. And then within each country, they would need to issue the authorizations for HIPS to operate. So it wouldn't just be telecommunications authorizations. You would need authorizations from the Civil Aviation Authority, for instance, and probably from the law enforcement agencies. Then the other thing that governments can do, they can address the supply side measures by using the Universal Service Fund to help in building the networks, to help to deploy the networks. And they can also address the demand side by subsidizing users to obtain devices. We know devices are an issue. They are expensive in Africa. So subsidies for devices and subsidies for usage of the internet service. So thank you very much.
Thank you. How about Gerald?
Thank you, Shiro, for this question. And I think what Morten indicated is correct. I mean, the first step is really allowing those stations to operate. And of course, following up on the decisions of the WRC, making the spectrum available for this type of applications. But there is an important role of the government, and we've seen throughout these years, because a lot of the countries that are participating in these ITU discussions, they want to have a trial. They want to have a deployment of such station in their country. And the way to do it is really not only facilitate on the regulatory side, but being one of the key stakeholders in connecting the companies. The HIBS is one infrastructure that needs a partnership with the mobile operator, that needs a partnership with local connectivity companies that are sometimes related to the government. So the government can connect those entities and, as Morten indicated, use USF funds, because a lot of the places that the HIBs would be useful, they are not necessarily commercially viable for a normal mobile operator. So there needs to be public-private partnerships in terms of expanding connectivities in those areas. So it's really understanding the public policies of the country and understanding what this technology can do and try to allow them to operate in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, actually, I have so many questions on this matter, but I have to finish this session soon. So finally, I would like to inform one thing. SoftBank is currently provide exhibit about hubs in the area. So if you have interested in hubs, please stop by SoftBank stand. And with that, I'd like to conclude this session. So thank you all very much. Please be a big applause to the end. Thank you.
Am I unmuted? No. But, I'll ask Joanna. Joanna's on chat. Can you hear me, Joanna? Yes, good. Okay, thanks a lot. Good morning, afternoon, evening, good night to many of the people here. Thank you very much for coming. This is the GigaNet Academic Symposium, which as tradition has been going since 2008 at the IGFs. 2006? Oh, the first one I did was 2008. Sorry, Milton. Thanks for the memory. Since 2006 at the IGFs, we're very grateful to the IGF Secretariat for facilitating this meeting and getting us into this jam-packed program for this year with lots of exciting panels going on. Well, we have a very exciting conference for you today as well, and happy to see so many faces in the room and quite a few people online as well. Just a bit of a summary of the background for this year's symposium. So we were set up, we were informed of the date for the IGF and then went through our rigorous academic procedure for selecting abstracts that emerged as a result of a call. We had 59 or 60 abstracts submitted to the workshop, and we were able to accept only a small number of these. And thank you very much to everybody who participated in this whole process of submitting an abstract. Thank you very much to the members of the program committee who actually spent time reviewing the abstracts. It's not easy to do this, so thank you very much to you as well. And thank you to the presenters for actually making their way here or staying up very late or getting up very early during today. Since we're running a bit late, I'll cut my presentation there, but I'm also, sorry, I don't know, somebody else, did somebody else want to say something? No. I'm also acting as the chair and discussant for the first panel, which is taking place right now. We have, and I'd made a list, we have 4 presenters, 2 of whom are here in the room, and 2 of whom are on site. We will start with a paper by Yik Chan-chin from Beijing Normal University. Yik Chan-chin is also a member of the steering committee for the GigaNet Association. So Yik Chan-chin will be talking about the right to access in the digital era. Then afterwards, we have a paper that will be presented by Vagisha Srivastava on web PKI and the private governance of trust on the internet. Vagisha is from Georgia Tech. Yes, okay. And then the third paper will be on internet fragmentation and its environmental impact, a case study of satellite broadband, which will be presented by Berna Akali-Gur, who is from Queen Mary University in London, and she's sitting on my immediate left. And then the last paper presented in this panel will be on ICT standards in the environment, a call for action for environmental care inside internet governance, which will be presented by Kimberly Anastasio, who is at American University in the US and online. Okay, without further ado, I will pass the floor to Yik Chan. You now have your 10 minutes to describe your paper, and we'll move into the next paper immediately after that. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Gemma. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello? Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, this is Yi Chen from Beijing Normal University, but actually I'm in London. So this is at 2 a.m. morning, in the early morning of London time. Okay. So, so my presentation actually is about right to data access in the digital era, the case of China. And first of all, I would like to contextualize this debate of data access in the Chinese context. So first of all, we talk about why the debate of the access, collection, and dissemination of data become the center of academic debate and policy making in China, because there are three factors contribute to this discussion. First of all, is the internet and the data are perceived as the important driving force for economical development and in China. Secondly, is the rapid development of platform economy, and also the mass production of data has raised the governance problem in the storage, transmission, and the use of data in China. Thirdly, is because the role of digital social media platform in data access and dissemination has strengthened the public demand of government's act on the protection of right to information in China. So for those reasons, the academic debate and the national policy of access to data become a very heated the center of the policy making in recent years. And also, we found that the conceptualization of right to access to data in China and the formal, informal rules, which is related to the legitimacy of the right to the public right to epistemics right to data is quite interesting. So that's why I focus my study on the relation between the digital access, the right to access to digital data and the epistemics right. And so the data I use in this paper, including the national government's policy regulation and also secondary data. And so what is the epistemic right? So this is a right actually closely linked to the creation and the dissemination of knowledge. It's not only about the informed, but also about being informed truthfully, understanding the relevant of information and acting on its base for the benefit of themselves and the society as a whole. So this is a concept start with. And also the epistemic right is emphasized under equality, such as equality to access and availability of information and knowledge, equality in terms of obtaining critical literacy in information communication. So, and also we need to understand the concept between data, information, and knowledge. They are interrelated concepts. So data is a set of symbols and kind of the representation of the raw factors. But the information is organized data, and the knowledge is understood information. So these three concepts are interrelated. So therefore, data is the form of knowledge, is created through social process. So it's a kind of a social constructed. So therefore, it's interesting to see how the different social agents participate in the construction of the access right to data as part of the creation of the social knowledge. So in my paper, I define different types of data, digital data, public data, enterprise, commercial data. And so I'm not going to details, the time limit, because of time limitation. So I define the right to access to data including two elements. The first element is a right to access to public information, which is recognized as an individual human right by many jurisdictions and human rights bodies. The secondary is is inclusive right for all members of society to benefit from the availability of data. So this is a my definition of access to data in my paper. So and at the global level, there's a different debate about the right to access to data. For example, we got academia recognize the data as it's not a public good, but a relevant resource. But we also get other academic like Victor from Schumpeter from the ORI in Oxford, which defined the data as a non-relevant information and public good. So and it's open to open access. And we also have like a European Commission and the World Economic Forums. They provide different strategy to how to access to data, including data access for all strategy, or like what the economical platform, they want to create a data marketplace service provider. So therefore, the right to access to data can be traded in an open, efficient, and accountable way. So therefore, it is tradable. Data is tradable, and they can be managed by a platforms provider. Where European Commission's approach is more like a data access for all strategy, and the business to governments data access have a different requirement, and also creation of common European data space for important areas as well. So look at the Chinese debate. So the Chinese debate is interesting because they never treated right to access to data as an independent right, but as a part of the right to information, and also treated as a data as a property right in China, because data is not treated as a kind of right to information, or no, it's not treated as an individual right, but it's treated as either right to information or as a property right debate in China. So, so in terms of the public information, if the data is owned by government, so there's a different approach. One is that this is the public data, which is public good, its ownership belongs to all people. So the second approach is the data, public data should belong to the state, and the non-public data, like personal data, should be subject to personal protections. But there's no debate about how, what is the right to access to the personal data. It's not explicitly discussed. And also the equality nature of the epistemic right, such as equally to access and availability of information and knowledge, has not drawn much Chinese debate, attention as well. So data access right, therefore, in China is treated as a property right discussions. Okay, so they want to formulate a trading system so that the data can be traded to generate value, and so that is their approach. And this kind of definition actually is also triggered by the government policy project on the utilization of big data. So therefore, Chinese academic debate are heavily policy driven in this sense, you know, because this is the debate and the position of Chinese academia is heavily triggered by the government's policy and is policy driven as well. So very few of the academic debate actually support public good nature of data, and support data sharing should be the default position, and the control of access to data require justification because data is a natural public good. So therefore, we can see the debate is pretty different from the other side in the global law. So there is the policy, the Chinese government's policy regarding to the data, how the access of the data. So from 2015 to 2020, there's a different action plans and the big data development plans. And also the most important plans is opinions on building a better market allocation system and the mechanism for factors of productions. And also this building a data-based system for the better use of data as a factor of production. So basically, the policy is defined data property right consists of 3 rights. And so they treated data as a property, and the data has a property right. But this property right consists of 3 rights. So like one is access right, process right, and exchange right. So the property right is divided into 3 rights in the Chinese context. So, and in here, we want to look at the definition of the how do they provide the right to different data. For example, the public data, this is the data generated by the party and government agents, enterprise and institution in performing their duties or in providing public service. So the access policies strengthen data aggregation and sharing. So you can access to this public data, but you need authorized. And also there's a conditional fee access, but also for particular data, you have to pay for it, okay? And but the public data is not be accessed directly. They must be provided in the form of models, product or service, but not in original data set. You cannot access to the data set, but you can access to the model or product or service, generated based on the public data. So the second is personal data. So personal data is about personal informations. So data they can collect, hold, host, and use of data with the authorization, but those personal data has to be anonymized, so to ensure the information security and the personal privacy. So protection of the right to data subject to a copy and the transfer of the data generated by them. So you have a right to access this personal data, but you can only obtain a copy or transfer the data generated by the platform to other platforms. So this is the right offered to access to personal data. But for the enterprise data collected and processed by the market in production and business activities, they do not involve personal information or public interest. So they recognize and protect the enterprise right to process and use of data, and protect the right of data collector to use data and obtain the benefit, protect the right to use data or process data in commercial operations. And they also regulate authorize of the data collector for third party. And the original data is not shared or released, but access to data to analyze are shared. So government agents can also obtain enterprise and issue data in a coordinate of law and regulation in order to perform their duties. So this is the right to access to enterprise data. So the conclusion is that, first of all, access to data is not defined aspect of epistemic right, but in the Chinese context, they have a different but also similar interpretations. So because the epistemic right in the Western academic literature, they are more from the sociological nature of the creation and dissemination of information knowledge. So the rights are underpinned by the normative criteria of equal access, the availability of information and knowledge, and the use for the benefit of individual and the society as whole. So data is treated as a form of knowledge. Okay, it's a non-rival information good, a public good for the benefit of all. So therefore, open access and sharing of non-confidential data is proposed. So in the Chinese context, epistemic right has not yet drawn any attentions of Chinese academic debate. So the close related concept to the epistemic right is right to information, okay? But this right to information is approached from a legal perspective rather than from the sociological perspective. So they are stressing on the commercial rights and also the public right to information right to the public data. So data is defined as one kind of factor of protection for the national economic development. So this is very tricky because in the Chinese context, data is defined as a factor of production. There's a 4 factor of production, like labor, lands, and capitals. But the data is defined as a 5th element of factor of productions, which is very unique. So therefore, the data have a non-variant and non-sort. So they recognize data is non-exhausted characters, but they do not. Data cannot be circulated in the market like lands, labor, and the capital. But the public good nature of the data has not been recognized in the mainstream academic publication of the government's policy. So because of this, the public good or equal access dissemination of data are not mentioned in the public policy making. So under this kind of premise, so therefore, data collection, analyze, and the process are aimed at unlocking the potential commercial value of data, especially for enterprise data, and define the various kinds of the data are focus of academic debate and policy contextualizations. So therefore, the data, in the data debate, in the Chinese policy and academic debate, the focus is the right and interest of data enterprise and not the individual right. The power imbalance between the individual and the corporation and the sharing of the benefit derived from data with the individual user and the data subjects has not been addressed. I think that's all my presentation, the argument of my paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And very close to time, so we're starting off well. We'll move. Thank you very much, Yik-Chan. I hope you can stick around for the discussion afterwards. Vagisha, we'll move to you right now. Okay. I will share the slides.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm going to talk about web public key infrastructure and the private governance of trust on the internet. I know it's a cool title. All credit goes to Dr. Milton Mueller here in the audience, Dr. Carl Grindel, who couldn't join us in person, but is likely joining us virtually. Hi, Carl. And me, the lovely PhD student you would want to have around. And of course, we would like to appreciate the generous grant from the ISOC Foundation for this research. I am going to tell you the story of internet security. And like all good stories, this one too starts with a tragedy. There was a security breach. A company called DigiNotar misissued 500 certificates on the web. It was later identified as a man-in-the-middle attack by Iranian hackers, but the company took no action for 2 months into the breach until the Dutch government intervened. I was only found out because one of the misissued certificate was for Google. So what is DigiNotar? What's a certificate? And why is this story a significant plot point to what I'm talking about today? Okay, so we're all familiar with this. When a user types a web address on the browser, the little log sign tells us that the connection is secure. HTTPS, that we have heard about, enables a secure channel for communication, but the browser still needs to identify if the server or the client is in fact who they are claiming out to be. And it is done using digital certificates. Digital certificates authenticate clients on the web. Certificate authorities, or CAs, issue certificates to website operators upon request. Before issuing certificates, they're supposed to verify the identity of the entity making the request. And the certificates then act as a recorded attestation that the holder is in fact who they're claiming to be. WebPKI is a web-based component that supports documents digital signing, signature verification, and document encryption, such as the certificates using the public key cryptography or asymmetric cryptography. Now, before we get into the details of that, let me first lay out what we are trying to do in this paper. There's a bunch of literature out there from the technical community on the workings of WebPKI and the security or lack thereof provided by certificates and certificate authorities. We're looking at it from the governance perspective. We're questioning the commonly held notions of public good and its delivery mechanisms. Public good is often provided by the government, private good provided by the market, and we are situating the governance of WebPKI specifically within the framework of public good being provided by private actors. We argue that the production of public good and some non-public goods require collective action, but not necessarily state action. Governments are but one vehicle of providing these goods, not the only one, and definitely not the most efficient one out there. The paper offers an innovative perspective on the dynamics of public production of private goods in the context of internet security. We use the framework of institutional analysis. We identify the public good in question, then we identify the stakeholders, talk about if they cooperated or compete to achieve the said public good, did they overcome the known barriers to collective action. We then describe the rules within which these stakeholders group institutionalized, and finally use some data collected to assess the efficacy of the institutions in achieving the desired result, that is the enhanced security. Okay, shifting gears again. If there are only two parties communicating over the web, as long as these two parties can authenticate each other, the adoption and the use of encryption on the public web does not require any special form of institutionalized collective action. The hard part is the authentication process when there are multiple servers and multiple clients required in the process. It requires a reliable and trustworthy mapping of the private key holder to the public key. In the WebPKI ecosystem, digital certificates facilitate this mapping. When a server presents its digital certificate, which includes a public key, during a secure connection setup, the client can verify a certificate's authenticity and trustworthiness. Split key cryptography eliminates the need to transmit private keys over insecure networks. However, it also creates an impersonation problem, and certificates solve it for the web. A mismatch between the two, that is the private key and the public key, enables a man-in-the-middle attack. That is something that we saw with the DigiNotar incident. Okay. But this brings us to the question, how do we trust a CA to not be a bad actor, or worse yet, a compromised actor? There's a chain of trust that enables us to trust a subsequent CA, where each subsequent CA or the intermediary CA has to comply with a certain set of policies set by the browsers. The endpoint, a root CA, is maintained in a root store by browsers and operating systems and has to go through a complex vetting process to be included in the root store program. Now, we have established the authentication is public good. Let's spend a minute understanding why collective action is required. The web ecosystem as a whole needs effective authentication across the board. Security is not a private good because a compromised certificate or a certificate authority has the potential to affect any website or any users across the system. CAs don't alone have the incentives to provide it themselves and can be motivated by several factors. Browsers and operating systems cannot be responsible for screening every single website on the web. The digital ecosystem depends heavily on the trust to work and so needs authentication mechanism to be applicable everywhere and thus needs collective action to be enforced. Now, who are the stakeholders in the ecosystem? We identify 4. Security risks are most concentrated on the top at root stores in the browsers, and they have diminishing systemic effects as you go down. There are hundreds of certificate authorities, millions of subscribers who get the certificate, and billions of end users and individual devices who rely on these certificates for authentication. A According to Manker-Olson, collective action is costly. There are coordination and communication costs, and the bigger the group, the more the costs rise. The institutional solutions to the collective action problem for Web PKI focus on the top of the hierarchy, that is the browsers and the CAs, and it does not try to directly involve subscribers. The root stores act as a proxy for the end users, and the certificate authorities act as a proxy for subscribers. We identified 3 institutional vehicles, the main character of our stories here: the certificate authority and the browser forum, which we'll be talking about in a minute in more detail. The certificate transparency, which is an internet security standard for monitoring and auditing the issuance of digital certificates through decentralized logging, and ACME, or the automatic certificate management environment, which is a communication protocol for automating interactions between the CAs and their user servers. Okay, so the certificate authority and the browser forum. Remember the DigiNotar slide? Well, I might not have been completely honest when I said that the story started with that tragedy. It started a little bit before that, narrator privileges. From 1995 to 2005, certificates were being issued with virtually no standardized governing rules in place. The Certificate Authority and the Browser Forum was founded in 2005. But in 2012 was when the forum started actively making rules for the system. Since 2012, the forum has produced a set of baseline requirements for CAs that tackle convergence of expectations between the browsers and the CAs on issuing issues such as identity vetting, certificate content and profiles, certificate revocation mechanism, algorithms and key sizes, audit requirements, and delegation of authority. The baseline requirements have been revised about every 6 months by means of formal ballots approving amended text. The second part of our methodology involves studying the CA browser forum in particular. We first collected data from the forum meetings. This included attendance records, meeting minutes, and we also had 10 semi-structured interviews. To capture the market share, we used random sampling to subsample around 2 million domains data from the Common Crawls database. The CAP forum was described by one of our interviewees as a place for the root stores to coordinate their policies so that they don't create conflicting policies and to get feedback from the CAs directly. While we do see on the chart that there are more European members than US member organizations within the forum, US participants are more active when it comes to participation. We tracked the activity of different stakeholders in the forum, and you can see an increase in participation following 2017, which was because of an addition of a new working group. Between 2013 and today, the browsers have become more active, and we also note the active participation of the US federal PKI. There are many economic conflicts of interest between the browsers and the CAs, but we can see from our analysis of the voting records that in 92% of the ballots, a majority of both stakeholder groups supported or opposed a proposal. In only 2% of the cases did the browsers favor a proposal that was opposed by a CA. We see this data was collected in February 2023. We see that Let's Encrypt, which is a civil society effort to encourage the use of encryption and to automate the issuance of certificate, is dominating the market. This didn't used to be the case before, but it clearly showcases how automation has led to increased adoption of DV certificates. If externalities caused by poor CA practices are the main drivers of collective action, we should expect to see the gradual homogenization of the root stores across browsers OS produced over time. We do see substantial overlap in which root certificates and the browsers admit the root certificates into the trust store. We also see a gradual reduction in the number of trusted certificates within the root store over time. The measure of efficacy is interesting here. We see that the encryption on the web has increased significantly over time, We also observed that misissued certificates have decreased over time. However, while the global misissuance rate is low, this is predominantly due to the handful of large authorities that consistently issue certificates without error. The three largest CAs that we identified in the market share, Let's Encrypt, Cloudflare, and cPanel, signed 80% of the certificates in the dataset and have near zero misissuance rates. Now, perhaps the most important finding: why have private actors taken the lead in security governance in this case? Well, governments are politically structured such that they cannot represent a global public interest or produce global public goods easily. The authority is fragmented, and there are numerous rivalries among them, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. Platforms have a greater alignment with the security interest of their users than national governments, and in secure web environment hurts their business interests, while governments are not directly harmed. Also, they often have a strong interest in undermining encryption and user security for surveillance purposes. The implementation of Web PKI involves an elaborate web of technical interdependencies. Security measures impose costs and benefit upon all four stakeholder groups. Those directly involved in the operation and implementation of Web PKI standards are in a better position to assess the cost and the risk of the trade-offs and make rational decisions. But the government is not entirely absent. We see US FPKI organizations participating actively. We have observed from the meeting minutes and the interviews that EU is pushing for the EIDAS regulation on this ecosystem. We also see involvement of national CAs, mostly from Asia, representing the interest in the forum. Now, why should you care? Well, a lot of times when insecurities happen in the web, the blame is often put on the users because they engage in unsafe practices. You remember the always proceed option that is available for the certificate mismatch? This is not a perfect system. There are still compromises that can happen because of misaligned incentives, or just oversight because of redundancy of the process. In some cases, these could be intentional, example, selling of backdated certificates, but it's always better to know a little bit more. All of the good things about the internet relies on this ecosystem. For example, ensuring cat photos are indeed linked to a secure server, which they claim to be when you're surfing the web. The topic is also understudied within the internet governance community and hence would be of relevance to the scholars present in the room. Okay, so like all good stories, this doesn't end here. We will possibly have a bunch of sequels. We are planning to do a study about how governments intervene in the system, get in more detail. We also would like to have the measure of effectiveness of certificate transparency that we mentioned in the institutional vehicle part, and maybe check out if the impact of automation or the ACME on the system. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vagisha. Again, you did the timing very well. Thanks a lot. We now move to Bernard. I will just set up your slides on my computer, and in the meantime, I give you the floor. Okay. Do you need your computer? It's up.
So this paper is one of the outcomes of our research project funded by the ISOC Foundation, Global Governance of LEO Satellite Broadband. In that project, we focused on the jurisdictional challenges to the integration of mega satellite constellations to the global internet infrastructure. So the report resulting from that study can be found on the website that I'm sharing in our PowerPoint. There you can see the link for a separate ISOC project on LEO satellite connectivity. The ISOC group assessed the subject from a purely policy perspective, and we joined our forces at times, and I recommend their report as well. Now, as we were conducting that study, the satellite broadband industry picked up pace. More and more applications have been filed at the International Telecommunications Union for new mega constellation projects. While there's a certain degree of excitement about them, the scientists studying space and astronomy have raised their voices about the impact of these projects on space sustainability and space environment. So we decided to analyze the tension between the competing interests that are universal broadband connectivity for sustainable development and cyber sovereignty on one side, and sustainable use of space resources on the other. Of course, from a law and policy perspective, which inspired this paper. It's still a draft, so we welcome any constructive feedback. So what is new about satellite connectivity? We all know that space technologies, satellites have long been a complementary part of the global communications infrastructures. Most often, they have provided last-mile solutions in remote and sparsely populated areas, such as islands or villages in mountains, because these areas are not easily served by terrestrial networks. And also, we shouldn't forget, we still use them for when we are in transportation, such as ships and planes, so communication satellites are not new. The idea of multi-satellite systems, the constellations, are not new either. Earlier constellations in the low Earth orbit had emerged in the 90s. Orbcom, Iridium, Globestar are examples. These consisted of smaller number of satellites, and they provided speech and narrowband data. They were not viable businesses for mass consumption. They were expensive projects, and they couldn't compete with the speed and capacity of the terrestrial networks, so they didn't really receive much attention. Recently, advances in communications and separately space technologies, dramatic reductions in launch costs, financing by the technology sector, and most importantly, the ever-growing broadband demand drove a second wave of satellite constellation ventures. These are very ambitious projects with increased number of satellites. Some leading examples are 42,000 satellites planned by the US venture Starlink, 13,000 satellites planned by the Chinese venture Guowang, and 648 for UK and India venture OneWeb. So newness in this sense is in the scale of these projects. So how do these ventures relate to sustainable development goals? As you all know, for most social, economic, and governmental functions, the use of applications enabled by the low latency, high bandwidth connectivity has become even more essential. Low latency is particularly important for the web-based applications that require high speed. Some applications that I can mention are Internet of Things, video conferencing, video games. The new constellations are able to match this requirement because the data travels much faster when the communication satellite is in the low Earth orbit, simply because the distance is much shorter. So the promise of broadband connectivity with minimal terrestrial infrastructure is almost miraculous from a connectivity as an enabler of SDGs perspective. That is why the emergence of these satellites have been met with enthusiasm in the context of their potential contribution to bridging the global digital divide and global development. But how does the system work? Are these satellites infringing on territorial sovereignty of countries by providing internet from the skies? Well, we should first understand the technicality behind this to understand how the domestic regulations work. So the ground stations, they act as a gateway to the internet and/or private networks and the cloud infrastructures. Currently, the distance between the ground stations is required to not exceed about 1,000 kilometers. The second component is the user terminal, by which the users connect their devices to receive broadband services. These are provided by the satellite company operating the system. Additionally, satellites need an assigned frequency spectrum, a limited natural resource, as the satellites communicate with the Earth through these radio waves. The user terminals will link to the satellite in closest proximity, which may be a different satellite in the constellation at a given time. That satellite will be connected to other satellites, one of which will have a connection to the ground station. Then there's the cloud infrastructure. The satellite companies will use cloud infrastructure, which is a mutually beneficial relationship, as the cloud infrastructures benefit from their connectivity as backup to their existing setup. As I said, the provision of satellite services within a particular country is subject to that country's laws and regulations. These are called landing rights, and the countries decide the terms of landing rights for themselves. For example, the ground station. For that, the companies will need authorization from each relevant jurisdiction. They will also need to obtain a license to use the frequency spectrum. If they provide their services directly to consumers, they will also likely need an internet service provider license. What is more, the importation of their user terminals will also be subject to import requirements of the national authorities. So the provision of satellite broadband service by a company is subject to a wide range of laws and regulations of the host country. For example, Russia and China have already declared that they will not allow the provision of satellite broadband by foreign service providers. The countries with space capabilities felt that it would be better if the existing domestic control mechanisms were complemented by ownership and control of their own mega constellations. These have been frequently referred to as sovereign structures. Competition is perceived to benefit markets and end users. So at first glance, it seems like we have more of a good thing. With more choices for all, business models will mature, and that should be celebrated. But when we look at the reasoning behind these investments, the governments emphasize their strategic value and the significance of sovereign alternative infrastructure for digital sovereignty and cybersecurity purposes. The financial viability of these ventures is still not certain, so there isn't much emphasis on that. The digital sovereignty and cybersecurity concerns incentivize countries and regions to align their communication infrastructure and is controlled along their borders. I'm looking at Milton because he coined the term alignment as fragmentation. So investment in these ventures are also manifestations of the ongoing fragmentation. Okay, so the foreseeable harms of the new competition to space, particularly the orbital environment, are grave. From launch emissions to orbital debris, the current regulatory framework is simply not sufficient to tackle the problem in time. In time is the operative word here. Due to exponential increase in the number of space objects, space traffic has become more challenging to manage, and more collisions are anticipated. The space environment is becoming more prone to collisional cascading, which means that once a certain threshold is reached, the total volume of space debris will continue to grow. This is because collisions create additional debris, leading to more collisions, creating a cascading effect. Such a catastrophe may render not only the low Earth orbit, but almost all space resources inaccessible for all, even for future generations. So because there was a competition among powerful nations to each have as many constellations as they could afford, the orbital environment may become unusable for any service, including connectivity and travel. So future generations may be locked in, trying to figure out how to clean up the orbit and restore them. Space resources are limited resources. Orbital space is already congested. Space traffic is difficult to manage, and there's a risk of collisional cascading. So is the promise of constellations especially the multiplication of space-based internet infrastructure, worth the risks we impose on space environment? Do I have one more minute? Or? One more minute. Okay, so I'll go quickly. So internet governance scholars have known for a long time that advancements in most information communication technologies are perceived in terms of their potential impact on global power structures. Mega satellite constellations are also deemed strategic investments, both in terms of space presence and in terms of influence and control over global internet infrastructure. I'll just skip this part to match the time. So the efforts have been deemed to have significant impact on the openness and unity of internet. But now the same can have an impact on the anti-fragmentation efforts are deemed to have a significant impact on the openness and unity of the internet. But now the same can have an impact on the sustainability of space resources. So we argue that the impulse to compete in the Earth orbits, a space that is already congested, should be mitigated in consideration of preserving sustainable orbital environment for future generations. Environmental efforts of global multi-stakeholder internet governance platforms could inform environmental and sustainable outer space governance efforts, especially as they relate to space-based internet infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Berna. And yes, the timing was perfect. I will now move quickly to Kimberly. Kimberly, you are online. Right. Yes, you are online. Can we please make Kimberly Anastasio a co-host? Thank you. And Kimberly, the floor is yours.
Oh, cool.
And we can hear you, or we heard something.
All right, can you confirm that everything is working properly? Wonderful, thank you. All right, hello everyone, and thank you to the GigaNet organizers. It is my pleasure to be here today talking to you about a project that is part of my dissertation research at the School of Communication at American University. And this project addresses the intersection of information and communication technologies, ICTs, and the environment, focusing on ICT standards. We're meeting now at the IGF, and the Internet Governance Forum set the environment as the main thematic track for the first time in 2020. And it is definitely not alone in such an endeavor among Internet governance organizations. Recently, there are plenty of standard-setting organizations that are establishing rules for how ICTs work and how information circulates on the internet. They are also turning their attention to environmental concerns and working on the creation of what they call, quote unquote, greener internet protocols. This paper that I'm presenting today is this first step towards this broader research project on this ICTs standards, in which I talk to people working on ICTs in relation to the environment on the implications that standards can have for enabling and constraining environmental rights, meaning here the right to a healthy, clean, safe, and sustainable environment as established by the United Nations Environmental Program. And this is a research that is rooted as part of this communication field called environmental media studies, a field that addresses these overlapping spheres of environmental issues in the production and uses of new media, including ICTs. But still, among the researchers that are part of this environmental media studies field, focus tend to be more on data centers, on AI, on the things that are more closely visible to internet users. And one niche but fundamental part of ICTs is usually overlooked, ICT standards. So I'm now joining two infrastructure studies that deal with this more hidden layer of ICTs. Moreover, we know that Internet Governance Scholarship for a long time has been examining Internet standardization processes by seeing ICT standards as things that are not just technical, but also things that are political. But when we deal with the values and politics that can be inscribed into Internet governance artifacts, such as protocols, we usually focus on those rights that are more closely related to the digital world, like freedom of expression or privacy and data protection. But environmental rights should be considered as this another example of how politics and rights are embedded into internet governance, and how then ICT standards may be another venue where the politics of around the environment are enacted. The broader research is an analysis of both the International Telecommunication Union and the Internet Engineering Task Force and the work that they are doing that are related to the environment. For this paper, I relied on semi-structured in-depth interviews that I did with 18 interviewees that are experts that have already advocated for environmental concerns about the internet and its infrastructures, or that have done this, or they're currently doing this. So when I talk to the people that are already working on this umbrella between environmental rights in the context of ICTs, I ask them about their knowledge about standards and their perspective on where ICT standards could fit the broader agenda. And despite most of them mentioning that they have very few knowledge on standards, their answers ended up echoing both what is being said on the literature, but also on echoed some things that some standard setting organizations are already working on for a while. So echoing the literature, interviews situated this debate about ICTs in the environment in these two parallel understandings of the technologies. On one hand, digitalization allowing us to enable a more sustainable economy, so ICTs being employed basically to tackle climate change. And then on the other hand, focusing on the negative aspects of the digitalization. So how digitalization by itself can also have an impact, be it actually positive or negative, on the environment by itself. But in the end, what most of them noted is that to act on this intersection between ICTs and the environment, one should account for both things. So how these standards can help the sector be more environmental friendly by enabling other things to happen among other sectors, but also how environmental friendly the ICT technologies themselves can be. And then when it comes to establishing what roles these ICT standards could play in enabling to account for both these two things, the promises and the pitfalls of digital technologies, the experts highlighted two main areas of action. So basically establishing a common language or parameters for dealing with this issue, but also establishing mechanisms for accountability. So, and both of these things were mentioned in relation to the standards that would help us avoid carbon emissions in other sectors, but also in standards that are trying to account for or cut down the environmental impact of ICT themselves. And at the center of this discussion on the intersection and the role of standards in this case is basically this necessity for quantification and addressing the materiality of ICTs. And also the fact that these conversations that we're starting to have more on the standard setting organizations are kind of late in the game, and they come in a context in which the mindset of the ICT sector is one of evidence and consumerism. And we know that quantification is a vital part of what standards is, be them ICT related or not, because standards are the things that define the procedures, they regulate behaviors, they ensure interoperability, and for that quantifying, classifying, formalizing processes is key. But when it comes to measuring the environmental impact of ICTs, be it from any perspective, so software, hardware, or networking, this is not an easy task. And this means that even when people do recognize the physicality of the internet and the impact that ICTs can have, there is no simple way to quantify its relation to the environment, be it from, again, the carbon footprint, the energy consumption, the natural resources extraction, disposability, and things of these sorts. But one thing that we have to keep in mind is that materiality is more than just this palpable thing. As seen on the slide, materiality also refers to this shape and affordances of the physical world, but also the social relations that are part of our lived reality. So we address ICTs as something that is physically located and situated in the environment, although it is surrounded by discourses of immateriality, but to act on this issue does not necessarily mean that we should be stuck if we're not capable of precisely measuring this entanglement of ICTs in nature, or that we should stop at the measuring phase alone, precisely because we recognize ICTs as something that is relational. An interviewee pointed to something similar like that when they identify what they believe to be the root of the problem. The root of the problem being not the environmental impact of the separate devices, products, services, the separate standards themselves, but the socioeconomic model behind how society deals with ICTs. One interviewee, for instance, said that standard setting is really important because it allows for environmental best practices to come in and enter its way at the technical level, but that would be in direct competition with the business as usual business model of the entire sector. But some standard setting organizations are already engaging in environmental related discussions, both by creating standards that relate to the environment, but also as organizations themselves engaging in these discussions in other settings. And the two organizations that I'll be studying further for my dissertation, as I mentioned, is the ITU and the IETF. The ITU has already more than 140 standards that are related to the environment. It has one study group that's called Environment and Circular Economy that is dedicated to dealing with these issues. The mandate is to work on the environmental challenges on ICTs. And the IGF is something that is more recent, since the ITU has been following the UN Sustainable Development Goals for a while. The IETF is now catching up on this issue as well. It has almost 20 standards that are more closely related to environmental issues. And it also created recently a group that is dedicated to addressing sustainability issues in relation to ICTs among them. Just to mention a couple of examples, the IETF has been dealing with a protocol for Bluetooth to turn Bluetooth less energy consuming from the perspective of Internet of Things. The ITU has several measurements on the carbon footprint of the ICT sector. And as I mentioned, the scholarship have already established that the standards are these political things that can incentivize or constrain certain behaviors. Two important ICT standard set organizations are already engaging and increasingly acting on environmental matters. And now the next step for this research is to delve into the work that they're doing and try to investigate what areas they are trying to tackle, what interests are also being addressed there, and how can we move forward with this agenda even beyond these two organizations and further down other standardization processes in internet governance too. Thank you very much, and I'm available for any questions or comments that you might have.
Thanks very much, Kimberly. Right, we have a few minutes, and I will abuse my position as chair and hope that Danielle, the next, you don't mind starting a couple of minutes later, just so that, because we started late. Right, so I will first of all just make some comments on the papers that we heard and the papers that we received from you. Thank you very much for those. Before I try and go with some leading questions, and hopefully that will stimulate a bit of a discussion. So if you have questions in the audience, already start thinking about how to formulate them, and pray that I don't raise them first. I'm sure I won't. Okay, so I will go through the papers in the order that they were presented. So Yik-Chan, who is still online, congratulations. Yeah. It's 4 o'clock in the morning or something, so congratulations. Really interesting paper. The fact that it's already published means that my comments are moot, but I was thinking of how you could actually take this further. I mean, there's many interesting statements in your paper, and the way you actually position the debates around this, and almost show the similarity between the different approaches that you see in the different regions of the world that you looked at. Very interesting. I would have loved to have learned more about your reflections on the sociological nature of that whole data divide, so data, knowledge, information, and so on, and see how that fits in. One of the things that kind of touched me in the paper was the way you explained how those differences and those similarities come out. And so I was very happy to read that, that stimulated a lot of thought in my head, at least. However, I would have liked you to have been a bit more argumentative in that sense. You laid out some of the conditions, and you showed that there are differences and there are similarities. And it would have been nice to see how that plays out in different policy debates that are going on, because I know that the EU has its data for strategy, strategy for data, and I'm sure that that plays, you could do a really interesting policy analysis on that, and that might be a next step that you want to go for, to actually try and unpack how these reflections on epistemic rights and so on actually play out in the policy field. That might be really kind of interesting to see how that comes out, because of course on the one level there's a lot of conflictual discourse around the different approaches, but what you show is that there are some fundamental similarities as well, and it might be interesting to do that. I was also thinking that there are maybe other regions in the world that have different approaches to data in that sense, and it might be interesting at some point to also reflect on that. Maybe, in the paper, in the next publication, maybe interesting to have a section that looks at global approaches, and maybe I know that in Japan they have a different approach to data, to treating data in that sense, so that might be interesting. Vagisha, your paper, and Milton is in the room as well. I could definitely see the questions around the governance of this, right? And congratulations for that, because it's, I think also in the paper, as I read it, I felt that you were not struggling with it, but it was something that you said, okay, I want to look at this as a governance question and not a technical question, but I need to spend lots of time explaining the technical issues in order to understand the governance side. And so although you focus on the fact that you want to do a governance paper, as I was reading it, I felt a lot of the technical knowledge, which was very useful, right? But actually left little space or mind space for the reader for those bigger governance questions, which are really interesting, right? I also was thinking a bit about how you addressed, so how you said you talked about your narrative prerogative, right? And how you addressed the story from 2019 first, but that was maybe the problem that made the context and the issue visible, right? So maybe that's how you do that. You don't have to say, I lied, right? I was also wondering, so you mentioned that there are different voting. You said that actually the platforms and the certificate authorities agree on a lot of things, right? I was wondering, the process leading up to the votes, that would be really interesting to understand, right? And then, of course, you mentioned that it's a private organization dealing with public goods. And I'm going to ask the question that you asked us to ask you. Right? Can you please explain how governments are involved in that? Because they are not explicitly involved, but they are involved, right? And that would be interesting to see, because, of course, there are multiple dimensions to these stories. And I would have liked to have heard a bit more, or teased you a bit more in that sense. Berna and Joanna, thank you very much for your paper as well. When I first read the title, I thought that you were trying to do a lot in this paper. it's covering low Earth orbit satellites. It's covering environmental issues. It's covering cybersecurity issues. It's covering quite a lot in the paper. And I found that at first I was thinking, wow, how are they going to do all this? But you managed, so that was good. I was wondering a bit when I looked through the paper. I felt that the ordering was sometimes, there were some bits that probably could have gone a bit earlier in order to help me understand the flow of the paper. So I give you some examples later, but I mean, for example, you introduced the concept of mega constellation, and I didn't know what that was until I'd read 2 pages later. So things like that, but also in the way that the argument builds up. I was wondering section 4 may be more interesting as section 3 and vice versa. There are, you've mentioned rightly the security concerns, right? But I was wondering what, so there are also the security concerns and the sustainability concerns actually cross over quite a bit, I think, because if somebody were to shoot one of these things out of the sky, and if then the cascading effect happens, I was wondering that you treat them as 2 separate things, and I was thinking it might be interesting to also show that there are direct connections between those 2. And then you, of course, you go on and you talk about the ITU, but I know that there have been international collaboration efforts. I know the European Union has been trying, at least for a long time, with a space policy to develop things, and I was wondering, I didn't really see mention of that too much, and I thought that might be interesting to bring in, because that then addresses the questions that you had raised in the tensions between the national and the global, right? And there I would be interested, you talked about sovereignty as, or states using sovereignty to say we need our own mega constellation, but then in the end, that still needs a coordination effort, right? Unless they want to knock each other out of the sky, right? So that might be, that's also something that I think you could raise in your paper a bit more, okay? And then in terms of sustainability, it might be worthwhile to clarify at the beginning of the paper what you mean, because I was also thinking, oh, is it more environmentally friendly to put satellites in low Earth orbit than to have routers or whatever data centers on the planet Earth? But actually, no, you meant something else. Okay, Kimberly Rushing, environmental rights. Thank you very much for this paper. A really worthwhile effort. It's part of a broader project, and I'd love to know a bit more about how that fits in. I think that could be a bit clearer in the paper. You focus on the role of standards authorities. You look at the IETF and the ITU. I was wondering, in your reflections, do you actually think about the normative biases that are built in to these actors? I mean, you mentioned the work that's been done by other scholars that try and unpack those. But right now, you've gone through the interviews and you're looking at those quite literally, and I was wondering if you do that. I think there's also quite a lot of work, maybe not directly just on internet standards organizations, but standardizations bodies as a whole. And I know you come from the literature that's looking very much at sustainability and standards, but there may be some work. Also, there was quite a lot of work in the 1980s and the early 1990s published in this space. So that might be interesting for you to look at. I was also thinking you do kind of implicitly look, or no, you explicitly mentioned it in your presentation. You look at environmental rights in the human rights context, and I think that was very interesting as well. One of the things, I know you're only looking at standards, but another area where there's been quite a lot of reflection is on the implementation of data centers and the environmental consequences of those. And I was wondering if some of those debates in the literature might not be interesting. So those are my far too long, but hopefully useful comments. I would like to see if there are any questions from the floor. Microphones have been put out. So if you want to raise a question, please go and stand behind a mic. Otherwise, we'll go back to the presenters for a quick response. Milton is going to the mic.
Go ahead. Just a question about the satellite paper. You talked about the creation of these government-run mega constellations, and somehow that's related to fragmentation. And by the way, I agree with Jamal that it's hard to combine the environmental global commons tragedy of the commons aspect and the fragmentation aspect of your paper, but I'm going to focus on fragmentation. You know, what are they actually doing? Are they proposing to not allow other satellites to distribute signals to their country? And what is their leverage for doing that? And then they're going to set up their own. Why do they need to set up their own mega constellation to do that if they're only concerned about their own territory?
If there are no other questions at this moment, we'll go back to the panelists. Should we go back in the order? Yik-Chan, did you want to mention something? Vagisha?
Thank you for the comments. Because of lack of time, I'm not going to address all of them, but I think the voting process that you asked about was interesting. When we were going through the ballot readings and everything, also the interviews, what we learned about was that a lot of formal language that goes to voting is already agreed upon, and the consensus mechanism is built pre-voting or pre-setting the language itself. That could be one of the reasons why a lot of these votes are non-conflicting, but it is still interesting to see how sort of CAs react or the browsers react to the process itself. Do you have any specific question that you want me to answer?
No, I think that's fine, given the time that we have.
Yeah, okay. Joanna may add to my comments if I think she's still online. Yes, okay, so Jamal, thank you for your comments, and I agree. We are trying to address a few important topics all at in one paper, and I'll take a look at your recommendations. About the EU space policy, I was thinking that the EU space policy and the fact that they are trying to also deploy their own satellite constellation may be a contradictory move, because I think there was a paper, there was an EU paper, research paper represented to the Parliament saying that the EU doesn't actually need to own a mega constellation for purposes of access, but they still thought that it was important from a strategic and security perspective, but you know, I should maybe add that to the paper. For about Milton's question, so from what I understand, my understanding of fragmentation, you know, there are different manifestations of fragmentation, and one manifestation is through government policy and regulations, where the governments try and establish control over infrastructure and the components used for that infrastructure. So decoupling at the 5G infrastructure, for example, was an example of that, whereas the groups of countries have refused to use each other's technology for cybersecurity reasons, and of course there was deeper geopolitical motives behind that as well. So when I look at the government papers justifying investment in these mega constellations, which are elaborate infrastructures, the governments refer to them as sovereign infrastructures that are necessary also necessary for cyber sovereignty and cyber security reasons. And so it is from their policy papers that I see that they see these infrastructures, although they are not terrestrially located within their within the land, the control of these infrastructure is still by the companies that are located within their territories. So they are very much seen as a territorial infrastructure from those that can deploy these deploy these constellations. So what about the others? For the previous research that we had done, the countries that cannot have their own mega constellations but are planning to use them see data governance, for example, as their major concern. So, for example, the gateways to the internet, the gateways to the internet, the ground infrastructures that need to be that you need to have every 1,000 kilometers. For example, the countries were saying that if we are going to authorize services of these mega constellations, maybe we would like to require them to have a ground station within our territory, even if they don't need one, even if there is one within 1,000 kilometers, and it is to control, the intention is to control cross-border data transfers. And so it is still, you know, it is the intention is to control the cross-border data transfers and to maintain the control that they already have, or extend that control in accordance with their policies that are still developing as the geopolitical tensions intensify. So I hope that was that answered the question. Thank you.
I think you have to. Joanna, did you want to add something? Nothing further from me. Okay, perfect. Kimberly.
Okay, I'll try to be very fast and say thank you very much for your comments. Jamal, you mentioned 3 things that are the things that I'm currently working on, which I think it's very appropriate as feedback. And yes, I am trying to now situate my study better among studies that deal more with standardization as a whole and not just standardization from an ICT perspective. And also, just to explain a little bit further this project, the bulk of the project is based on a methodology that involves the content analysis of the almost 200 standards that have been either approved, under discussion, or rejected in the 2 organizations that I am analyzing, and interviews with the participants of these organizations, so the ITU members and the IETF members. But in order for me to properly understand the work that these 2 organizations are doing, in light of the possibilities for the ICT standardization sector as a whole, I felt it was needed for me to come up with a framework of action, not only from the literature on the environmental impact of ICTs, but also from the perspective of those working on the ground, trying to build this agenda in international organizations and spaces like that. So that's where this smaller project fits the broader one. It is to help me come up with this framework of action through which I'll then analyze how 2 particular organizations are engaging in this matter. But thank you very much. Now wait for your further comments on the paper. So thank you all.
Right, thank you very much for all of the interesting papers, and hopefully this has, well, I think this has been a great start to the symposium. So thanks very much to all of the speakers and all of the paper writers and everything like that. Thanks a lot. I will now ask you to leave the floor. Should we just leave it here? Yeah? You take it from me. Right. Danielle, could I think, given the interests of time, we won't have a 5-minute break, and we'll move straight to the second panel. Is that okay with you, Danielle? Yeah, okay, we can have a bathroom break. You will be timed. So if you need a couple of minutes, just use a couple of minutes, and then otherwise we'll get back to you straight away. Okay. Well, I was gonna say you can sit. I'm gonna sit down there. Yeah. You don't need me, do you? No. No? Okay. No.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the delay. I think we can keep going till 12:45. I'm Danielle Flank. I'm an assistant professor in international relations at Hitotsubashi University in Tokyo, and I'll be chairing and discussing this session. Today we have Nanette Levinson, who's presenting on institutional change in cyber governance, Jamie Stewart on women, peace, and cybersecurity in Southeast Asia, Kamesh and Gazim, did I pronounce it? Okay. Rizvi on making design and utilization of generative AI technologies ethical. Basically, everybody gets 10 minutes to present, after which I will give 5 minutes of feedback. Nanette? Is Nanette here? Okay, go ahead. Nanette?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Good morning, Kyoto time. Good evening, my time. Good day to whatever time zone one may be on. The papers that were just presented in the first panel set the scene, I think, beautifully. They were fantastic papers, wonderful discussion. I'm going to share my screen now. I believe that's working. Excellent. I'm going to share with you some work from the past year of a project that I've been working on for the last 4 years. I've been researching the United Nations open-ended working group dealing with cybersecurity that began in 2019 to 2021. And the second rendition continues now, and actually it is due to go until 2025. And as we all know, this has been a particularly unusual time period punctuated by a pandemic and the war in Ukraine. What I'd like to do in my presentation is focus just on this past year, 2022 to 2023. I'm going to share with you a few of my key research questions, my major findings, several of them, and just very briefly, some thoughts on the future research in this arena. I want to highlight 3 research questions. I've been thinking about the field of internet governance for a number of, or at least several decades, and I wanted to have a chance in this paper to take a long-term view, thinking about institutional change using various disciplinary approaches. And I was particularly interested in what could be called deinstitutionalization processes in cyber governance. The organization on which I focus within the discussions at the open-ended working group is a proposal for something called a program of action, which involves a more regular way to include other stakeholders other than governments, as a part of regular institutional dialogue related to cybersecurity at the United Nations. In the paper, I formulate a cross-disciplinary approach to these analyses, and I ask the question, how do the findings from this longitudinal study of the open-ended working group relate to work on institutional change? And further, I ask, what possible catalytic factors could be at work related to such changes? And in order to do that, I go back to some work that I did a little bit earlier, where I looked at institutional change indicators. And I want to highlight here 3 of them. First, an indicator for institutional change or incipient institutional change is the absence of an authoritative analogy or the presence of inconsistent isomorphic poles. Second indicator, a change in the legitimacy of an idea and a change in the rhetoric related to it. Third indicator, and these are not sequential, they're rather a chaotic continuum. The third one is the emergence of a new variety of organizational arrangements consistent with a new idea. And all of these indicators, I look against the setting, the backdrop of increasing uncertainty and turbulence in the environmental setting of the open-ended working group, and indeed major geopolitical pulls. Here are a few of my findings at a glance. My earlier work on the open-ended working group from 2019 to 2021 noted the presence of what I called an idea galaxy. And what I mean by that is simply a cluster of specific words that appear near one another, and the subsequent positioning of these words next to or very near to a value or a norm that is already more generally accepted. So in 2019 to 2021, I discovered the following words: human rights, gender, sustainable development, or international development, or developing country, and less frequently non-state actors or multi-stakeholders. And they often were linked both in oral presentations and in written submissions, and I use content analyses on all of these. They were most often linked to sections dealing with capacity building. Interestingly, the 2021 Open-Ended Working Group final report, which was adopted by consensus, and again, this echoes some of the discussion about consensus in standards organizations highlighted in the earlier papers. Interestingly, those words were adopted by consensus in that 2021 Open-Ended Working Group. But what has occurred in the past year, 2022, 2023, is a fascinating development. The same idea cluster appears in many submissions, many oral presentations, many informal sessions with other stakeholders, but there also appears another opposing cluster or idea galaxy that I term a dueling idea galaxy. Let me say more about this. We remember the idea cluster that was accepted by consensus in 2021. This appears in much of the discussion and was going to appear and did appear in draft versions of the annual progress report that was supposed to be adopted by consensus at the 5th substantive session just a couple of months ago in New York City at the United Nations. However, interestingly, a dueling idea cluster was introduced on the very last day of that discussion in opposition to accepting the report with those words from 2021 in it as a consensus agreement. And instead, the Russian delegation, along with, I guess, the Chinese delegation, Belarus, and maybe 4 or 5 other countries, proposed or said that it was not going to go along with consensus, that it strongly wanted, and it had a rationale, and I put this in italics, that their idea cluster were wording such as convention or treaty. And this really signified their commitment to the development of new norms in the cybersecurity area. And it also signified opposition to this program of action idea as a part of regular institutional dialogue. I do want to point out that the idea for a treaty was not new in 2022, 2023. It appears throughout discussions. But what is new is its placement in direct opposition to the first idea galaxy above, the one that was adopted by consensus in 21. These dueling clusters reflect the presence of catalytic factors, especially the war in Ukraine, and they provide indications of potential institutional change and increasing turbulence, possibly marking the end of a long cycle of internet governance trajectory that included roles, even though appropriate roles, quote unquote, in certain terminology for non-state actor stakeholders. So let me conclude and talk a little bit about future research. The outcome that I just alluded to of the 2022-2023 discussions in terms of ultimately getting consensus on the annual progress report of the Open-Ended Working Group that was just submitted to the General Assembly, I guess in September, went down to the very last moments of the very last day of that final 5th substantive session. And the only way that the consensus was achieved was by the open-ended working group chair, Ambassador Gafour, who took a suspension and went around to do informal negotiations, and he solved the dissensus by what he termed, in his words, quote, technical adjustments to assure the consensus. And a delegation head termed his technical adjustment as footnote diplomacy. Very quickly, the chair crafted two separate independent footnotes, and I call these balancing the dueling idea galaxies. Each of the footnotes gave a small amount of recognition to each of those idea clusters and set the stage, of course, for further discussion in 2023 to 2024 open-ended working group ahead. And there are many dates set ahead and discussions related to this topic. So in sum, there are indications of potential institutional change. My project is going to continue to identify any emergent or disappearing idea galaxies in the year ahead. These relate to those conflicting isomorphic poles that I began with as indicators of institutional change. And I hope to be able to use, now that we are primarily post-pandemic, a more mixed methods approach to capture the more individual level idea entrepreneurship in these turbulent times, times that continue to catalyze change processes. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor back to our chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Nanette. I really like this paper. I'm going to give feedback now, and then we go to the next paper. So I really like this paper because it addresses the big questions in global internet governance. And it looks at recent developments in an important institution, namely the open-ended working group. I have two broader feedback points, one on theory and the second on empirics. So on theory, a number of things I think could be further clarified. First, you use a lot of concepts, especially when you set out the different indicators of institutionalization and deinstitutionalization and the stages of institutionalization. So do you really need all these concepts, such as there was habitualization, objectification, sedimentation? Many of these concepts do not come back in the analysis, and I would only focus on those that you actually need for your analysis and define more clearly what you mean by them. Second, you use institutionalization and deinstitutionalization processes as a binary, but what about the literature on contested multilateralism or counter-institutionalization? Their authors emphasize competitive regime creation, regime shifting, so there's more than just making and breaking of an institution. For instance, parallel regime creation, right? Like the open-ended working group was an alternative to the UNGGE. Institutions can gain in relevance or lose relevance or even become zombies. So is this binary really maybe too limited? With regard to empirics, the findings address three main categories: emerging technologies, crises, and idea galaxies. But where do these categories come from? Why did you pick these and not others? And how are they theoretically related to institutionalization? I think the section about idea galaxies is the most elaborate one. So it's clearer here which topics you focus on. However, I think you could elaborate more on why you focus on certain ideas and not on others. For instance, you focus on issues such as gender, human rights, sustainable development, but why not on other issues such as democracy and equality? Also, I think this empirical section could be a paper of its own. So you could consider focusing the paper on idea galaxies only, and thoroughly setting out your theory and operationalization, and then things like emerging technologies and crises could function maybe more as scope conditions to competing idea galaxies. Thank you. I give the floor to Jamie.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Let me just start my presentation. Thank you all for having me here, and I do deeply apologize for being remote. I was hoping to be there in person, but was unable to make it. I'm Jamie. I'm from UNU in Macau, that is the United Nations University, and I'm a senior researcher and team lead there. I'm going to be talking about something that's quite closely related to the presentation of Nanette, but it is a little bit of a different focus, and a bit of a different focus from some of the other papers here as well, which is particularly on gendered orientations towards cybersecurity, and particularly within Southeast Asia. So I'm going to be talking about the intersection of internet governance and gender equality, as well as human rights, but this is more from a person-centered perspective rather than from the level of governance itself. So it's perceptual in many ways. So first up, to situate the work, this is situated within the concept of human-centric cybersecurity. And human-centric cybersecurity has been used in a variety of different ways, and the term itself has to be unpacked by understanding that it's not an opposition to technocentric views of cybersecurity, which are have a focus on protection of technical systems and networks, but rather it's about extending that focus to go beyond technical systems and think about the cybersecurity as ensuring expression and exercise of human rights, particularly around access to information, freedom of thought, freedom of association. So those things, the protection, cybersecurity as the protection of computers, networks, and information that are central to cybersecurity, regardless of which level we look at that at, the national level, organizational level, or even the individual level, these things, that protection should be treated as a mechanism for which to achieve human security and protect human rights. So in this work, which is a piece of research that was done in partnership with UN Women Regional Office of Asia Pacific, we centralized the concepts of safety and well-being and look at how cybersecurity practices, particularly within civil society and those who are working in the space of human rights defense, can threaten or disempower users of technology. And so this is also working beyond human factors within cybersecurity, which indicate to us that people and their behaviors, their thoughts and feelings are important for cybersecurity practices. That is a component here, but it's not the central element. The central element is the protection of people and human rights as the function of cybersecurity. And this is really nicely supported by the Association for Progressive Communications, which have come out with a definition of cybersecurity and that centralize human rights and suggest that these cybersecurity and human rights in and of themselves are complementary and mutually reinforcing and interdependent, and therefore we have to pursue them both together to promote freedom and security. So if we can take now the foundation of human-centric cybersecurity, and then we need to, then what we did is add a gendered lens on top of that, because what we're interested in is cybersecurity as a function of the WPS agenda and how we can support women and girls within the context of peace and security. So as I've mentioned already, the cybersecurity research tends to focus on the technical, and we are interested in taking human factors into cybersecurity, but that is both understanding psychological and behavioral factors as they shape cybersecurity, as well as a focus on human rights, harms, and safety. Alongside those two critical elements, we also recognize that gender fundamentally shapes cybersecurity. Oops, excuse me. And that is because for a few major reasons. The first is that there are gender differences in access and uses to technologies, as well as interactions in online spaces. All of these things influence cybersecurity, posture, and cyber resilience. We also know from a lot of work that's been happening within the gender and violence space online is that online gender dynamics tend to perpetuate power relationships that are prevalent offline. So those masculinized norms and how they influence social relationships replicated in online spaces. And we also recognize that women experience distinct types of online violence, and that these types of online violence are more persuasive for women than they are for men. This is all alongside the gender digital divide, which I'll talk about a little bit more. So what does cybersecurity look like in Southeast Asia? Well, the rapid expansion of digital technologies and internet connectivity within the region, as well as the variance in terms of internet connection across different countries and development across different countries, has brought about a lot of challenges. So what we see is that there are some countries within the region which are highly prepared and doing a lot of really critical and novel work in terms of governance in this area, and others that are not. The OHCHR just this year released a report on cybersecurity within Southeast Asia, and what they found, what they suggested was that the regulatory instruments that are being developed within the region, where there is a high level of investment in surveillance, in particular, are increasing what they consider to be arbitrary and disproportional restrictions on freedom of expression and privacy. And there were 6 key issues that they suggested were relevant for the region. And I'm not going to go through these in a lot of details because there's quite a bit for me to cover in the presentation. But what I will suggest is that these critical elements, spreading of hate speech, coordinated attacks, technology surveillance, and restrictive frameworks, criminalization, and internet shutdowns. I would suggest those who are interested read this report because it's very enlightening. And as I said, this is quite aligned to the conversation that the discussion of Nanette, where we talked about broader conversations that might be in opposition to human rights. One of the things that's come up recently is that the General Assembly have expressed concerns over these broader consensus that is thinking that cybercrime and this legislation might be used might misused against human rights defenders and endanger human rights more generally. So we see this a lot in the recognition of what's happening with journalists around the world and their freedom of speech. Sorry, I'm running through things relatively quickly because I know I don't have a lot of time. We focused on women, civil society, and human rights defenders in the region, and this group are very disproportionately affected by cyber attacks. And that is because they're working with marginalized groups and sensitive, politicized topics. They are often not well protected by laws and regulations where they exist. They have little say in those laws and regulations, and sometimes, and we know this from direct case study work, they're actually those laws and regulations used to directly harm them. And they face a gender digital divide, meaning that they're less represented within the cybersecurity field and technical roles, and therefore they're less likely to take that into their protection. So we wanted to look at cybersecurity risks and resilience with the goal of promoting human and digital rights of women and girls in Southeast Asia. And what we did was quite a complex project that involved a review of the national and regional context. We did an online survey with those who are employed in civil society organizations advocating for women. We interviewed a whole range of women human rights defenders, but specifically those who are working in the space of digital rights as well. And then we conducted a cyber audit. I'm not going to be talking about all of this, and the report will be launched probably early next year. So we can, those of you who are interested, can contact me about that. I just wanted to really briefly go over something that I think is of quite a lot of importance. This is not comparing it to other regions around the world. What this is trends in legislation that are happening within the Southeast Asian region, and the types of legislation that, the amount of legislation within cyberspace that is happening. So you can see there in terms of the top figure, the year, there was a large increase, 15. This is collapsed across countries. Of new legislative and regulatory frameworks that came about, and there were 5 in 2022, but the count here was based on the research. So there's a lot of new legislation that's happening in this area, and some of it looks positive, but it may not be necessarily used in the same way for all people. So what we know about these laws in Southeast Asia is that the increasing number of laws and the type of laws that are happening allow for surveillance, search and seizure, and there are a whole variety of, as I said, of case studies around this where there's targeted monitoring, including CCTV cameras, collection of biometric data, the surveillance of protesters and taking of photos of protesters,
Jamie, you have
and
2 more
using
minutes.
AI. Yep, great. I will, I'll rush through the end, and the using of those types of technologies in order to target human rights defenders. So we know that all of these, I won't go through them in detail, have a lot of impact specifically on human rights defenders. Again, I won't go through this. Basically, what I wanted to say more generally from this data is that there are, as I said, there's variance in the way that gender equality and internet freedom is enacted across Southeast Asia, and even in places where there are high levels of cybersecurity frameworks, they don't necessarily function in the same way for women CSOs and women human rights defenders. So needless to say, in our research, we found that technology was actually at the heart of the work that civil society are engaging in, or like our life or the life of our work, which was suggested by women, and that social media was a critical asset that for their functioning, which was also a place where they were directly targeted. They faced a huge variety of cyber threats, and we did do some comparison to say that there was high levels of online harassment, misinformation, cyber bombing, and a huge number of our sample had false information spread about them. We also found that that there was less cyber resilience amongst these organisations and human rights defenders than what we would hope. That there's some that half felt prepared, could respond and recover, but that also means that half did not. And we really need to, what we found in here is that we need to decentralize the constant new things, but actually allow people to use the features of digital technology in safe and secure ways. The content and the cyber attacks that were faced by women CSOs and women human rights defenders were highly gendered. And I've got some quick case studies here. The photos taken without consent and fabricated, the deep fakes and used to dehumanize and discredit human rights defenders, that there was an idea of that the human rights defenders should expect to experience violence online and harassment. There were death threats and discrediting of feminist movements, and silencing and removal of safe spaces for discourse. I really wanted to just focus on the last recommendation before I must finish, which is that aside from some of the organizational level recommendations that we're putting forward, we also need to ensure, and what we're recommending from this work is that there's gender responsive means that are human-centric for recourse against cyber attacks and threats. And this is made particularly difficult within a context where there is the perpetrators of those cyber attacks may likely to be state actors or coordinated attacks that are sponsored and highly or well funded. So we need to make sure that our frameworks are aligned with this, and where we're endorsing global frameworks, they take this into account. Thank you very much for everybody for your time.
Thank you, Jamie. I think this is super important and interesting research, and it's a piece that I could relate to a lot personally, so I really appreciated it. I basically have 3 feedback points, one on the scope of your concepts, one on actors, and one on future steps. So with regard to scope, what do you actually include in the notion of threat in your research? So in your introduction, you speak of cyber attacks. Later, you also talk about digital literacy, misinformation. And these are all different kinds of threats, right? The mechanism about defending yourself against a cyber attack, such as doxing or stalking, is, I would say, way more direct and immediate than reducing misinformation. So should you not make a categorization of the type of threats and how this impacts marginalized communities? How does the causal mechanism of threat differ here? And by extension, how does this call for different types of regulation? At the same time, how far do you think regulation can actually reach? Like, at some point you made a very interesting point that cybercrime legislation is being misused to target human rights defenders. So I think this is a very relevant and interesting point, and I think you can make a similar argument about harassers sometimes weaponizing anti-harassment tools built into digital platforms, basically to harass other people, or that they pick certain platforms with the most limited options for moderation. So how effective do you think regulation actually is, and at the same time, what's the alternative? Then on my second point about actors, it remained unclear to me who the actors in this piece really are. For instance, it would help if you could give some examples of women human rights defenders, women civil society organizations. Also maybe some anecdotes at the start could really help the reader understand what type of cases you're talking about. And a similar thing is applies to threats. What actors are we talking about here? Because there's lone wolves and trolls, but there's also coordinated attacks by groups, maybe political groups. So how does this affect policy recommendations? And then finally on future steps, so currently your recommendations are quite broad, and I think you could make it a bit more concrete. For instance, you said that social media is a critical tool for operations, but also increases risk exposure. So what instances of risk exposure on social media did you see? And how would you recommend tackling this issue? Thank you. I give the floor to you guys.
I hope I'm audible. Perfect. Thank you to the chair. Thank you to GigaNet and IGF for hosting us today in Kyoto on a very lovely morning. And thank you to Kamesh for making it just in time. Unfortunately, he had to miss his flight, but he got a new flight today and he made it in time, so that's great to see. So first of all, just very quickly introducing myself. My name is Kazim Rizvi. I'm the founding director of The Dialogue. We are a tech policy think tank based out of New Delhi, India. And We work across multiple issues. One of them is AI, and we are really excited to present this paper, which is authored by Kamesh, along with his colleagues who are in India. Most likely, they are enjoying their Sunday morning, unlike Kamesh and me, but I think we are having a better time presenting this paper. So very quickly, we don't want to waste too much time. So very quickly, what is the objective and what we're trying to do here? And as you see on the titles, this is basically looking at enabling responsible AI in India. And we've come up with some principles. And these are principles which we believe need to be implemented at different stages. And the uniqueness about this paper is that the principles cut across the development stage of AI, the deployment, as well as the usage by various actors and consumers. I think that's where the uniqueness lies in the paper, and that's what we're trying to do, because this has not been discussed in India, at least till today. And that's the idea for us to sort of work on this paper. So if we move to the next slide, just sort of going through the outline very quickly. And I think, in the last year or so, we've been accustomed to hearing the word AI a lot more, right? With the rise of generative AI applications, most of you in this room and listening to us online are having a direct interaction with some sort of model. And what we see as researchers is that the technology is moving away from just a B2B to a B2C technology, where consumers are directly interfacing with AI models to help them with their daily tasks, professional duties, etc. And we are also seeing AI proliferate across multiple ecosystems, such as social media, education, finance. So a lot of what we see today is driven by algorithms. In many ways, the term we coined is algorithms are the atom of the internet, right? You cannot live without them, and they make or they sort of create the structure of the internet, which is the modern internet as of today, and the services which are provided. So for example, I have a cat in my house, and I go on a social media, and then I'm seeing multiple options to buy different type of food and stuff for the cat. So, and he's a very handsome cat, by the way, and he sort of eats very specific kind of food. But if you go to social media and you sort of post some pictures, then you'll be getting different type of suggestions and interventions. So it's really taking over in terms of giving you ideas, giving you inputs, from the music you listen to the kind of, the places you want to visit. It's really everywhere in our lives today. So while it's doing a lot of good things, there are certain challenges, right? And I think that's where the focus for us has been. And if we may go to the next slide, what we've tried to do here in this paper is understand those challenges and identify what are the implementing frameworks governments, scholars, development organizations, multilateral organizations, tech companies have to work towards, as well as civil society, right? So that's the focus for us. And what we've really done is we've sort of mapped out certain specific ways of identifying responsible AI. Maybe we can move to the next slide. Yeah. So in this paper, we've mapped impacts and harm. And what we've done is we've looked at AI at the development stage, so the design and development at the algorithmic development model stage, where we've analyzed what are the harms which could take place when you're designing the technology, when you're really coding it, when you're sort of coming up with algorithms, when you're collecting data, what kind of data you're collecting, how should you collect the data, what is the authenticity, etc. So that is one stage which we've understood. And the second stage is the harm stage, which is the post-development deployment stage, when the technology is deployed by industries. It could be, horizontal industries such as finance, education, even environment, sustainability, social media, whatever industry is using the technology, there are certain harms present over there. So how do we protect ourselves from those harms? So these are the two stages which we've come up with. And again, this is a very unique approach because most of the principles which you see, be it the OECD principles or the UNICEF principles or different multilateral principles or bilateral principles, they're mostly focusing on the deployment sort of stage. And this is something which we have sort of figured out that design, deployment, and development, all three stages have to be met. And that's the focus for the paper. So you go to the next slide. It's pretty much sort of summing up what we are doing. So 3 stakeholders, which is the developer, and then you have the deployer, and then the end user, the end population. What are the principles for the end population as well? So let's say if you develop a health tech application, there are principles for the technologist, the coders who have designed the application. There are principles for the hospitals, clinics, doctors who are using the technology. And then there are principles when it comes to how consumers are interfacing with the technology and how do you protect them as well. So these are the 3 stages and the stakeholders. So then we've really mapped these harms across the AI lifecycle. And over here, Kamesh, if you want to quickly come in and talk a little bit about how we've done these mapping of different principles and what those principles are.
I hope I'm audible. Yeah, I guess I am. So thank you, Qasim, for setting the context for the paper itself. Just coming from where you left itself, what the paper is trying to do and why this is a unique way of looking at things is basically most of the basically, most of the times when we are most of the frameworks which are available outside there, is overly concentrated on the risk management which comes at the AI developer level. But what we have went about doing is looked into a 360-degree approach where we wanted to move beyond the developer and ask a question about if at all a developer is designing a technology ethically, does that mean that when a technology is deployed or used, there will not be any fall through the cracks happening. So just to answer this question is where we have come up with the model of principle-based ecosystem approach. And the model is basically talks about, as Qasim mentioned, is mapping all the principles for various stakeholders who come within the ecosystem itself, such that collectively we could actually ensure that some of the adverse impacts that we have mapped doesn't happen. So firstly, what we have done is firstly what we did is we took 5 adverse impacts and we chose exclusion, false prediction, and copyright infringement, privacy concerns, and information disorder itself. Why these 5 is basically because these are the most top 5 aspects which are talked about when it comes to AI implications itself. But this is not an exhaustive list. This is just a start of what we are doing. Then what we went about doing is as Qasim already mentioned, we tried to look at impact and harm. For us, impact and harm is merely is this, that impact is just a construct of a harm which could happen later, and how much you are aware of that. And harm is obviously the exposed itself and the the actual harm happens. So our ideology behind this slide itself is this: how this the first aspect of our paper itself is that to whenever we talk about exclusion or any of these adverse impacts, we don't really look it from the granular level where there are different stakeholders involved at a different stages of the AI life cycle itself, contributing at the different levels, which accumulates into something like an exclusion happening. So we went about going and mapping all of those impacts and harms, which occurs at the different stages of the life cycle of the AI itself. One important aspect here, if you could look into the slide, is we have 2 important additional stages that we have added, which is the gray, which is your actual operationalization, which is at the deployment level. And then we went about doing it at the direct usage, which is what Qasim mentioned about B2C implications coming into the picture. So next slide. I think we skipped one. Oh yeah, now it's working. Now it's working. Now it's working. Yeah, now it is working. So yeah. So yeah, this is the one. So now that we know impact and harms are mapped, then what the paper goes about doing is like, mapping various principles that could be followed by different stakeholders at the different stages of the life cycle. And here, if you could see, these are like, some of the principles which have been like extracted from globally available frameworks like your OECD, UN and EU and etc. and stuff. And also India's like, G20 declaration, which also speaks about some of these principles. In addition to that, from our research also, we have like we suggested some new principles. So after principles, what we go about doing is the operationalization. Here, the unique aspect that the paper tries to do is that like when we talk about human in the loop as a principle, most of the times like we just use the term as pass by, but when it comes to operationalization, that particular principle means differently at different stages of the life cycle. And that exact difference is what like we wanted to like bring out from this paper. For example, if you could look at this at the planning to the build and use stage, human in the loop really means that like you want to like engage with your stakeholders and etc. and stuff. Whereas for the actual operationalization stage, it could mean that like you have to give a human anatomy to people, a subjected human anatomy to people where they could also like take some decisions against whatever the AI decision has been given. So they have brought out like such differences into like picture within the operationalization. Now that impact is done, principles are mapped, operationalization is done. Finally, the paper, to just give a holistic approach, we also talk about the implementation which comes from your government. Here, because like our research is extensively in Indian context, so we went about looking at like, what can be done by the Indian context in terms of like implementing such a framework, where we look at like a domestic coordination which is important within the legislations. And then international cooperation is important because various like aspects are happening at like different institutional level and like jurisdictional level and like bilateral level, etc. and stuff. Also like India moving towards a chair of being GPAI, I guess like this is like this paper adds a great value in terms of starting that conversation. Just 1 minute. And finally, we also talk about like establishing a public and private collaboration in terms of like how we can implement it. And like this is something that like as an organization we keep pushing in terms of like it not necessarily has to be something at the compliance level. It can also come in the level of like, making it like a, value proposition for the businesses to take it. So
okay,
that's
I'm gonna cut you off here. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think you bring up a very relevant question that addresses a lot of blind spots in current academia. And instead of looking at only developers, you also look at deployers and their role in responsible use of AI. And basically, you have 3 main points of feedback. One on the focus of your argument, one on the narrowing down of concepts, and one on your causal mechanisms. So with the focus of your argument, like I said, instead of looking at developers, you look at deployers. But I wondered why not also focus on users, like end users? So you think users, like I don't think you think that users have no role to play in responsible and ethical use of AI, right? And especially since you talk a lot about generative AI, this is often steered by end users. So what is your perception on their role to and their role that they play in the responsible use of AI? Second, on narrowing down concepts, I think often you can make your argument more concrete. So for instance, on page 16, you argue that the AI solutions might be producing an error or maybe designed to capture some biased parameters to produce a suggested outcome. However, real life harms of such outcomes only translate into action when AI deployers blindly use the same for making real life decisions. So, like in this case, I was like, okay, but then what do you mean by real life harms? What do you mean by real life decisions? What do you mean with AI solutions, So this sometimes gets so broad that it could mean anything, and I think sometimes specifying what you mean would actually help making your argument. So arguments often remain quite abstract, and I think you can make it more concrete by basically defining what do you mean by AI, what do you mean by AI solutions, and just mention a couple of examples. And then finally, on conceptualization and causal mechanisms, we saw the figure as well on the AI lifecycle. I had a number of questions about this model. So on a more general level, it kind of remained unclear to me where this model is kind of derived from. Where does this come from? How did you arrive at this model? So I think you need a bit more okay, what is already out there? And what did we use to come to this model? Second, you argue that you want to focus on deployers, but the largest part of the model is still developers. So it's not completely in line with the argument that you make in the paper. You say, okay, everybody focus on developers, we focus on deployers, but then in the model, in the AI lifecycle, it's mostly developers. So what really is the role of deployers in this model? And then finally, I thought it was interesting, there's this, the top two categories were exclusion and false prediction, but there was no impact on end users. And I wondered why, because I thought there's a lot of impact on end users if we think about exclusion and false predictions, right? So these were my points. I would like to open up the floor if people have questions or comments or. Yes. And then after we collect, we go back to the panel.
Nobody else? Yes, so I'm going to ask you a really tough question, but it's more an attempt to make a general point about how messed up our dialogue about AI is rather than focusing on you, because I think your mapping out there of this ecosystem was actually a pretty interesting contribution and worthwhile. But you open your paper by saying, invoking the invention of the printing press, right? Now, can you use your imagination and try to project for me what would have happened if the authorities and the public in 1452 had decided they were going to regulate printing? And what do you think would have resulted from that?
Do we have any other questions in the room? Because otherwise, we can go back to the panel. We can go in reversed order. We have 9 minutes left, so that would be 3 minutes max.
Sure. So to your question on printing press, so in this paper, we haven't suggested that AI should be regulated, right? What we are saying is that, look, there are certain harms associated with the use of AI, which we have to be careful of. And we have to work towards developing some frameworks and principles around these harms which we've identified. So while we ourselves are not sort of suggesting that it has to be regulated heavily, but we are already seeing that in data protection legislations across the globe, AI is regulated as it is, right? We've not taken a stand that, look, you have to sort of come up with very strong regulations to, sort of really bucket it into different kind of, technologies which should or should not be used. But maybe in the next 10, 15 years, as the usage grows, we may move towards soft regulations as the time may come. But at the same time, we are also very clear that these are principles which will help in improving the effectiveness of the technology. No, I mean, the same argument goes for fire. The same argument we can apply for fire as well, that, yeah, or wheels, or any new technology. Of course, if you regulate it heavily at that time, we may not have seen what we see today, but eventually it was. So the same argument applies to this, and AI has been around for a few decades now. It's not like the technology is very new of late. It's been there for a while. But we are not suggesting that, look, put very strict or very hard regulations to begin with. What we're suggesting it, look, move slowly, but watch out for harms as they take place. And self-regulation, I mean, you look at the industry, you look at civil society, you need some sort of frameworks and discussions, and conferences like these are a means to also put that discussion into context that, look, we need to move towards more responsible deployment of AI. And what that means, even we don't know. I mean, we are all studying this. A lot of scholars globally are trying to figure out what is really responsible AI, as much as responsible printing press or responsible use of fire would be.
Just quickly coming in on your... Yeah, very quickly coming in your points, like there's like too many things to like discuss and like whatever you have said, like we can take it offline too. On the very first thing on like impact population and like end users. So basically the paper does that. Where it also says that, like, you know, as we as a end users and impact population use such technologies, how should we responsibly use it? So there are like certain principles and there are certain operationalization things that we talk there. So second thing that on your question on where is this, you know, the life cycle comes from is like derived from NIST and OECD and etc. and stuff. In addition to that, we have added some aspects of our own. And we have also validated how we think that is important within the paper. Third thing about like, if you could repeat your third point, or like it was something on the exclusion and stuff.
Well, I don't think we have time. We can.
Okay,
I
fine,
think we
sure.
should take it to the break. No, not loud. Okay. We can go back to Jamie for like last points, and then we can wrap it up, I think. Jamie, are you still there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you. And thank you very much, Danielle, for your comments. I will be very brief in these because I obviously don't have a lot of chance to go over them in detail. And you brought up some really, really good points. Just to say, we had a very comprehensive list of threats that we asked about experiences at both the personal and the organizational level. And we also had some open-ended information so people could add more. There is going to be a lot more information about that in the report. You also asked about anecdotes in terms of actors. This is a very sensitive issue, and I think, you know, in terms of diplomacy, we need to, and what that looks like. We did ask about perpetrators and who they think the perpetrators are, and obviously we have to be considered that is perceptual, as I mentioned right at the very beginning, and there are a range of state and non-state actors, and as I said, most of them in terms of the stories were very coordinated. And so that is when we're experiencing, but on social media, and what those attacks look like, obviously they're sometimes very difficult to trace, but we can definitely trace some of the surveillance software as it was used, and that's very relevant to the South Asian context. I did want to very briefly end on, well, first off say that yes, your recommendation, your point about the recommendations being more concrete is very well taken, and we're working with the civil society right now in order to co-create those more. But the last thing and what I wanted to end on was your very important point, and I agree with this entirely, the misuse of regulation and law and policy against human rights defenders or against journalists or advocates and those who speak out. I think this is an incredibly important point that is very nuanced. And the ones that I really want to highlight and pay attention to are those ones that are considered to be anti-terrorism and cyber, the more generic cybercrime laws that really put those who are potentially speaking out in a place where they could be legislated against. And I think that's something that we need to very strongly consider when we're taking kind of more global and international regulatory frameworks, because they can do the opposite. And just having cybersecurity policy in place does not mean that it's in place in a way that's protective against human rights. So thank you for bringing that up, and that's where I'll end. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks, everybody, for who was on this panel and for participating. Also, thanks to Nanette, even though she's no longer here. Yes, I think we can go to the break. Everybody, please give a hand to the panelists. And what time are we back? Like, what time do we reconvene? 12:35, 1:35.
1:35.
I hope.
If we come back at 12:40, I think we can.
1:40.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay. The jet lag. It's fine.
Yeah,
Okay, we come back at 1:40, everybody.
and that goes for people online. Good afternoon. I hope your lunch was agreeable. No, I have not transformed into Andrea Calderaro, but Andrea is Miss Ing. No, Andrea just contacted me to say that his train has been delayed, which must be a first in Japan, and could only happen when somebody had to be a discussant at this panel. So I will I will at least start, but this is a team effort, and we're counting on everybody to fill in Andrea's shoes for the moment. Andrea has assured me that he will send you comments on your papers. So we will start that process here. Okay. So it's my pleasure to launch the afternoon session of the GigaNet Annual Symposium. We have 3 papers that are going to be delivered, and I'll introduce all 3 straight away so that I don't have to talk in between the sessions, which takes up too much time. So we have Radomir Bolgov, who will be presenting the paper on AI policies as a research domain, preliminary findings of publication pattern analysis. And secondly, on my extreme left, we have Robert Gorwa, who will be presenting a paper on European rules, European tools, mapping the institutional cultures of EU platform regulation. And in the middle, we have Sophie Hogenboom, who will be presenting her paper, A New Social Contract for Data, ? Without further ado, I will pass the floor to Radomir, who's going to start the presentations. Right, you get about 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much. This study about AI policies was conducted by me and my colleague, Olga Filatova, and we tried to look at the artificial intelligence policies and agencies as a research domain. Is there any specific feature of this research domain, any trends in these studies, and I will share the preliminary findings of this analysis. First of all, we tried to understand better the literature on AI policies, and we did it in 3 ways. We developed a descriptive analysis of papers, articles, and authors in order to determine some trends. What is AI policies? What does it mean? And what are the main directions of research domain? Secondly, we analyze the conceptual structure of this research domain. We developed the framework for using bibliometric analysis, and we have created the map of main and highly important topics studied. We have analyzed and grouped these topics, and we try to suggest some future research directions. We tried to answer 2 research questions. What is state of art of AI policies reflected by the most cited papers, articles, most important authors, sources, countries, etc. And what are the key topics, key concept in the literature on AI policies. So the workflow consists of 5 steps, 5 stages. The first one is developing of the study design. We have selected database, Google Scholar, because of reasons of accessibility of this database. And the second step was the data collection. We have searched Google Scholar based on the research strategy. I will describe on the next slide. We have exported to EndNote format, worked in a Mendeley database. This is scientometric software for these purposes. We have automatically checked for duplicates, uploaded the collection in BiblioShiny. It's one more software for bibliometric analysis, and exported the collection in Excel format. So totally we have found 1545 publications. The search was conducted by country name and keywords. You can see these words on the slide: AI policy, strategy, politics, initiatives, regulating, governing, legislation, etc. Excuse me. And the third stage was data analysis, screening titles in Google Scholar, deleting irrelevant records. We have excluded preprints, forwards, etc. We have left only items in English. We have deleted non-relevant publications, for example, agriculture, education, health, etc. And we have left only 178 publications. So the final collection was uploaded to BiblioShiny, and then we used the software of this program to visualize the data and the interpretation. So we can see that the annual scientific production was increased recently, but the increasing stopped during last 3 years. So we can state that this research domain achieved some major point. So the most relevant sources, the author co-occurrence network, so we can see the collaboration of the authors, and we can state that these groups of authors work separately from each other. Title network, just to illustrate, and the thematic map, which consists of 4 quadrants: niche topic, motor topic, emerging and declining topics, and basic topics. So we can interpret this that such topics as artificial intelligence policies and China are increasing emerging topics. At the same time, such topics as AI policy evaluation is not elaborated enough. So we would like to see the further development of this topic, for example. As for the limitation of the study, so we should noting that the choice of keywords was determined by our initial knowledge of this topic. So this determined the findings, and we can see this on the on this So we used only Google Scholar. Traditionally, Scopus and Web of Science are used for these purposes, but at the same time, the Google Scholar index the books, but at the same time, the data of Scopus and Web of Science are better and more diverse, of course. And as for the conclusions, so we can state that such topics are not studied enough as AI policies effects, and what are the outcomes of AI policies? They are negative or positive? What is AI policy per se? So there are a few studies which represent the answer on this question, and the scholars focus predominantly on national strategies and platforms, as well as on the perspectives of AI policies. So the institutional approach is dominating in these studies. AI policies previously studied during the periods of certainty, but at the same time there are some crises such as pandemics, conflicts, sanctions, environmental crisis. So we need to study this domain in the contemporary conditions. So that's it. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Radomir. I'll move directly on to Robert, who will give his paper now. Robert, you don't have slides, so we're going to look at you on a big screen behind you.
Oh
as
my
well.
goodness!
So brilliant.
Okay. I don't know if I've ever been in such high definition before. Hi everyone. Thanks so much for being here. It's nice to be in Kyoto. And yeah, I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk a little bit about some work in progress that I'm undertaking with my colleague, the legal scholar Elettra Betti, who teaches at Northeastern. How's it looking up there? And I'm gonna go old school with no slides, so apologies for this. Get ready to be extremely bored. I'll try to sprinkle some jokes in to keep you on your toes. That was the first one. And we're going to talk a little bit about European digital policy, which again, dry topic, but it's one which is really important at the moment, I think. We've all probably heard conversations about the many different overlapping things that European countries, but also the European Commission as a political actor are pursuing, from the Digital Services Act to the AI Act and other related regulations. And we've also probably all heard about things like the Brussels effect and the way that things that the EU is doing because of its market size are having potential transnational and transboundary impact. So it seems kind of clear that at this current moment, or at least a lot of commentators are picking up on this, the EU is kind of the portrayed as the leading tech regulator of the moment. And this project, which is very much a work in progress, so I'm looking forward to hearing kind of comments and feedback on this, was born out of a bit of a dissatisfaction with some of the current work that we're seeing in this space, at least as far as the lack of good centralized resources that one can look at that try to provide a more kind of holistic assessment of what the EU is doing. So for example, even if you're looking at like a subset of tech policy in the EU, and you want a single resource that looks at the regulation of online content, so-called kind of platform regulation issues, or other broader related issues, I think it's difficult to find something like this. And there's a reason for this, I think. There's a number of challenges that we as a research space are dealing with, I think. Part of it is just the nature of the rapid development of EU policymaking in this space, even for people like me who theoretically are supposed to be following this as my day job. I can barely keep up. So we're seeing a huge amount of policy efforts that are being developed across the internet stack, kind of from the internet infrastructure to now more kind of assertive, even industrial policy relating things that talk about supply chains and semiconductors and manufacturing processes of ICTs, as well as kind of the top of the stack, all sorts of different content related regulations that are kind of at the application layer. And perhaps unsurprisingly, with all of this mobility, we're seeing a lot of disciplinary fragmentation, I think. So, you know, the data protection law scholars are doing their own thing, the intermediary liability legal scholars are doing their old thing, and the kind of problem is repeated from child safety, media policy, other related issues. And then kind of on the other side of the aisle, I come from a more political science background. There are also big and ongoing debates in the EU policymaking literature on things like the resurgence of industrial policy and you know, the bigger kind of interventionist shift in EU industrial policymaking on things like semiconductors. A lot of folks in this room have worked on digital sovereignty debates and the role that that might be playing, for example, when it comes to cloud infrastructure platforms and projects like Gaia-X. So on top of all of this movement, we're also seeing, I guess, just some structural features which make this a complicated space to navigate, which is how complicated the European Union is as a multi-level political actor. And even if you just look at the European Commission, which is the main kind of policy-making bureaucratic arm of the EU, there's a lot of complex politics that are kind of inside the hood that people don't see. And this actually makes it really kind of puzzling to understand what is going on, because there's different parts of the Commission that have different agendas and are pursuing what oftentimes seem to be contradictory policies. So the project that we have just kind of embarked on this summer, and again, this is very early stage, it's probably a bit too ambitious for a single paper and might even become 2 papers, kind of has 2 main overarching goals. So the first thing is we're trying to understand EU digital policymaking as a political project. Whether or not it's actually a coherent political project, that kind of remains to be seen. But we're trying to do a kind of descriptive and institutional mapping of all the different parts of this, this agenda and kind of what is going on. And then relatedly, part 2 is trying to look at what is going on from that descriptive point of view and try to map it on to some of the theoretical lenses that are being proposed in different disciplines, different parts of this conversation, to kind of explain the changes that we're seeing, whether we want to call those logics or political mechanisms. So I'll go into those a little bit in depth, maybe starting with the first kind of bucket. So what we've been doing in the project that we've started is we're taking a kind of institutionalist and political economic perspective of trying to think out who the key actors are and what is their policy toolbox. And we've been focusing specifically just on the last 4 years of the von der Leyen Commission. So just one actor, one commission, but again, a time where we're seeing a huge amount of change. So part of this is pretty basic descriptive work. We're mapping out the ecosystem of all the different parts of the Commission that have digital policy competencies. Again, this is interesting because sometimes these aren't actually formal competencies if you look closely. So there's Directorate Generals, for those of you who don't know, these are departments of the Commission. Examples of relevant ones include DG Grow, DG Connect, which is kind of the most classic telecommunications, digital policy one. There's Directorate General Justice, which has been working on issues like online hate speech and disinformation. There's DG Competition, which is working on competition issues. And then there's also ones like DG Home, which is the kind of security-focused actor of the Commission, and interestingly has been getting more involved on issues like child safety and terrorist content online in recent years, even though that isn't maybe formally part of its mandate. And after doing this kind of mapping, we've been trying to list and map out all the different policies that these DGs have been spearheading, looking both at formal and informal regulatory tools. And then also, finally, we've been trying to kind of figure out the institutional features of these different policies across the different DGs. So basically, how do they do what they do from a kind of functional organizational perspective? And again, this is really interesting and also really complicated. You know, the EU is famous for involving complex networks of different regulators. Sometimes this is decentered across member states. We have different types of enforcement mechanisms. We have different legal justifications, basically questions of institutional design that are at play here. So we're trying to just understand that from a descriptive way in a kind of more coherent mechanism. And one of the things that we're seeing here is something I've already alluded to, which is basically that a lot of divergence in EU digital policy seems to at least be partially explained by the different actors that are driving them and the different interests that we can assume those actors have. So there was just some interesting news today, for example, about the new European Media Freedom Act. And you might look at this and say, hey, you know, doesn't the European Commission have a stated interest in combating disinformation? And it's something that they've been doing through different parts of the Commission for some years. But there are some analyses and arguments being made that this European Media Freedom Act is actually directly contradictory to the goals of some of the things that they've done under voluntary codes, like the Disinfo Code of Conduct. So anyway, again, part of the just simple kind of institutional analysis here is that that discrepancy at least makes partial sense when you know that it's different parts of the Commission, different actors motivated by different goals. And again, that only goes so far. We're trying to just understand also which parts of the Commission prefer different types of institutional arrangements. So for example, you know, DG Home substantively has been delegating a lot of stuff through kind of technical solutions like automated moderation. These are often called upload filters through the draft CSAM regulation and also the terrorist content regulation. DG Justice likes voluntary codes of conduct. Again, we can talk a little bit about this. Okay, and then part two of this paper, and I'm almost at 10 minutes already, so I'll be really quick. But basically, this is, I think, the perhaps more interesting piece for this room, and it's something I'd be interested in talking with you all a little bit about, is basically trying to map this types of descriptive analysis onto some of the major theoretical lenses and approaches that people have been advancing to try to explain what we're seeing right now in terms of changes in EU digital policy. So a major line of scholarship that is coming out, especially of European legal circles, is this resurgence of interest in European digital constitutionalism. We can talk a little bit more about that. We have public policy scholars that are looking a lot at industrial policy. And thirdly, I think we have a third broad bucket of critical scholars who are looking at digital capitalism, digital neoliberalism, digital ordoliberalism. And maybe, you know, these are big generalizations, but basically they're kind of, we could think of these as explanations that are shifted or based around norms, geopolitics, and markets. And we're still working on this part of the project, but what's interesting is that all of these different lenses have different strengths, and they look at different pieces of what is a very big digital policy ecosystem. So very quickly, the structural kind of analyses of digital capitalism, I think, provide helpful explanations of what's going on in terms of an inter-actor competition perspective. They capture struggles between firms and political actors. They also kind of capture internal struggles within the EU policy just generally and its kind of trends. And I guess it's internal struggles between, for example, market delegating mechanisms that have always been part of the single market project to kind of more interventionist efforts to curb the excesses of the market. We then have industrial policy approaches that I think make a lot of sense when we're trying to explain certain geopolitical or geoeconomic policies relating to, for example, the reshoring of supply chains, digital sovereignty projects like Gaia-X. But those types of analyses, I guess, are less good at explaining the minute details of the kind of procedural bureaucratic frameworks that the EU is developing or other parts of the EU are developing for online content, for example. And that's something that digital constitutionalism scholars have been doing in the EU, describing new layers of rules that are being kind of layered on top of industry behavior in an area like content moderation. And what I think is interesting here, and again, this is not fully developed yet, is that there are a number of kind of interesting contradictions between these different approaches and also some weaknesses when you compare them in this way. So, for example, something like digital constitutionalism, coming at it from a political science point of view, there's an argument that it underplays actor agency in terms of how policy change happens. Maybe it over-relies on judicial actors as agents of change in terms of policymaking in the EU. Maybe it kind of treats markets too abstractly and isn't engaging enough with these broader political forces like geopolitics that are kind of inherent in the industrial policy approach. So yeah, so that's kind of a very high level bird's eye view of what we're trying to do in this project. Again, it's still in early stages, and I think the move that we're going to make towards the end is basically trying to see whether or not we can argue for a more kind of comprehensive synthesizing framework that pulls in insights from all of these different frameworks in terms of thinking about digital political economy in the EU across the kind of scopes of norms, markets, and geopolitics. So yeah, thanks so much. Excited for the discussion.
Thanks very much. Sophie, there, you are a co-host, right? Hello. Could you please, Sophie, a co-host.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophie Hogenboom, and I'm a PhD student at the United Nations University, CRIS, which is situated in Bruges, Belgium, and the Free University of Brussels. And today I want to talk about a paper that I've been working on in which I reflect upon a social contract in relation to data and the likeliness of such a contract to occur. What inspired my paper was the fact that I kept seeing different types of actors talking about the need to establish a new social contract in relation to data. For example, the World Bank in 2021 published a report, Data for Better Lives, in which they not only reflected upon the need to establish a new social contract, but also proposed a specific mechanism for data sharing. But I've also found similar debates in academia and also among journalists. And this raised the question for me, at least, all right, we're talking a lot about it, but is there a possibility of such a thing to occur? And if currently those conditions are present. I would first like to talk a little bit about what a social contract is, just to make sure that everyone can follow. A social contract is often perceived as a written agreement geared towards the installment of a political authority with its purpose to foster a social cooperation. The document must raise the community out of a state of nature, meaning that prior there was no or not a sufficient overarching political authority. And thirdly, the members of the community need to enter the agreement voluntarily. I think most of us when we think about a social contract, we often think about the nation state. Of course, we are often familiar with the works of Locke, Rousseau, Kant, etc. However, this has also often been questioned, the validity of the social contract in relation to the nation state. It's often referred to as the myth of the social contract, as people struggle to find any sort of empirical evidence of such a social contract to exist, which has also been described by Durkheim in 1933, who said that the conception of a social contract has no relations to the facts. In recent years, scholars have been starting to look at, or actually arguing against this and saying, no, a social contract exists. However, we can't really find it on the nation state level, but we can find it on sub-nation level and global levels. When it comes to a social contract in relation to the digital sphere, we see often people writing and proposing a social contract in relation to the digital realm in general or specific parts of it. This is often considered to be a result of the fact, and you can see it on the quote on the slide as well, that sometimes the digital realm has been described as an undeveloped frontier, which is reminiscent of a lock-in state of nature, meaning that we need to establish or there is a need to establish a political authority. So we currently are seeing, especially also in academia, many people are proposing a social contract, for example, in relation to virtual worlds, to privacy, to AI, and for data, of course. So this, for me, raised the question, okay, we're talking a lot about these things, but is there a possibility for this to arise? And in the tradition of social theorists, there's not much attention being paid to the conditions. However, there is one theory that I used in my paper, and this was proposed by Alexander Fink. And he looked at the cases of social contracts that we can see empirically, and he drafted this theory. According to Alexander Fink, for a social contract to arise, we first need to have a community that needs to have similar preferences in relation to public good. Secondly, the members of the group need to share some common social norms for them to be able to come together and draft such a document. And third, Alexander Fink focuses on the size of the group, as he says that the smaller the group, the likeliness of a social contract to occur will increase because there are lower decision-making costs and monitoring costs. So what I've done in the paper is I've structured it alongside these three conditions that Alexander Fink has proposed. I will keep this part brief because in my paper I go very much in depth, but I would like to not bore you with all the specificities. So first of all, I've looked at the first condition. So the community needs to have a relatively similar preference. Of course, this is where a global social contract becomes a little bit difficult because the community is, of course, so big that we can identify very different preferences in relations to public good, such as commercial and security. However, we can identify some data, so not all data, but some parts of data, where we can identify that actually many actors do have the similar preference. And this is what I found mostly about data that we can use for the betterment of society. This is also following the Digital Public Goods Alliance, who has made a distinction between all data and community data. As you can see on the slide, community data refers to data that can be useful for the fulfillment of human rights and the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. So, to conclude on the first condition, I found that if we follow the theory of Alexander Fink, the community, of course, has very different preferences in relation to all data. However, we can identify some similarities in the treatment of community data. The second condition that I've reflected upon is the fact that the members need to share common social norms. Again, because of the size of the global community, we can, of course, identify varying social norms. I've looked at the differences between collectivist and individualist societies. Of course, the definition of a common good, right? If we say we want to use data that helps the betterment of society, we need to find a consensus of what that means, which creates obstacles. The third one regards to privacy. We can also identify that privacy is highly contextual. Norms around privacy is highly contextual. And fourth, the familiarity with the concept of a social contract also impacts the likeliness of people to be aware of what a social contract is and thus also make plans to create a social contract. So to conclude, I would say that the different social norms could hinder the creation of a global social contract. However, we could look at maybe not immediately go on a global level, but maybe focus more on regional initiatives or data, a topic focus. So for example, a global social contract on health data. There has been some progress in that field already. Then the third condition is the size of the community. And of course, according to Alexander Fink, as I just said, the smaller the group, the lower the decision-making costs are. I agree with this. However, I do think that, especially because of the fact that data is, the internet and digital realm actually makes us to be so much more connected with each other. So that's a way that I still think it would be possible. And on top of that, if we would be able to make something like this on a global level, we would have a lot of resources in terms of people and money to do so. So to conclude, I reflected upon what are the conditions needed, according to Alexander Fink, for a social contract to arise in relation to data. And what I have found is not very surprising that for now it seems too ambitious it would not be very likely that in the following years we will see the creation of a global social contract in relation to all data. However, as I said earlier, in terms of community data, I do see some possibilities, and I do think it's important to reflect upon this as we could use this step to protect the full potential of data for the betterment of society. Thank you for listening.
I need a second. All right, I'm now in the head of Andrea. Thank you very much for the papers. Thank you very much to the authors for presenting them. I'm going to go through the papers one by one with a few comments and trying to kind of push towards a discussion with the audience as well here. So, Radomir, thank you very much for the paper that you presented. It struck me as a very promising reflection on looking at this from the literature perspective, so looking at this on what people are saying about AI. And I found that very interesting. The methodology is intriguing, but I would have thought that the methodology worked on larger numbers, and you spent a lot of time reducing the numbers. So I was wondering about that, because I think that you know, there is some element of qualitative research that you could also bring into a smaller number. I think you said you got down to 170 in the end. Yeah. So that's one thing. The second thing is it would be useful probably, and this is boring geeky talk, I think, but it would be useful to, as you mentioned, also look towards Scopus and those other databases which I think you can still access for free. I don't know whether that's, okay, you can't, okay. It's just because I only do it at university. But it may be interesting to expand the database list that you have. Also, I was a bit struck by something you said, when you said, I've removed all literature relating to agriculture, education, and health. And yet I think most people, when they write about AI, they write about AI and a field, agriculture, education, or health. And so I was thinking, oh, why did he take them out and not leave them in, or put even more in? And that leads to the bigger question, which is about the choice of code words or the choice of keywords, because I think AI is not everything that is called AI is AI, and not everything that isn't called AI is not AI. There you go. That's a surreal comment from a discussant. But it's just, I remember that there was a big discussion a few years ago. Well, why don't we call it cybernetics? And why are we using this term artificial intelligence to describe this, when actually a lot of the things that are going on, a lot of these concepts are actually used by different scholars in different disciplines to actually mean something else. So that might be something that obviously limits the words that you use in the paper, and that limits the scope of the discussion that you can have, which also reflects on the choice of journals. I'm very glad that you chose our flagship journal, the Telecommunications Policy, which we have a special issue with every year in the list. But I was also wondering, what was the rationale for the choice of those literatures? Okay, so that's just some thoughts for you. I think I've got everything from my notes. Good. Second, Robert, thanks very much for this paper. makes me realize that I should have written more. It's really interesting to see you try and map out the European Union's digital policy space. I have tried and failed myself, so I wish you all the best, but I don't hope you do. No, I do hope you do it. There is one other thing that kind of struck me, that actually a lot of EU policy, full stop, is now dealing with digital, right? So your mapping might turn out to be just, okay, what is the EU doing as a whole, right? Because I find that even if you focus on one DG, you find out that they're involved in other projects and things. So it might be interesting to look, when you're looking just at the Commission, for example, to look at, okay, how does, this would be really interesting, how does DG Connect get involved in inter-service consultations or something like that? How do they try and push forward a sort of research agenda, not a policy agenda from that perspective? That might be interesting. And obviously you have the tensions across different DGs, right? In the sense that there are different approaches, different understandings of what we mean. And traditionally DG Connect has been very tech-oriented, and DG Justice and so on have been much more legalistic, of course. But I think that kind of interaction is evolving very much. I think also one of the things you probably want to look into, because you focus on the, although you said the EU, you focus a lot, or you talk a lot about the European Commission. I think the European External Action Service is doing quite a bit in digital policy now, engaging across. And you do have, of course, the Parliament's role in this, and you know, you can also say something about the Council. Sorry to all of those who aren't involved in EU stuff, but that's one of the consequences of this. So the other thing, you talked about the EU as a tech regulator in your introduction, and yeah, that seems to be a kind of at least a discourse that is emerging in the mainstream. But I would like you to critically also look at that. I mean, Milton and I were just at a workshop a couple of weeks ago that was trying to look at the role of the US, China, and other powers in manipulate, or no, in shaping the way the EU looks at this, right? And it's clear that the EU wants to be seen as the tech regulator, right? And maybe it does take maybe it does take regulatory decisions to that sort of level. But it might be interesting to actually critically look at that as well and see how much of this, due to the way that the EU works in terms of policy formulation, may be based not on tech regulation, but on interest representation in the development of tech regulation. And therefore, I would kind of, this is me not arguing against you doing the mapping, because it needs to be done, but it's kind of saying, well, you need to look in these specific cases. Maybe it would be good to think about one or two specific cases of policy, maybe one very obvious policy and one less obvious policy. And because there's quite a lot there. Also, you mentioned that you only want to look from 2019 onwards, and you're obviously aware that there's been a massive shift since that period, so that's a good thing to do. But I think there is a history and a legacy to all of this, and it's important to kind of bear that in mind, because that does have implications for this turn. Yes, there are path dependencies very much there. Okay, I'll leave that there for the moment. We'll go on. Sophie. Of course, we've talked briefly about this paper before, so this is well, my comments will come as a surprise. First of all, thanks. I was wondering, obviously you've drawn this upon the literature on social contracts. I was wondering, at a certain point during your presentation, I was thinking, you mentioned that there has to be a vacuum there has to be nothing that avoid before a social contract is signed. But obviously, we live in a period of social contract, so we have to rewrite a contract. And for me, in contract law, you can always change your contract, right? So I was wondering how that reflects, you know, on your reflections there, because we do have social contracts that do exist, right? And now you want to create a functional social contract, in a sense, right? So I was wondering about that. I also thought, so, I mean, this is not a comment to you, but it's a comment to Fink. And I was wondering whether you'd thought critically about how Fink looks at these issues of size and functionality, because for me, the question of size is obviously incompatible with what you were describing. You know, a social contract is not between a small group of people, in your case, but it's over a larger scale. And then, of course, in terms of function, it's also vice versa as well for you. So I was wondering whether you would actually rather write a response to Fink first, rather than going into this story, because I really like the idea of you reflecting on what the World Bank is doing and so on and so forth. But I'm wondering if, before you do that, you need to have the theorizing up to speed. And so rather than saying, okay, let me talk about Fink, criticize Fink, and then go on and do a justification for what the World Bank is doing, rather say, okay, let me just spend some time reflecting on the critique of the social contract. Okay, are there questions from the floor? There are questions from the floor. Please just, yes, organize yourself in an open mic fashion. Thanks, Janat.
Okay, yeah, my name is Janat Scholte, Leiden University. Question for Radomir. Thanks for that very much. I was wondering if you could do a little bit of assessment of what you found. In other words, when you look at the trends, did you find that there are certain things which are encouraging, and are there certain aspects which worry you? To give one example, I think you said that most of the literature you found was looking at national responses and national strategies. So is the academic literature not looking at regional and global strategies, for example? Question for Sophie. Can you tell us why, I'm not saying that it's not the case, okay? But can you be more explicit why one would be concerned about looking at a social contract? Why is it important and why is it interesting? And would we necessarily expect a social contract in this sphere to take the same shape as the traditional state-centered constitutional kind of form? In other words, the fact that we don't have a United Nations Charter or a national constitution, does that mean there's not a social contract? Could you have in this sphere a very decentered social contract, for example, just because governance is looking different? Thanks.
Since Ramiro is standing up, we might as well give him the mic. And if we then take 3 questions between the 3 of you plus Mike.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ramiro Alberto from CELE. Radomir, I have a question similar to the one that Jamal posed in terms of selection of terms. By selecting AI something, you've selected an acronym. And I think with that decision, you're discarding a period in which people did not talk about AI because it was not a thing yet. So I wonder if that was a conscious decision to sort of control the sample that you would get to get only the policy-related stuff. I mean, when I read your paper, my intuition was that I would have included artificial intelligence, for example, but that would perhaps have led you in a different direction. I have another question for Robert. I love the project you're engaging in. You mentioned that you found different political issues within the Commission. I wonder if you're at a stage in which you can share that with us, or we have to wait for it, because this is coming from, I work in a research center based in the Global South. We're trying to look into the DSA because of the obvious impact it will have in the world, but especially in Latin America. It has already been used as an inspiration to produce bills in Costa Rica and Chile, and that mapping that you're working on is essential to us. So I wonder if you can share with us a little bit more about those political issues within the Commission. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nick Benaquista. I'm from the Center for International Media Assistance at the National Endowment for Democracy in Washington, D.C. I think my question may be identical, in fact, to Ramiro's question, but I'm going to give it to you anyways. So, Dr. Gorwa, you mentioned the contradictions in the sort of EU constitutionalist perspective that's playing out in these regulatory approaches. You used the contradiction in particular between the Disinformation Code of Conduct and the Media Freedom Act as an example of that, which is of particular interest to my organization and our work. And I think this is where Ramiro and I are probably asking a very similar question. Could you just say a few words about the constellation of actors and the different perspectives, how you're accounting for those contradictions, including the one you see in the Code of Conduct and the Media Freedom Act? Because I agree that sort of analysis would be really interesting to many of us. Thanks.
I suggest we go in the order of presentations. Okay.
Thank you for your questions. I will start from the second one about the keywords, and so yes, this was a limitation of our approach. So the initial the choice of keywords was determined by our initial knowledge of this domain. So this strategy should be developed. Thank you for your suggestion. And as for the second, first question by order. About the studies on global strategies on AI. So yes, there were few studies on this topic. By at the same time, only several studies, but we have worked with big massives of information. So in order to find this to analyze these approaches, we work individually with these articles, and so this is a direction for our further research. Thank you for your suggestion.
Yeah, thank you so much to you both for those questions. I'm heartened that this seems like a potentially interesting project. I fear I don't have that much yet to reveal in terms of concrete findings. And part of that is that we're still kind of diving into things and collecting data. This also relates to your question, Jamal, in terms of trying to get a better picture in terms of what the Commission is actually doing. And of course, this is really complicated. In a bunch of the other work I've been doing a lot of freedom of information requests, and I've been trying to get internal emails, and I use that in some past work on the development of national kind of platform regulatory projects like the German NetzDG, for example, to try to get a little bit of a better picture of these contradictions, not just in terms of what different parts of the Commission were telling to each other in the things that they helpfully didn't redact when I requested them, but also kind of getting a bit of a vision of the different institutional veto points, especially in terms of like the negotiation of application of these policies between member states and the Commission, which is really, really key. So I don't know, I think what I would say, and this is just pure conjuncture, this is kind of how I've been thinking a little bit about the EU and some of the work I've been doing, is that I get this feeling that a lot of the, at least platform regulation agenda, is about kind of adding tools to the toolbox, and then these get used down the line strategically by specific actors in certain situations, right? And this is why, for example, I think a lot of concern, which is often coming from the right place, and I think is completely bang on, for example, about the prospective human rights impacts of certain legislative approaches. You know, we can think about the upload filters conversation, or the conversation that thankfully has slowed a little bit, but the conversation around embedding, for example, rapid takedown times into a lot of the content regulation that the EU is doing. And contrasting that with the actual application of what's going on the ground, where hopefully this is not actually used. It's just more like a potential cudgel that can be used theoretically. And again, that doesn't hearten folks who are worried about human rights impacts to know that like this is a tool that hopefully a regulator that is normatively constrained is not going to use. But I think it's an important part of what is going on, which is just that there are a lot of tools and then the outcome is going to be politics. But I know that isn't necessarily helpful to folks who are actually dealing with these issues on the ground. So I'd love to talk more about what you guys are actually seeing in the weeds on this.
All right, thank you for your comment. It kind of reminds me of the comment that you also just made, Jamal, about the already existing social contracts. Indeed, I think we could keep it the way it is. It's in a decentralized way. However, what I find in the literature, and also, to be honest, I don't really have a personal opinion yet. I just reflected upon. But what I found in the literature is that there is a worry that the data is, if we leave it up to sort of the analog social contract, if I can call it like that, that there is a potential risk that we don't use the full potential that the data can have for the, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals or other goals that kind of cross borders. So I think that's an argument that you can make, that perhaps we should establish, and that's why I also specifically mentioned community data, so not maybe all data, but data that we can identify as this is useful for the global community. And yeah, that's what I found in the literature, that some people are arguing that we need to establish that, and it kind of ties into these debates that we also see in digital commons, where people are trying to, I think, sort of frame or reconstruct data as a public good, and not only as a public good of one nation or of a company in one nation, but that we might need to think about it as a global public good, and for that we might need a social contract to build a mechanism for that. That's what I wanted to add.
I see that you would like to ask a question. Please go ahead.
I'm Michael Nelson with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and this question is for Robert. One of my colleagues is Anu Bradford, who's written a new book called The Digital Empires. It builds upon her first book, which is the Brussels Effect. We've been having some discussions about the lack of digital leadership, and in particular how both in Europe and in the US Congress and in some of our state legislatures, you have this process where there's a goal, which is to, regulate AI or deal with hate speech, and everybody has their way of doing it. Everything gets thrown into the draft, and nobody actually makes it into a coherent whole. I started my career in Washington working in the US Senate in 1988. Back then, there was a real pride of authorship. The draftsmen who were writing legislation wanted to make sure that they wrote consistent legislation. And if they didn't, the people in the administration would point out the inconsistencies because they were going to have to implement it. That seems to be gone on both sides of the Atlantic. We're getting these pieces of legislation that are just a series of aspirations, and no one seems to notice that some of them directly contradict themselves. Well, actually, let me correct that. I notice it and you notice it, but the parliamentarians don't notice it. So my hope is that you can give us some reason for optimism. Is there any mechanism, is there anything that might change this tide and force people to build a coherent, consistent whole rather than just throwing together a lot of things that make them feel good? If you want to see more about what I've written on this, you can go to Twitter. I'm at Mike Nelson, because I was the first Mike Nelson, and I used the hashtag when policies collide. Literally dozens of examples of this from both the US and Europe.
Thanks, Mike.
Hi, I'm Lee McKnight from Syracuse University. I've been following Mike around for a decade, so happy to do so again. So this is a comment and a question for Sophie in particular. Your work on, or your hope perhaps, that there might be some chances for getting a social contract around at the community level. I'm wondering if you've thought at all about community networks per se as perhaps the instrument or vehicle in which there could be data governance regimes embedded that could be either created generally or specifically by the community, if that's something that's come to mind. Now I have to do, like Mike, my advertisement, our session at 6 o'clock on Leave No One Behind, the importance of data and development. Exactly, we'll discuss some of these issues in particular as we work across community internet and community networks in Africa with my colleague, Professor Danielle Smith, who I promise to embarrass by putting on the spot right now. Thank you.
Sorry, if yeah, wait 1 second before you sit down. Before I answer the question, you mean community networks as in that the a community makes a network themselves?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
All right, okay. Yes, I think, well, I think both can work simultaneously. We still need to work on parts of the world that are not connected. We still need to work on parts of the world where maybe the needs, or what I also mentioned, right, what is a public good or what is betterment of society might also depends on the context. And over, let's say, some community might puts emphasis on other aspects than another would do. So yes, I think that could be very much a possibility. However, I think the combining of the data sets after that, like after establishing that, is so vital that I think that can work in tandem. Like it doesn't have to be either or, I think. But I will attend your session for sure.
One just thing that came to mind when you were speaking earlier was, I mean, maybe it's not in the language of social contract, but there's been some interesting work looking at like procurement at the public level in municipal governments, right? So like this Barcelona model where they had at least in theory, an idea that companies that came in and provided, for example, like transportation platforms would have to share the data with the local community, which isn't always the case. So maybe that's also a form of like a localized social contract.
Yes, no, definitely. But that's what I meant with, I think we could maybe stack them on top of each other almost. But still, I think it's important to then make sure that we do share them among each other. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And thanks so much to the question. Was it Mike? Mike for your question. And yeah, I mean, 2 parts. So I think first of all, I had a chance to. I met Anu Bradford earlier this year at a conference at NYU, and she was talking about the new book, which I haven't had a chance to read yet, but it looks interesting. And I think in a way, kind of, I guess part of what we're seeing and what we're trying to explore in this project, right? So she ideal types the US, EU, and China as a kind of, she calls it a market-driven, a rights-driven, and a state-driven or security-driven vision of tech policy. And I think much of what we're seeing is kind of actually all 3 of those modes inside each jurisdiction probably, and contestation between these different things. And I think I guess what we're seeing in the EU is a lot of contradictions that are driven by different actors with different interests on each in different camps like this. So I can point to also Henry Farrell and Abe Newman's work on this, right? Looking at transatlantic networks of security actors on data protection in the EU. But I think, this is another good example if you look at, for example, the quite controversial child sexual abuse material regulation, draft regulation that the Commission has been working on. And, you look at that, where at least critics are writing that this is going to have a profound issue on user rights, on user privacy, end-to-end encryption, which another part of the Commission is working on through the Digital Services Act. How do we think about that? And again, I think it's about actor coalitions. And one of the things that is really interesting about the CSAM regulation, for example, is that the main actors actually that are really driving that are US actors who have kind of seized the EU as a global regulator due to the Brussels effect and are trying to kind of hijack that. So I have a lawfare piece on this. I can share it. But there's been some interesting analysis from Netzpolitik, the German journalism NGO, recently about Thorn, which is a startup / civil society organization started by Ashton Kutcher to lobby on child protection issues. And they're one of the major actors that have been kind of building alliances in the EU for this kind of policy, because they know it's, you know, easier and probably more effective to do so than at the US federal level. But on the second part of your question about matters for optimism, I don't often have a lot of optimism, but I think if there is something to come back to, it's the fact that we're just seeing so much change in a relatively recent period of time. And just from a bird's eye view, if we're looking at content regulation, for example, and the amount of transparency and also the amount of resources that are being invested by industry to handle this right now, it's a complete different ballgame from, let's say, 2016. And I think the outcome there has been probably good for users. So I think there's some reason for hope, just given how new this regulatory field is. Maybe. It might be muddled, but I think hopefully there's an upward trajectory long term.
Dare I add something? So I'd heard from the Commission that a lot of they're aware of these inconsistencies, and they just say, yeah, but we wait for the courts, as you just said, Mike. Yeah, when it's EU legislation, or DSA, then yeah, it should be the EU, this ECJ that deals with it. Are there any last questions? Are there any last comments that you would like to make to each other? Good luck. No, okay, excellent. So that's brilliant, because we're now back on time, and we even have time to grab coffee that's just around the corner. If somebody needs to go to the bathroom, we'll grab coffee. That will be next door, but please be back in 3 minutes, where we can start the next session. Thanks very much to the three of you and to all the questions.
Yeah. So let's. I think I'm going to sit here, and Jamal, my. Okay, cool. So you were going to speak both, or? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. And who do I call first? You go first. Okay. Presenter, I think so. I mean, Jamal is the leader on Zoom, so. Thank you for doing the interview. I'm very pleased that that you were able to contribute, and I submitted this once on the internet and it's under review there now. So send an email update on this, and I'll also sign it. Absolutely. But it was an interview about me in the sense of I was not reading it in entirety, but I wanted to say check your what you're saying, etc. That was the aiming goal. That's why you just search for your name. Yeah, no. The ultimate goal was to do all 150 interviews, but it was difficult.
now it's good start.
Well, I say Redeka.
Okay, yeah, I need
You
to
can say
say
Redeka if you want, yeah. And then Adio Dinika.
Oh, you were in Brazil.
Excuse me?
You were in Brazil.
What?
With Luca.
Oh, yeah. We have a bios there, right? Yeah. I'm now a visiting professor, but haven't actually yet professed. Can't give her any talk. There's one of the things I want arranging that.
You were visiting?
He's here.
Yeah, he is. But are you in Brazil right now? Or? Okay.
It's really like a virtual visiting fellowship.
So Ramon is up here. I just don't want to step here at him.
No, that makes sense.
Anyway. Hello. Oh, now you're good. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome for the panel, the fourth panel at the GigaNet Symposium. And this panel is going to discuss a little bit of digital sovereignty, digital colonialism, and the regional mechanisms that are going to be worked, especially in the South, with Africa, Latin America, and Asia Pacific experiences. I do have two preliminary notes before we jump in for the panel. The first one, I want to applaud the work done by Jamal, who is just on the back right now and was in the previous session. Jamal has been leading the work of the program committee. It's really a huge effort and a great leadership with high stamina and efficiency. So thank you very much, Jamal. I want to take the time to applaud you. And then the second preliminary note is that I arrived in Kyoto at 1 a.m. coming straight from Brazil, and it's 3 a.m. there, so I don't know how much coherent I'm going to stay in the panel, but anyway, keep me responsive. And without further ado, let me start with the first presenters. I would like to have Adio Dinika. He's online in Zoom, if we can have him on screen. I have the presentation. Can we make him also his video? Can we have Adio Dinika. He is one of the participants in Zoom. Is it possible to pin his video? Okay, so
while they're sorting this out, I might start with Dennis. So let me introduce them. They are going to present their paper about regional internet governance and post-colonial consciousness. Oh my God, I'm not coherent at all. An Rickenham analysis of the African Declaration on Internet Rights and Freedoms. And I have here on site Dennis Riediker and online Adio Dinica, and they're co-presenting their paper. Please, Dennis, start.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. Thank you for organizing this fantastic panel. We look forward to giving our paper, a paper that is work in progress, but relatively far already progressed. We'll be talking today about regional internet governance and post-colonial consciousness, particularly a Nkumian analysis and critique of African internet governance, specifically also focusing on one document, the African Declaration of Internet Rights and Freedoms. What brought us to this paper? What's our origin story? Essentially, Dio is an expert for African digital infrastructure, for digital labor. He works on AI, on platforms, on internet infrastructure, an expert in digital sovereignty, particularly with respect to Africa. And I work on human rights online, internet bills of rights, and what we heard earlier already, the concept of digital constitutionalism. In my dissertation, I worked on a number of those initiatives, these digital bills of rights, and how they were being made. And when Adio and I talked about the African Declaration of Internet Rights and Freedoms, we realized that there's really something to analyze, to bring our different perspectives together, and so this is why we do this paper. The research questions are both descriptive, some are descriptive, some are more analytical. We ask how the document came about, what were the reasons to draft it in the first place, what sets it apart from other documents, what's the content, and how does the advocacy with it work, how does the impact, if we can ever in political science measure the impact of something, what kind of impact does the document have? Analytically, we're interested in questions such as, is that really a Pan-African document? And what does it mean to be a Pan-African declaration? Why is that important that a document on human rights online is Pan-African specifically? And how does that all relate to African digital sovereignty? This project, as a disclaimer or kind of acknowledgement, is partly funded, a small part funded by an EU project, the REMIT project, and I just need to mention this, very important. What are we going to talk about today in the next 8 or so minutes? We quickly discuss our conceptual framework with a few key terms, shortly describe our empirical strategy, and then talk about the findings and the discussion that we present in the paper, and then also outline some limitations and ideas for future research. On the right-hand side, you actually see Kwame Nkrumah, the core thinker that we adopted for this paper. We'll talk more about him in a little bit. The general 3 concepts that we try to relate for this paper are a post-colonial critique, particularly the thinking of Kwame Nkrumah, then digital constitutionalism, this kind of ideology that we need to adapt fundamental rights and principles to the digital environment, and the so-called digital bills of rights that have come up in recent years, and thirdly, African digital sovereignty. And I'm going to hand over to Adio now.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Adio, we can hear and see you on the screen. Welcome.
Thank you. All right, wonderful. Thanks, Dennis, for that. So quickly moving on to the Nkrumah post-colonial critique. Basically, Nkrumah was the first prime minister and the first president of independent Ghana, and a towering figure when you talk about the African liberation movement as a whole. So Nkrumah penned this book, Neocolonialism, the Last Stage of Imperialism, in which he laid out his ideas and his vision for what he believed is true African independence. And so it is because of his ideas and his role in African independence that in this day, when we're talking about internet freedoms, internet rights, digital sovereignty, there is no more suitable thinker from the African continent to think about than Nkrumah. So what Nkrumah spoke about is that Nkrumah was basically saying that in most cases, when Africa is juridically free, but really is still under the hegemony of erstwhile colonizers, how do they do this? Through policies, through culture, through economy, where despite being independent on paper, many African governments are still dependent on their former colonizers. And I would like to hazard to say that when we look at these former colonizers, this also extends to other countries which were not necessarily colonizers, but however, let's say global powers, which also extend this particular hegemony. China and the US come to mind here. So Western aid, according to Nkrumah, was actually one of the tools which are used to coerce African elites, particularly into acting in a certain way that is more beneficial for the former colonizers than for the African continent. And so what Nkrumah did, or what he spoke about, is he was warning about how this whole situation of neocolonialism was actually particularly prevalent. And also he saw multinational corporations as being tools which would extend this hegemony. So now today, when we talk about the digital sovereignty, it is essential that in this thinking, we also think about organizations such as the GAFAM, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft, even though a couple of those have changed names. So quickly, when we talk about digital colonialism, basically we are talking about how colonialism has moved from being a physical colonialism, which we're all familiar with, which many African states shaked off the shackles of in the 60s, to what we have now, where foreign powers, foreign entities, that is both state and private players, are actually exerting influence over African digital norms, digital rights, technology. So when we talk about digital colonialism, we then quickly have to talk about digital sovereignty. So sovereignty basically refers to how a state can have control over its own critical digital systems. And quickly, I'll mention that without really getting into the depths of this, digital sovereignty has many facets. For example, data sovereignty. Where is the data kept? Is the state in charge of the data generated from their territory? Is it safe? Is it kept there? Tech sovereignty, the tools that this particular state is using, are they for the state? Are they made by that state? Please, when I say the state, I don't necessarily mean that the government is making them, but are they made in that particular country? And are they serving the interests of those people? When we talk of policy sovereignty, who is determining the policy that is directing the particular developments in a particular country? So basically, this is what part of the framework that we're going to focus on. Dennis, I'll throw it back to you.
Thank you. And the last one is digital constitutionalism. We've heard a little bit about it as an ideology that translates core principles of contemporary constitutionalism in the context of digital society. This is from Celeste. And in contrast to traditional constitutionalism, it also focuses on multinational corporations, as Adio just said, so not just on nation states as it used to. And digital bills of rights are these documents that come out, and it's kind of a set of documents that came out to seek out to articulate a set of political rights, government principles, norms and limitations in order to drive forward this movement of digital constitutionalism. I'll speed up a little bit because in terms of time, there are at least 5 of these digital rights, bills of rights that have come out of Pan-African or African national processes. There's a larger database of the Digital Constitutions Network where this is from with 308 documents, but those are focus on Africa. Among them, the African Declaration of Fundamental Rights and Principles, and that's the one we're going to look at today. What we did is essentially a literature review of all the publicly available materials that we could find, and also in-depth interviews with so far 4 members, core members of the African Declaration Coalition, but we're in the process of actually finishing up some more interviews. What did we find? So why was this document created in the first place? One of the interviewees said that it was important to have African voices in the process and to actually lead a normative African initiative when it comes to human rights protection online. One interviewee, Anriette Esterhuizen, said localizing human rights discussions was important, and also to create a document to policymakers who increasingly in the African continent started to make legislation with regard to internet rights in that process. That was 2013, 2014, and then to guide them. And also to take an African view. The process essentially came out with a document published in 2014 at the IGF that has 13 principles, a preamble, and it has a focus on affordability, access, affordability of access, and cultural and linguistic rights. And it also has a strong call on various stakeholders what to actually do in order to implement those rights. What were the impacts and the advocacy of related to the document? The coalition that formed when the document was drafted was created with a secretariat, and the coalition started doing advocacy both on local, national, and transnational African level. Significant impacts were a great influence on the 2019 revision of the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression and Access of Information in Africa by the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights in Banjul, which is an important human rights instrument or accord in the African Union, in Africa. Citation also of the document by the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression. These kind of things are successes and an influence on policy on a nation-state level. And that's the last two slides for Adio again.
So this particular proverb on appearing on your screen is one of my favorite ever African proverbs from Nigeria. So it literally, until the lion has its own storytellers, the tale of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. So basically, when we talk about internet freedoms, internet rights, Nkrumah spoke about this idea of neo-colonialism and about how Africans need to shake off the shackles of colonialism, not just the physical ones, but also in the internet. So basically, the AFTEC was basically Africa writing its own story. So when we talk about Pan-Africanism in AFTEC, we are looking at a document that is written, as Dennis already explained, focusing on guiding principles for Africa by Africans. Because as we have noted many times, many African states still lag behind when it comes to the understanding that rights offline are also rights online. So issues like focusing on cultural and linguistic diversity are actually what makes this document particularly Pan-African, given how Africa is not a country and how Africa is a diverse place full of different languages and different cultural issues. So, however, the issue here, which Nkrumah perhaps would raise an eyebrow about, but I think maybe not, is that there have been the involvement of foreign entities. From our earlier slides, we mentioned how Nkrumah identified Western aid as a tool for continuation of this hegemony. But however, Nkrumah was very clear that we should not risk throwing away both the baby and the bathwater. So what did he mean? He meant that aid from foreign entities could actually be accepted as long as this particular aid came in the conditions or terms and conditions which were favorable for Africa. So in this case, assistance from these foreign entities can be viewed as assistance to further the goals of Africans by Africans for Africans.
Thank you very much, Adio and Dennis, and to keep on time and to share your, you had more, sorry.
Giving me 10 seconds, then I will choose just some limitations of future research. I mean, we do acknowledge that Kwame Nkrumah also has other legacies, particularly an authoritarian later style of government. So this is not necessarily in congruence with the ideas of human rights online in Africa, just important limitation, obviously. But we really focused on the Pan-Africanism of Nkrumah here, and some other things that we look into. We're still doing interviews, so this is a little bit of a work in progress. Thank you.
And I might get from your last line that if you have more interviews, suggestions, it's open to receive them. So it's good that to showcase here. But thank you again, Adio and Dennis, for your rich presentation and to share your early findings and the work in progress that you're developing. About the flow of the session, so we have 3 articles, 3 papers that we are going to present. I'm going to give 10 minutes each. We just had one, just a few teaser provocative questions that I'm going to throw to the presenters, and then I would like to take from the floor and from the presenters itself, because I think the papers are going to speak to each other. But the second one I'm going to call to present is Professor Ian Art Schultz. The paper and the co-authors the co-authors have presented is governing the internet through self-based regional private regimes, legitimacy at Afrinic, APNIC, and LACNIC. Professor, if you want to take the floor.
Okay, great. I need to screen share. Dennis, you apparently know how to do this. Yeah, I did that, but it's one participant share at a time. Okay, there we go. Okay. No, I only see myself. There we go. Good. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks very much to Jamal and the rest of the organizing committee for putting this all together. This paper is written by 5 of us, a team spread across the regions. Deborah Irene Christine in Indonesia, Hortense Jonge in the Netherlands, Naima Nascimento Faleros in Brazil, Gloria Nzeka, DRC, and currently at the University of Maryland, and myself. It's a project funded by the Swedish Research Council, for which we're grateful for the funding. And we're actually doing something quite similar, I guess, in terms of regional, south-based autonomy direction in the global internet governance. In this case, looking at the 3 regional internet registries based in the global south. So I'm going to say something about what the regional internet registries are, because have people heard of the regional internet registries in this audience? Some yeses, some nos. Okay. Say a few things about them. Same with the studies about why we're looking at the question of legitimacy, and a little bit about the data collection. These are the 5 regional internet registries. They are based in North America, AREN, Europe and the Middle East and Central Asia, RIPE NCC, LACNIC in Latin America and the Caribbean, AFRINIC in Africa, and APNIC in the Asia-Pacific region. And what's interesting here, as you noticed, is that 3 of these bodies are in the global south. It's a regional approach to global internet governance, and it's non-governmental and multi-stakeholder. And that's quite a unique combination in internet governance, if you think about it. And the RIRs actually make rules that matter. That's the other thing to say. There are various other regional constructions of exchange point associations and CCTLD associations and the like, but in terms of significance for rules of the global internet, they are not, so they're more trade associations. These people actually make a number of rules. Originally, the RIRs were 2 or 3, and you see that in Africa and Latin America, they came up somewhat later, indeed on the argument of largely regional self-direction and self-determination. The 3 south-based RIRs are the Asia-Pacific Network Information Center, launched in 1993, has 7,800 members now, spread across 56 territories, so pretty big. The Latin America and Caribbean Network Information Center, LACNIC, is launched in 2002 and now has more than 12,000 network operators spread across 33 countries. So again, big. The African Network Information Center, AFRINIC, was launched 2005 and currently has 2,240 members. And again, there's a question that comes out of all of this. So here we have south-based. Does that mean more autonomy in internet governance outside Europe and North America? And do we have here an important force for countering digital divides? Briefly, for those of you who are not so acquainted with the RIRs, what do? They allocate the numbers, the addresses, on the global internet, the IP addresses and the autonomous systems numbers, so that we have unique numerical identifiers for all devices connected to the internet on one system. Without this one system of coordinated numbers, we wouldn't be talking with each other on the internet. It just wouldn't happen. There's an important transition. It started with Internet Protocol version 4. IPv4. This was the number version that was used mostly initially, but there's only 4.3 billion of these. There are 5.4 billion regular users of the internet now, so you can do the maths and see we've got a problem. So IPv4 addresses have become insufficient, and a new version 6, IPv6, with a larger capacity. So we have 340 trillion IPv6 addresses, and we should have enough of those for a little time to come. But the fact that IPv4 has run down so much means that in the last 10 years there's been a real scarcity issue and a secondary commercial market that has arisen there. And that leads to all kinds of interesting scenarios that, for example, a China-based company has set up a shell company in the Seychelles, has absorbed about 10% of the internet numbers in Africa, and is selling them secondarily in other parts of the world to a tune of millions and millions of US dollars, which leads to various charges of digital colonialism and the like. So it's not just, there's a political economy behind all of this, which is quite intriguing. You say it's only the numbers and registering the numbers. No, the RIRs actually do quite a bit more. They've trained tens of thousands of internet engineers worldwide over the years. They've given grants for innovations, for startups and the spread of the internet in less served areas. They measure internet use and performance. They've done all kinds of things on cybersecurity. Their 30 years of meetings have been very instrumental in building up the internet community of regulators and managers. And they've been a major place of building up multi-stakeholder governance processes in the internet. So if you put all of this together, you kind of have to wonder, why haven't we had more research on the RIRs? There's actually very little. Milton, in the back, you wrote a couple of short pieces 10, 15 years ago. There's been a couple of two PhD theses, and a couple of short histories here or there. But otherwise, we don't actually have any academic inquiry on the regional internet registries, certainly not things that are comparable to the IETF or ICANN or other bodies. So there's a gap there. And again, it's particularly intriguing because these bodies take a regional approach, they take a multi-stakeholder approach, they have a south-based in 3 of the cases, and as said, they're important. So we are trying in this study to look at on what basis and how far these 3 south-based internet registries are attracting legitimacy. So how far are people having approval, confidence, trust, belief, faith in these alternative ways of organizing internet governance? There's a larger body of literature coming up on legitimacy in multi-stakeholder global governance, so that feeds into that literature. But also there's this underlying thing. If we could show that indeed a lot of legitimacy is attracted or not, and the bases on which this is done, then could a regional multi-stakeholder south-based approach to governing key global resources perhaps be transferred to other areas and be part of a more general south-based initiative on dealing with critical global resources? To that extent, one hopes there's some larger stakes involved in this work. Just quickly here to look at the rise of multi-stakeholder global governance. Sometimes I don't think people necessarily get the specifics of this rise as clearly as they might do. The dark line here in the middle are the numbers of traditional intergovernmental treaty-based organizations. And you see that basically they've plateaued since 1990. There isn't an increase in their numbers. Also, if you look at their material resources, and if you look at their institutional capacities to take decisions, those have also remained stable, if not declined, in the last couple of decades. In contrast, you see the dotted line of multi-stakeholder global governance arrangements, and they've grown enormously and are now more than twice as numerous as the intergovernmental organizations, and indeed often have increasing resources and capacities at the time that multilateralism has stalled. So it's worth looking at this area of global governance. Again, we're looking at the legitimacy of the South-based RIRs. That's to ask, how far people believe and perceive that they have a right to govern, and that they exercise that right to govern appropriately or properly. If these organizations have that underlying approval, it gives them much more strength and stability and security. If they lack it, well, then things are probably more fragile. Legitimacy, again, we look at it because, although it's not the only thing that makes governing tick, if you have legitimacy, you can expect to have a more secure mandate, you can expect to get more resources, you can expect to have more participation, you can expect to be able to take decisions better, you can expect to get more compliance, thereby reach the goals that you have and probably advance problem solving and hold yourself against competing institutions. In a way, at the moment, we see AFRINIC, the African Network Information Center, is having some considerable legitimacy challenges. And if you look through this list, you can see they are struggling with their mandate, they're struggling to get resources, they're struggling to get people to participate. Well, actually, they're under an official receiver at the moment, and they can't even convene a meeting. Yeah, they've been unable to take decisions because they don't have a board. Compliance is hard. Other people are also starting to say, we want to set up another organization. So you can see without the legitimacy, an institution gets to be in trouble. We have in interviews with people been asking them whether they think that legitimacy is important. And then I guess it's reassuring to our research to find that 84% of the people say extremely important. Well, it says 86 here. It's actually dropped to 84 with the latest. A couple of people have had a few more doubts, but they're in the quite important. Basically, almost everyone is saying that it's extremely or very important. The research that we're doing extensive interviews with people, asking them about their levels of confidence in these RIRs, and looking at a number of ways in which a number of sources that might be driving their legitimacy beliefs. We're asking them how much confidence they have in these organizations. We're also asking them how much they care about the organizations and how much they feel affected by the organizations. This is perhaps getting into little intricacies of legitimacy research, but a lot of legitimacy research on regional and global governance has only asked people how much confidence they have in the organizations. It hasn't asked how intensely they feel about the organizations. So you end up with these results that say, oh, people's average legitimacy beliefs for, I don't know, the United Nations is the same as their average legitimacy for their national government. But our hunch is that people probably care about and feel more affected by their national government than by the United Nations, so that you need to ask those additional questions. So we're doing that in this research and seeing what's going to come out of that. These are the interviews that we've done so far, 321. We were meaning to come here with more concrete results, but it's really hard to do this research. I mean, to get people to sit down with you for 30, 40 minutes and do an extensive interview about all the different aspects and so on. In addition, the conditions in AFRINIC at the moment, because of the fragility of the organization, a lot of people are understandably a bit shy necessarily to come to. I mean, we do anonymous and confidential interviews, but nevertheless, a lot of people are quite exposed, and so you have to be very careful in research ethics terms too about how you do this. So I cannot say to you now, these are the results. I can say that we find variation in the levels of confidence between these three RIRs. You can guess how that might be going. We find variation between stakeholder groups. So if, depending on whether you're coming from a government or a civil society group or a business group or an academic, or then you find our technical engineer, there tend to be differences amongst those groups in terms of how much legitimacy they give. And some social categories, so differences by age, by gender, by language, and so on. So that's, and then we expect, again, can't go all the way here to say what the drivers are, but on the basis of other research and initial findings, we think we're going to find that institutional drivers, so people's perceptions of the purpose and procedure and performance of institutions, that those are the main things that drive these confidence and legitimacy beliefs, though some other psychological and prevailing societal norm drivers probably figure as well. Ask us again in a year. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Professor. You already advanced one of my questions regarding the drivers, so I'm going to skip that off. But anyway, thank you very much for your presentation, and we are going to have more time for questions in a moment. Then I would like to call the last paper with Stephanie Arnold. She's going to be online. Stephanie Arnold. If we
yes, can you hear me? And can you see the screen?
Yes, now we can see you and see the presentation also. Stephanie, welcome. Stephanie is going to present her paper about globalizing digital policy making, the impact of the European Union Digital for Development policy in ICT policy adoption in the Global South. Stephanie, welcome. You can take the floor.
Yes, thank you so much. Good morning from Brussels and good afternoon to those who are in Kyoto. My name is Stephanie Arnold. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Bologna and a PhD fellow at United Nations University CRIS in Belgium. So I will talk a little bit about the EU's effect on digital policy making globally and especially in Africa. And I try to do so a little bit through the lens of digital sovereignty and digital colonialism. And here I would like to thank my co-panelists for giving such a brilliant introduction to those two concepts. And I hope that my presentation will complement a little bit what they already said. So let me see if I can move the slides. Yes, so we know that there is no very clear concept about digital sovereignty, but the understanding of what digital sovereignty means varies across regions. Now, I'm going to focus on the European Union, and I would argue that in the European Union, we notice that the European Union as such, but also the member states argue for more state sovereignty over the digital space. And this is especially to counterbalance the increasing power of big technology companies, especially from China and the United States. So to this end, over the past few years, the European Union has adopted a series of digital policies, most famously probably the General Data Protection Regulation, so the GDPR, and more recently then the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Services Act, the AI Act, and so on. And the objective was basically to protect individual rights in the digital space and, yes, to protect, to extend this to the digital sphere. So we also heard about the Brussels effect, and basically the Brussels effect, through the Brussels effect, these digital policies have reached a global influence in a way and set the benchmark for individual rights in the digital space. However, what I'm going to argue is that it is not only through the Brussels effect that the EU digital policies have a global reach, but actually the EU has also devised some tools that facilitate the spread of the, let's call it, European governance model to other regions, in particular in the Global South. And here in particular, I have looked at the European development policies, so the Digital for Development policy, and then more recently the Global Gateway and the Digital for Development Hub that has been set up within the Global Gateway. And if we look at this, let's take the Digital for Development policy for a second, which is already a little bit older. It dates back to 2016. We noticed that The Digital for Development policy aims to promote access to digital infrastructure, literacy and skills, digital entrepreneurship, digital technologies for sustainable development, and so on. But at the time, and this has now actually changed with the Global Gateway, at the time there was no dedicated funding for this. So the idea was really to mainstream digital technologies in development policy more in general. And I think we've heard in our first contribution that there was European funding to civil society organizations to promote digital human rights. So this could have been like one of the ways how it worked. So through the support of other organizations. Now, what we notice when we look at this Digital for Development policy is that there's a strong focus on Africa. So this slide shows the D4D mention, so how often a certain geographic region is mentioned in the D4D policy. And as you can see, Africa, so it's the orange bars, Africa outnumbers all the other regions. In fact, Latin America and the Caribbean, for instance, are mentioned like 4 or 5 times compared to Africa that is mentioned over 70%. The times, and this does not match the development flow, the development fund flows, because as we can see here, the EU development fund flows mainly go to Asia and the European neighborhood policy countries, which is the bar on the very right. And then we still have the official development aid by member states, the purple bars, and those go, yes, mainly to Africa, but still, yes, it's not necessarily the majority of funds that have gone to Africa in this sense. Well, if we take the stance from Africa, what we need to bear in mind is that most African countries, they depend on foreign technology and foreign finance for their digital development. At the same time, we have a rather fragmented cyber governance, even though there have been various initiatives, especially also on the Pan-African level, so through the African Union, for instance. There has the implementation of national governments at the national level has been rather, let's say hesitant. For instance, if we take the Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, there's only one country, namely Rwanda, that has ratified it so far. Now, these two factors together make African states quite vulnerable to digital colonialism by big technology companies to extract data, for instance. And I would argue one of the main ways to avert this are digital policies at the national level. And this is why I looked at what affects digital policy adoption at the national level. The research questions in this regard were, does the geographical focus of the D4D policy affect the ICT policy adoption in African countries and therefore make them more resilient against digital colonialism? And to what extent does Chinese influence through the Belt and Road Initiative enhance or mitigate the EU's effects on ICT policy adoption? So what I did is a multivariate regression analysis. The outcome variable was taken by the ICT regulatory tracker score. So that's sort of an index compiled every year by the International Telecommunication Union, which looks at different variables. And I looked at the change of the score from 2013 to 2018 to see, okay, have there been improvements in the ICT policies, or have there actually been declines? So the explanatory variables to see whether there is a different effect on Africa compared to other regions are, on the one hand, the ITU macro regions, but to double check and to make a robustness test, I also used the UN Statistical Division GeoScheme. And then I checked whether there's a difference with BRI membership. And then I had some control variables of economic relevance. Just briefly, this is what I found. So if we take Africa as a benchmark up there with 0, so compared to Africa, so being located in, let's say, the Arab states, being one of the Arab states, would yield a much lower percentage of ICT policy adoption compared to Africa. And the same goes for East Asia and Pacific and the former Soviet space. Arguably, this could be, and here I'm still conducting analysis, this could be exactly because Africa has this additional influence, this additional attention, for instance, by the European Union through the Digital for Development policy that encourages digital policymaking. But now let's see what happens if we scrutinize for membership in the Belt and Road Initiative. And what we notice is that if we only look at BRI members, regions outside Africa, so the East Asia and Pacific, as well as Central Asia, I mean, essentially, they perform much better than African countries. But if we look at non-BRI membership, we have exactly the opposite trend. Again, I'm still looking into this, why this is, but I think an early explanation could be that areas that receive less attention from the EU, they rely very much on initiatives such as the Belt and Road Initiative to promote the digitalization at home. And with more digitalization, of course, also comes the need for more regulation. In Africa, Africa might be more immune to this influence exactly because they have various alternatives, multiple influences from abroad. So the main takeaways, the geographic focus of the D4D policy does make a positive difference in Africa, at least. And the BRI membership boosts ICT policy adoption where EU interest for digitalization is low. That's from my side. Thank you so much for your attention, and I really look forward to your questions and suggestions.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for joining us. And there are some applause from the room for the three of you, and thank you very much again. I'm glad I alert you that I was sleep deprived, because in the beginning I forgot to introduce myself. So my name is Raquel Gatto, and I joined GigaNet many years ago, 2007. I was in your shoes presenting my paper at the time in IGF Rio. And my master and my PhD is about internet governance and the sovereignty principle. We were just a few of the researchers and the sources that I could grasp at the time, and I'm so glad it has expanded, and now we have more people to dialogue with about it. And so let me start just some teaser questions, and then I'm going to invite the audience to come to the microphone and also make their questions. Just a few reactions first on Dennis and Adio. I think he's still with us. Sorry, Adio, I can't see you, but just to mention, first, you've also used the Marcos view of internet, the Brazilian Bill of Rights, as one of the experiences, and that I can speak closer from my experience. And in fact, Marcos view fits into this principle-based legislation, right? There is happening into the digital colonialism idea. But then it was not only about shaping a good policy, let's put that way, but it's also about how it is implemented and then follow up. Right? And I think in your paper and the presentation, it's pretty clear also this, the two dimensions between the process of shaping the policy, right? And then the implementation and follow-up and the impact, whatever you can measure of this impact, that is really important. And what it strikes me as a curiosity, if you are going to expand or have, you know, a little bit more on these two dimensions, and then what can be more intention-based and more replicable also to, you know, to others, other countries and other regions to draw from. And what I mean by that is usually, for example, even the African Declaration, it's been kind of triggered by a necessity and not necessarily an intention that, you know, a process that you start and build and a continuous process. And also if there are takeaways that you can replicate that in other places. So is that clear? Okay. And then for Professor Ian, and then some of the, I mean, there was a lot here to take on. I'm trying to keep to two, but I don't say in the coffee if I'm going to make more. But I think the first one that I want to react in regards also to the IPv4 and IPv6 policies, not to go to the nitty-gritties of the African situation, but then also if you were considering comparison with the North-based IRR, so RN and the RIPE, right? Because I can see some of the differences, for example, now from my side of the world, LACNIC, and then RN, how they're also taking different policies in regards to the IPv6 leftover market. And so this is very interesting also to compare how those regional policies are really happening and what is the impact, right? And these approaches that are different from the South. And my second questions, I'm probably going to put together two of them and try to explain why. But what I find interesting also in terms of the background in this paper is that it puts the IRRs beyond their tech mandate, right? Their technical mandate. And because one thing on the technical community, and it's pretty straightforward, is the internet needs to function, and we need to have the addresses, and we need to have, you know, the technical policies for it. But then there is this discussion about the role of this technical community also in the gray area of policies and political policies, right? I'm trying to be redundant here. And then I think it's where you were going, but I want to check if that's, you know, the consideration in the overall research that you were taking, but also in terms of the context you were mentioning, and how these technical-based organizations are understood in the broader community, with the perception that they are only technical communities, or if they are, you know, beyond this mandate. And I'm saying that because I see also from experience that there is this kind of bundle backlash that the IRRs, the CCTLDs, and all those technical organizations are considered part of these digital platforms, and then they are considered part of, you know, just a mushy place. Anyway, so that's kind of my very broad but curiosity in your paper. And then Stephanie, sorry, I don't. Now I see you, so I can also address to you in the prompter here. But so some of the questions that I had in regards to your presentation and your paper, it's a very elementary one, but let me explain why. My question is, what is considered digital policy? So I was also curious on one basic difference, right? In particular, when we're thinking about the different law regimes, if you're talking about common law and civil law, and not necessarily everything is kind of mapped as a digital policy in a narrow way, in the narrow concept. And I'm not sure if you are considering some sort of classification on this front, but if you are, I would love to hear. And then my second question is regards the difference between quantity and quality. So one of the strengths, and that's very interesting, that you are trying to bring the numbers, right? Evidence-based research, and those are very interesting findings that you brought. But then I kept the questions if you are also considering an evolution of the research to also consider the quality. You were mentioning the positive effects, I think, by the end of those policies to be geo-based, but also if they are in terms of the content itself, if there is going to be any evaluation. So I think those are the teaser questions. I don't know if you want to start in the reverse order, just to hear and then invite the public. Stephanie, can I start with you? Okay.
Yes, well, thank you so much. Yes, very, very interesting questions that I have not very much reflected upon yet, but I will try to see. So with regards to digital policies and the ICT policies, in fact, I do believe there's a discrepancy. And especially also based on what we've just heard, I think we also need to distinguish between, for instance, the ICT regulatory tracker score also takes into account, for instance, the competition environment in the online space, right? And I think that is very much different from, for example, the freedom of expression. So I do think in going forward, I will need to introduce a classification or at least a specification of what exactly I mean. And I think that is closely related also to what you said, that, well, not all laws that touch the digital space are explicitly digital policies. And I think that goes hand in hand. And then this would mean to actually look at the content, the quality of those policies, not only the quantity. I think that's a very, very valuable comment, one that I will need to address in going forward. So far, the limitation that I had, and this is still a project at let's say the earlier stage of research, the limitation I had so far is that I cannot really consider all the digital policies of all the developing countries in the global south. So that was one of the main reasons why I limited the analysis to the quantitative and just relied on the tracker score. But now that I know that, for instance, African countries tend to perform better when it comes to policy adoption, even when taking into account development level and so on, I think I can maybe limit myself to that region and then look at the content. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Professor Yin.
I had a 50% chance. Good. Yeah, thanks very much, Raquel. The issue about we limited ourselves to the 3 south-based RIRs. Yes, ideally one would have looked at all 5. We've chosen a method of deep qualitative mixed methods research, face-to-face in the meetings. But very often the resources needed for all that are just very high, and we want to also do large numbers of interviews. I won't tell you what the research budget just to do the work that we are doing is already very high. So we chose to prioritize the south-based. And that was that of course has certain limitations at some point. On IPv6, I was trying to chase up the data here, but I believe it's right that in fact LACNIC leads the way on IPv6 as a proportion of, and I don't think they're even working with IPv4 allocations, new allocations at all. And that gives them a great advantage to some extent. If Afrinic, for example, had done the same and thrown itself deep into the IPv6, then a lot of the problems that they have at the moment would certainly recede, if not disappear. So LACNIC has made a strategic choice to go for IPv6 in a big way, and that seems in their political economy to be working in their favor. You know, yeah, the RIRs are described as being technical and technical mandate. Once you look at the wider issue, though, then you realize, as ever, nothing is ever purely technical. It's political, it's economic, it's ecological, it's cultural. And one sees that in these organizations. So what kind of knowledge are they producing and for whom? There are deep cultural, political questions that come up here. Deep economic issues. IPv6 is core to the development of Internet of Things, smart cities, smart homes, so-called Industry 4.0. Huge economic interests involved in this. So it's the narrow technical business. And then questions of power. Who's making these decisions for whom? Who gets the voice, who doesn't? Is it a multi-stakeholder process? Is it a multilateral process? They're deep political questions. So, of course, that makes it much more interesting. I mean, the technical circles in the RIRs would like to say, oh, we're only technical, leave us alone. But they're much more than technical, so we don't leave them alone.
The train has passed.
And I'm trying to answer your two questions, essentially. So you brought up the national, Marcus Seville, national document, also entailed in this larger database that we have on digital bills of rights. It is part of the, I think in that sense, part of the conversation, but in the sense of looking from this analysis that we do, it is a national document and it's very different from this Pan-Africanism that we want to look at. When we look at African documents, we have the Nigerian Digital Rights and Freedom Bill that was never actually signed by the president, but that would have been rather an example that would be comparative to kind of see, and then also how do you amend legislation, how do you actually implement legislation afterward. This, in effect, is an advocacy document. It has a very different role to play in that sense. But it brings up the question that Stephanie also said, national legislation in Africa is the solution. I mean, we have to look at like where is this actually happening or not, and from that kind of promoting African Union or Pan-Africanism, it maybe not. Maybe you should actually solve the problems across the continent in a way. I think that's the thing that those who wrote the African Declaration had in mind. And I think the second part is. How intentional is this when you start drafting a document? Do you know where this is actually going? And I think there are two kind of things that happen at the same time. I've studied many of those documents, not just this case. People have a clear idea what they want to do, what they want to achieve, how and why they write the document, but things then change, and so they have to change their plans. But at the same time, these coalitions often do many things at the same time, trying to involve policymakers on the local, national, regional level at the same time. And so you almost have this effect of throwing stuff at the wall and see what sticks, right? Because you target many different levels. And yeah, people still have an idea and a hope for how things will be adopted. Usually people believe that it would be great if this would be law or if this would be a treaty. That's often the main focus of these documents. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the further consideration and clarifications. Now, we already have people in the queue. Milton, you want to take the floor? And then if anyone else from the audience wants to make questions, please, there are microphones in both aisles.
Yeah, I have a comment on one paper and a big question about another one. Is that okay? We have time for it?
Sorry?
Do we have time for it?
We do.
Okay, so the comment is about the IP address registries. I think, Jan, you totally understated the amount of literature that already exists on this. There's a lot of literature about IP address scarcity and about IP address markets. We've published 2 papers about that. And there's a detailed paper, not a short paper, as you said, about the application of Ostrom's theories of self-governance to the IP address space, looking at IP addresses as a common pool resource. And another thing is that you indicated that if Africa had gone into IPv6, that it wouldn't have had these problems, and I think that's just completely wrong. Number one, IPv6 is not being adopted because it's not compatible, and in order to upgrade to it, you have to spend a lot of money. So of course Africa is lagging behind because it doesn't have the financial resources to suddenly convert all of their networks into an incompatible protocol and keep running the old protocol at the same time. Anyway, we can talk about that more, Jan, but I really wanted to talk about digital colonialism. I think this thing is thrown around. People sound very progressive. They're against digital colonialism. I don't know what it is, because I see, on the one hand, people implying that if people in Africa use Google, they're being colonized. And I think this is kind of a weird notion. When I think of colonialism, particularly European colonialism in Africa, I think of troops marching in and occupying territories, about killing people and about establishing governmental structures, not about market transactions between end users and some foreign company. So can we get a better notion of what exactly we're talking about with digital colonialism? What kind of a power relationship are we talking about? How do you distinguish between market relations and political relations? And I realize they're related, of course. I'm a political economist, but can we have a sharper distinction between when people are just engaged in market transactions with foreigners and when they are being oppressed and dominated by foreigners? And one other element of that is like the paper about Europe sort of implied that if Europe runs these development programs for Africa, that's protecting them against colonialism. But if China provides this kind of development aid, that's colonialism. So it's like, what's the difference?
Thank you very much. There is another question, very short one, and then I go for, yeah. You can take the mic.
So it's
Can you introduce yourself? Sorry.
yeah, sorry. I'm Andrea Galderaro. I was the discussant that came later. So now I feel the pressure that I have to say something. No, but I'm Andrea Galderaro from Cardiff University and also European University Institute. Quick reactions to Milton's comment. For me, digital colonialism is when we somebody sets some standards and there is no capacity for the rest of the world to engage in negotiating these standards somehow. This is at least my own interpretation about digital colonialism. And actually it's very much linked to the conversation we are having here today, and is maybe a question to Jan Art and Dennis. Especially for Jan Art, is whether, how do you see these negotiations happening at the regional registry level, coordinated or complementary to other conversations, forms of international cooperation that are happening in other fora, negotiating totally different stuff, let's say, like discussion about cybersecurity, the ongoing discussion about cyber diplomacy, where there is lots of inequalities there also from the global south in engaging in this in these other processes.
Thank you very much, Andre. And I was almost myself answering a little bit on Milton, but we can do that over coffee. So now I'm going to take perhaps Professor Ian first, and then Dennis and Stephanie, who is online. And I'm going to ask you just very short reactions, 2-3 minutes, and then we can continue offline. Thank you.
Yeah, no, got it. Thanks. I do want to recognize my colleagues Deborah and Hortense who are online. So if they want to jump in on any of this, they should do. Milton, on the literature, thank you, and let's talk and let me get the. I'm wondering whether this literature is on governance, though. So how much it's on governance, as opposed to more technical aspects and economics and so on. But let's see. My comment was related to the governance literature, and my sense is that that's quite limited. And of course, what you say about IPv6 and the technical complications of adopting it is of course true. I was kind of saying a what if kind of comment rather than meaning to imply that it could be done so quickly. The bigger question that you raised on digital colonialism, I mean, I think there's a lot to be said about all of this, but you know. Just give two examples, and maybe that illustrates a little bit. When ICANN sets up its sale of GTLDs and says you have to pay 185,000, this is back in 2012, you have to pay 185,000 US dollars only to apply, and it takes over $1 million US dollars to get to the end of the process. And you set up insurance policies which are not available easily outside of Europe and North America, then surprise, surprise, you get less than 10 GTLDs in Africa. That's more than market forces. That's power relationships as well. Or when I attended the AFPIF meeting recently, one of the people from a cable laying company got up and gave an account of how by laying the cables, they were opening up Africa as Stanley and Livingstone had done a century before, and seemed not to feel any discomfort in discussing the situation in those terms. I just give a few anecdotes to say that I think there are moments when people think, yeah, there's something not quite right going on here.
Thank you, Ian. And I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge Deborah, Hortense, and others who are online. If you want to take the floor, please open the mic and say it. I'm not looking Zoom right now. But then I'm following with Dennis, and we can come back if anyone wants to take the floor who is online. Okay. Oh, Adio, sorry. Adio is going to take the question.
Thank you very much to the colleague and the audience. I didn't get his name for that question. I, of course, and also thanks to other colleagues who have already, Stephanie and Jan, who have already sort of answered this issue on digital colonialism. I would like to fundamentally differ with the colleague in the audience, particularly when he mentions that this issue of digital colonialism, that it's just market forces. I feel like that is an oversimplification of a very complex issue. Because when you talk about digital colonialism, what we basically are talking about is issues of power. So he juxtaposed this with troops marching in and chains and everything. At the base of that, what is at the base of that? That's power. So what we're talking about is when we say digital colonialism, we are simply speaking about the power of foreign-owned platforms in determining policies and the rules of the game in Africa. For example, Facebook. When we talk of Facebook, when we talk of TikTok, I think really, to really put this into context, we have seen how Facebook, TikTok, and all these other major platforms have gotten in trouble with the GDPR, for example, or with the US being summoned to Congress. Why is this happening? Because these are issues of power. So what then happens with these particular platforms is when they come to Africa and convert Africa as a site of data extraction, with the data from Africans being merely harvested and saved and utilized outside of the continent without prior regards to the needs as well as the rights and determinations of the Africans. So also in my definition of digital sovereignty, and which also touches into colonialism, I spoke about the issue of tech sovereignty and policy sovereignty. So who is developing these tools that are being used in Africa and who are they servicing? Can I get tools which can allow me to communicate in Tigrinya or in Shona or in African language? No. But however, what at the end of the day is that the Africans are forced to utilize these tools in a particular language, in a particular cultural and economic context. And that is what we mean when we speak of digital colonialism.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Adio.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Adio. And it was Milton Miller who made the question. He is a very known scholar and one of the founders of GigaNet, and very known to touch some open wounds, which is good. We need to to discuss this openly. And so, last, Stephanie, do you want to take the floor? And I'm sorry to push you for 2 minutes. We need to close and go for the next panel. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So maybe I will just limit myself to address the comment on my contribution. So I did not mean to say that the EU is some, let's say, the good Samaritan that comes in and saves Africa from digital colonialism. And neither did I mean to say that China is the evil player that comes in and colonizes Africa. Not at all. What I meant to say is that digital policies are one of the ways that can help avert digital colonialism. And what I found in my analysis is that the EU, through, for instance, the Digital for Development policy, encourages digital policy adoption. Now, as I also specified in my previous comment, of course, we would now need to look at the specifics of the content of the digital policies. But just to add to this, the European Union does not pursue this way because, yes, they are, again, the good Samaritan, but I think it's rather because they do not have such a powerful position in terms of big technology companies. Those are mainly located in the US and China, and with their own digital policies, I think they try to curtail the power of those companies. And by contrast, China, for instance, they have less of a focus on regulation, on digital policies, which does not mean that they automatically like colonize others, not at all. In fact, the other findings that I found is that where we look at BRI membership, so Belt and Road Initiative membership, we actually have more policy adoption compared to non-BRI members. Except that in my opinion, this is not because in my opinion, this is because the digitalization requires more regulation, and the BRI membership enables more digitalization. So I hope this was somewhat clear.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, and thank you very much everyone who joined us in the panel and the audience. And now let's go for the next panel with our colleague Luis Barbosa. Thank you very much.
On stage for a while.
Okay, good afternoon. I think you're looking forward for a break, but I promise you that the panel will be worthwhile to assist. So welcome to the fifth panel. My name is Luis Barbosa. I come from the United Nations University Unit on Digital Governance, located in Portugal. And it's my pleasure to introduce these three papers on somehow related or unrelated topics. We'll discuss digital sovereignty, ways of pressuring governments, and youth participation. These three different topics will make sense together, I do think. So we'll start right immediately with the first speaker, which is Nicola Palladino from Trinity College, Dublin. I think, Nicola, you are online. Can you confirm?
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. So you have 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to have my presentation by remote. I'm very sad to not be there with you, but I hope we can have anyway a fruitful discussion on this topic. Well, without losing time, I'm going to share my presentation with you. Okay. Oh, well, in this presentation, I will argue how in the digital world, states translate the concept of sovereignty, but in practice of territorialization of the cyberspace and in extraterritorial projection of power. And I will also point out how digital sovereignty is a double-edged sword that could serve to realize both forms of digital constitutionalism and digital authoritarianism. And I will also illustrate how states' ambiguous digital sovereign practices give rise to conflicts and legal uncertainty, which impede cooperation and undermine global effort to guarantee fundamental rights in the digital environment. Well, I want to apologize in advance because to stay in the 2 minutes limit of this presentation can just provide a spotlight for each of these points. But if there is some topic you would like to deepen, I will be very happy to discuss them during the question time. Well, let's start saying that digital sovereignty has become a popular concept in international relations and beyond. And as we delve into the process of digitalization of our society and we become more and more aware about the challenges and threats that it poses, an increasing number of subjects indicate greater control on data and digital technologies. And well, when we come to state digital sovereignty, we can see that it seems to combine two apparently competing conceptualization sovereignty. On the one hand, we have a conception based on the classical notion of sovereignty as the exercise of supreme political authority on a territory, which focuses on the capability by states to control data flow, digital infrastructures, and operators within their boundaries. But on the other hand, we have an heterodox conception that disentangles sovereignty from territory and shifts the focus on concepts such as autonomy, self-determination, resilience. Well, this confusion between these two different conceptions of sovereignty is well illustrated by the concept of digital strategic autonomy that, according to Timmers, could be considered as the operationalization of states' digital sovereignty and consists of the ability to decide and act autonomously on the essential digital aspect of a country's long-term futures in terms of security, economy, and institution. Well, given that today the digital world is still composed for the vast majority of transborder processes and flows, the underlying assumption in the concept of digital strategic autonomy is that to exercise digital sovereignty, states must not only control the digital activities on their territory, but also try to influence processes and subjects that are beyond its borders. And so digital sovereignty is then operationalized through two complementary processes. On the one hand, we have the territorialization of cyberspace, and on the other hand, we have the extraterritorial projection of power in the digital world. Well, the territorialization of cyberspace consists of the process of bringing back aspects of the digital world into configuration of authority and power linked to territorial space. On a more practical level, among other things, it may consist of the control of the internet traffic, meaning that states may impose internet service providers to block or filter the access to determined IP addresses, the nationalization of internet operator by requiring that they have legal representative on country territory, promoting domestic champions or raising market barrier to foreign companies, data localization practice, requiring provider to store and process data within the borders of the country in which the data have been generated or collected, and by implementing also mandatory risk and security assessment to ensure that ICT system and infrastructure meet certain security standards that are aligned with the national interest of a country. while on the other side, the extraterritorial extension of digital sovereignty may occur in different ways. The first one is by resorting to well-recognized international law principles, such as the active nationality principle, the passive nationality principle, the effects doctrine, or the protective principle. And the main point here is that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. States already have legal basis for their extraterritorial claims of sovereignty, but it also means that the potential conflict that may arise may be solved within the framework of international law. Well, then the extraterritorial expansion of digital sovereignty may be realized through the regulation and standardization of technologies. In this case, if a state is successful in imposing the rules and standards through which a technology is developed, deployed, or used beyond this border, it could embed its own value and principle within the socio-technical architecture of such technology, and so it could also define the related possibility and constraint. Well, a third way is by using national tech company as a proxy of power. And in so doing, states can extend their digital sovereignty using the transnational technological infrastructure of tech company to pursue their goals. Well, so we observed how digital sovereignty refers to both policies of territorialization of cyberspace and extraterritorial extension sovereignty. Now I would like to point out how digital sovereignty could be considered as double-edged sword, meaning that it both enable people protection and control. The control of digital infrastructure data flow is crucial to safeguard fundamental rights and ensure the rule of law, but the same practice at the same time can more likely lead to mass surveillance censorship policies and can be used to perform undue interferences on other states or to conduct cyber warfare operation. And in short, an effective digital sovereignty could be considered as a necessary, even not sufficient condition to realize digital constitutionalism, but it could also easily reverse into digital authoritarian practices. In the last part of my presentation, I would like to show how states resort strategically to different digital sovereignty conception practice. And to this purpose, I focused on the data sovereignty related policies of China, US, and European Union. Well, we can see that in all the considered cases, states put in place both territorialization of the cyberspace and extraterritorial projection of power practices. In particular, all of them reaches some form of data localization, even if through different means. Chinese resorted to legal obligation. In the case of the European Union, this is a secondary effect of privacy requirement for data transfer that make for companies more convenient to store EU data locally. In the case of US, data localization did not require any particular legislative intervention, but is due to the fact that, of course, the largest internet companies are already based in the United States. While also the ban of foreign technologies and security assessment of foreign hardware and software are common practice in all the three cases considered. Moving on the extraterritorial expansion and sovereignty, we can note that both the United States, European Union, and China will vindicate digital sovereignty in their own territories, but at the same time, they advance explicit extraterritorial claims based on one of the international law principles we mentioned before, for example, in the Article 3 of the GDPR, on the Article 10 of the Chinese National Intelligence Law, or in the US Cloud Act. Instead, one of the most relevant differences between the three cases is that the US and China leverage on their digital champions as a proxy to fulfill both domestic and extraterritorial enforcement, intelligence, and security operation, while the European Union tend to exploit more its regulatory power. And overall speaking, we can say that the EU is closer to the digital constitutions model, in which digital sovereignty practices are mostly used to safeguard the safety and the privacy of its citizens, while the US and China in different ways use their power to conduct a surveillance intelligence operation. Well, so in the current landscape, we have overlapping digital sovereignty claims that feed geopolitical conflict and tension. Some examples of that are the competing claims on tech companies to store locally and transfer abroad data stemming from the GDPR, the Cloud Act, and the Chinese National Intelligence Act. Another example could be the ban war between the US and China. And furthermore, this ambiguous strategic use of digital sovereignty by states by jeopardize fundamental rights protection in the digital ecosystem, posing at least two main risks. A first risk concerns the weaponization of privacy and data protection. This is particularly evident in the case of the Chinese Personal Information Protection Law. These laws indeed require a series of very advanced privacy and data protection principles, very similar to GDPR, but they are mostly used to constrain the operation of domestic and foreign tech companies to prevent data transmission abroad rather than to safeguard Chinese people's rights. The second risk concerns grounding the safeguard of fundamental rights on power relation and power resources. And as we know, the European Union is supposed to exert a kind of extraterritorial power to the so-called Brussels effect, which consists in the capability to leverage and combine a series of key factors such as the value of internal market and regulatory and administrative capacity to force foreign country to adopt its global standard. But this is a risk because at the international level, it replaces international law with power, and power resources are unstable terrain on which to ground human rights protection. Nothing prevents that in the next future, the Brussels effect could be replaced by the Beijing effect, and that tech company will force it to adapt to Chinese rules and standards, as it is already happening to some extent. Well, to conclude very shortly, I think that the best way for states to solidify digital sovereignty without escalating geopolitical tension and jeopardize international human rights law could be to use this sovereignty to engage in the international cooperation to reach international agreement, setting back rules to solve disputes and regulate and functioning of the digital technologies. I know that it might sound utopistic, but some example as the discussion that we have on the digital, at the Global Digital Compact, or about the Council of Europe Convention 108 could be a good example for this way to move forward. Thank you very much for your attention, and if there are some aspects that you are deep in, I will be very happy to answer in question time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll take questions in the end. So let's thank the speaker first. And now the stage goes to Ramiro Ugarte from the Centro de Estudios en Libertad de Expresión y Acceso a la Información from Buenos Aires. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me first share this thing. How do I do this? All right. Okay, so I'm going to discuss regulatory threats. This is a paper that tries to conceptualize this, looking forward to an empirical and comparative research project. Threats are normal. Threats are a mechanism of governance in all sorts of fields. They have been mainly studied since the 1970s by economists working on regulated industries and other areas. I have found evidence of the use of this concept all over the place. And this is the definition we propose of what constitutes a regulatory threat. It's any kind of public or private utterance or action by public officials who hold regulatory power over others in which they express, suggest, or imply, clearly or vividly, their desire to see a subject's conduct move in a particular direction. This is a compass that we have created to try to understand what kinds of public officials' conduct fall under this definition. It is a very simple compass. It's organized around formal and informal processes and private and public actions. We believe that in our definition, everything falls here. And we have built our definition broadly, basically against three authors, against Timothy Wu, First, I should say that Americans call this area of the law jawboning because of the jawbone that we have here and that we use when we talk. We think that a broader concept is necessary. Against Wu, we do not exclude opinions or reports. He has, in a paper that he sort of defends the mechanism of jawboning, he considers only very formal kinds of actions, and he excludes opinions from reports. Against HealthTech, we do not talk about legislative threats, but rather regulatory threats to include all sorts of public officials. And against Bambauer, we reject a normatively loaded taxonomy. Bambauer uses a concept in which jawboning is bad when it's normatively charged, when public officials ask for things that they could not ask in theory. We adopt a much sort of neutral conceptualization. Because from our point of view, pressure via regulatory threats is a normal part of the political life of a constitutional democracy. The issue is more or less under-theorized. It has been studied mainly in the US by legal scholars. There is a lack of empirical studies, but there are a bunch of US cases, judicial cases, in which this issue has been extensively discussed. The Writers Guild case of 1976 is a very interesting case on the FCC and how the FCC was pressuring television and broadcasters owners into adopting a quote-unquote voluntary policy of the family hour view. And then we have the Missouri versus Biden saga, which is, there are a couple of decisions that are of the last few weeks. This practice of jawboning or threats of regulations challenge basic concepts of the rule of law, and we believe they involve a paradox, because we want our public officials to be effective, we want them to talk to those who are regulated by them, but at the same time, we don't want them to use this mechanism as the only way of achieving public policy goals. That's why we have formal processes that are created to ensure transparency, accountability, participation, stakeholder engagements, and so on. When only these mechanisms are used, and when these mechanisms are very successful, all these values are sort of sacrificed. And of course, the reason why jawboning or regulatory threats is an issue is because of the potential abuse. It is the problem that concerns the scholars occurs when public officials ask from individuals or corporations for things that they could not ask or could not get through the formal processes of policy making, either because what they ask is illegal or would be unconstitutional, or because what they ask would allow veto players in the formal process to block the initiative. When they succeed through these informal processes, all those opportunities of objection basically get lost. This seems to be obviously a thing. In the last few weeks, there has been a case by a federal judge that ordered more than 40 public officials in the federal government to stop talking to corporations. The decision was severely restricted by the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, but it still stands and it should be reviewed by the Supreme Court, I guess. Now, this case law, we don't really go into the case law itself. It's basically a case law that is based on drawing a line between what is permissible government speech and what is an illicit form of threat. This case law suggests that this line drawing is possible, but it's difficult. It doesn't seem to be leading to any manageable standard, and certainly not towards clear-cut rules that can be administered by those who would be subject to it. But we take all basically this literature and our conceptual paper to do comparative research about it. Because we believe that this is a regulatory mechanism that every country uses. Every country threatens companies with actions, and companies are generally very receptive of these threats. They want to keep those channels of communication open, and generally our basic premise is that companies dislike regulation. And so what we want to do is, in our empirical research, is to document instances of regulatory threats and document company actions that respond to those threats in order to detect correlations and links between them. And we believe this will allow us to better understand how the mechanism works outside of the United States. Now, this has a lot of challenges. First is how do we build that database? We already have a database on change of terms of services and policies by corporations. This is a database that CELE has that has been capturing for quite a few years now. We have a database of Latin American bills on all sorts of internet regulation proposals, and we are building a database on policy announcements, basically taking stock of the blogs of big tech companies. This poses a few methodological challenges. How do we manually load basically data points? Should we have a time limit constraint, or should we constrain ourselves by theme? One of the very important findings that we have produced so far is that this issue really comes out through judicial discovery. And this is, of course, very limiting from the point of view of researchers. In this graph, which basically is redder towards the upper right portion of the graph and whiter towards the lower portion of the graph, basically what is more red in this graph is what we can see, what we can observe. What is whiter is much more difficult. These are informal meetings, informal emails. They only come out in judicial discovery in the cases that I've already mentioned. So we have a challenge in terms of how we would be able to document the data that is needed to assess how the practice works. But what we have so far is basically this, is bills that have been announced but maybe not formally presented, legislative inquiries linked to a specific proposed legislation or not linked to a proposed legislation, official administrative action, which is, of course, one of the most important parts of how regulatory threats happens, and later public comments and speeches. This, we believe, is observable. We can look at it, we can do a research about it. Internal emails, internal communications, and so on really won't come out simply by looking at publicly available information, and issuing freedom of information requests is really impossible for the kind of scope that we're proposing. And the actions produced by platforms are much more documented and can be documented in a much easier way. That's it. I'll look forward if you have any kind of comments or suggestions, especially in terms of the methodological challenges that we have will be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank Amira. And our last speaker is Nadia from ONU Chris, I believe, and she will talk about youth participation in the IGF ecosystem. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this article comes at the end of my PhD, so this is my last PhD article, and I'm very excited about sharing this with you. It's part of a series. Last year, I presented a paper on meta-participation at the Internet Governance Forum. I looked at the processes at the IGF and how stakeholders can participate, specifically looking at youth, and how they started to create their own spaces when they felt that the status quo couldn't be changed in the processes that already exist. They would create their own. But now I would like to look at youth participation on regional and global level. So first I looked at the participation and how they were creating new spaces, but I was actually looking this time at the flow of how participants enter these spaces and how do we continue their participation starting from your environment at an entrance level. So in this case, YouthDig, the Youth Dialogue on Internet Governance, which is the EuroDig, the European Dialogue on Internet Governance pre-event. So the reason why I wanted to study this is because the United Nations Secretary General is asking in our common agenda to look at mechanisms for youth participation engagement. And so this participation study started in 2022, which was the EU Year of the Youth, and the ASEAN Year of the Youth, and continues into 2023, which is the Commonwealth Year of the Youth. So there has been a lot of focus on how participation of youth can change these different spaces that we're seeing different regional areas focusing on. So starting with YouthDig, I wanted to look at a group which I can navigate through. So starting with YouthDig, which was institutionalized in 2017. Until now, there have been 150 YouthDig participants, and I thought I'm going to send them all an email because they're all on a same mailing list. I thought that was easy, but it is not. I learned from this mailing list that youth over time change. Youth is very varied, and some people submitted their university emails, some people submitted their student union affiliation, or the company that they had set up, or their youth organization affiliation. And over time, which can even be 6 months, YouthDig is in June, and then of course in September is the new academic year, or you start your new job, you just graduated. So then youth change. So the survey was not an option to try and identify them, and trying to find 150 people by email is not always a possibility either. Instead, I created a database, and in this database I collected the names that I have from YouthDig, YourDig, and the IGF, which is all public data, and I mapped which YouthDig participants, how many times did they go to YourDig, how many times did they go to the IGF, and from this I was able to identify 40 people who were able to meet the criteria that I set, which was they must have attended YourDig 3 times or more, so that they have a little bit of the feeling of what it is to be at YourDig and at the IGF. They attended YourDig and the IGF, or they did not come to YourDig after their initial year, or they never attended an IGF. So based on these criteria, there were 40 people who met these criteria, of which only 20 people accepted. The 20 people who did not accept ranged in reasoning. Some of them said that they were not allowed to participate in the study because of the job that they have, or a particular affiliation that required them to be independent. Some people I couldn't weren't replying, so I'm not sure I actually had the right email address or if I was addressing the right person, because sometimes names are very familiar and then you think you know someone, and trying to reach out to them. So that's also a problem. And for those who are questioning why there are 21 people in my citations, it's because there are people who are anonymous in there who wanted to make public statements but also private statements. So based on this, I used the interview data and desk research data to map participation across a pyramid of participation framework, and I'll elaborate a little bit more about this later. But I just wanted to stress the limitations, that I'm not talking about all youth. I'm not representing everybody, and that is part of what we see as the youth stakeholder group. Because of course, for every individual, especially for youth, it is very personal, but also it comes from a very European perspective. So the model that I used, frameworks that I use, is a Western framework, and it has particular ideas behind it, such as individualism, and this might not represent accurately the manner of participation of youth in other settings. And this was also noticeable in one of the examples, that there was one particular event and 2 people responded to it in the same year, the same time, and they both responded differently to it based on their cultural acknowledgement of that particular opportunity. And I went, in that case, with how they felt about their opportunity, rather than acknowledging that those are 2 very different cultural components. I focused on the feelings of participation, of how they felt that their purpose was in the participation. I also want to note that the data includes COVID-19 times, which means that there were 2 virtual youth digs. That meant that there is an overlap, or well, there's a separation, there's a difference between those who were able to attend on site, which is far more cultural and far more community building and that type of engagement, and those who had to do it online and be far more individual. And I mentioned before, this is public participation data, but that comes also with its limitations. As a registration form, you can choose whether you're not publicly listed or not. That is then a limitation whether or not we can actually find participants according to the database. So I would like to introduce to you the pyramid of participation, which is a revision of Arnstein's ladder. Arnstein's ladder is very famous in a variety of different fields, so sustainability and working on community work, and very many other places. The reason why I chose to do a revision of Arnstein's ladder, which looked at non-participation, tokenism, and citizen power, it's because there's a lot of notion that it is a ladder, so you build yourself up. And the examples that are used to map across Arnstein's ladder is always per step of the ladder. So there's a step of ladder and there's an associated point. A step of ladder is another associated point. But how I see the Internet Governance Forum, I see it as an ecosystem. I see that there's moments in time and even at the same time that people navigate through themselves through the system. So if you look at the pyramid, you see, as a newcomer, you're integrating into the system. So you're informing. So you're sitting here today, right now, and you're listening to me talk about something that I find interesting and that I want to share with you. And during this, you're being informed about the different content points, but also about the process of seeing how things work. At the same time, you may decide at some point that you want to do an intervention. So then you're contributing something to the content of the session. So then you're forming part of integrating by consulting. You're consulting the rest of the group. But at some point, perhaps next year, you decide you want to participate at the IGF and you want to organize a session yourself. You go into then different roles, so taking on leadership roles, and then you can go into perhaps partnership where you're working together with other places, or even delegated power that you are given a role by the IGF to take on specific topics, such as the people who are forming part of the dynamic coalitions, or who are individual experts who then participate. So you see that throughout the time, you're both you have the opportunity to be part of the ecosystem that is continuously evolving and rotating. And even though perhaps at some point you're in a position of leadership, in another point at the IGF, you are just starting to integrate. You come here in the IGF, but maybe you will go back to your regional organization or your national IGF to kind of contribute there. What is outside the scope of this paper is the complete top of the pyramid, which is meta-participation, because that's the paper that I've written and presented at GigaNet last year. So if you were interested in looking how different spaces were created at the IGF by youth, please, you can look at the presentation on the GigaNet website. Okay. So what is outside the scope of this paper is I look at meaningful participation, so I'm not looking at tokenized purposes. So when meaningful participation has failed in this process, then I am analyzing that through the lens of why and how they were not able to meaningfully participate, rather than going into the particular processes. So using the framework, I created tables in which I outlined, and you see a very tiny example. I'm sorry, I couldn't make it bigger. It's a far bigger table, but it basically analyzed and looked at the different purposes. And then I looked at specific topics, participants informing and consulting at URDIC. So using the interviews from the YouthDIC participants, they expressed that when they are participating, they're learning content and processes. They talk about the structure, accessibility, and community building that leads to particular responsibilities. But when we're looking at what makes them fall out of this ecosystem is when personal reasons come up. For example, if you started a family and can't leave them, or structural reasons when there's so many information or documents that you can't manage. You look at YouthDIC participants submitting an issue. Proposing issues are easy, but it's not always easy to take up leadership positions. And when YouthDIC org teams get involved, for them, what is really great, they have delegated power because YouthDIC alumni organize the YouthDIC. So it's always created by the people who went through the process themselves in its last iteration, and then use that information, how would they have organized the event if they had the chance to do it? This is them doing it. I looked at the IGF as well, and for this I have a separate table navigating what was the purpose and how youth thought about their participation. Among the examples are participants that come from a regional event often attend the IGF because they have particular connections or mentors that encourage them to participate, especially by inviting to volunteer or speak. But sometimes the struggle they face is lacking meaningful interactions, or they're encouraged to be token actors. So I am LGBT, I'm a woman, and that's why you should go to the IGF. And that really discourages young people to participate because they feel that they're being put in a particular space. So as my last remark, this was the final article of my research on youth participation, and tomorrow I will actually launch my final publication, which is a juridic publication that specifically looks at the philosophy of youth participation at YouthDig. And if you have any questions, please feel free to let me know, and I'm very excited to continue this discussion over the next few days. There are several other sessions that the IGF is conducting. The IGF itself is presenting a case study later this week, and the Youth Atlas, it's in its second iteration, will be presenting about youth activities at the IGF. I hope to be able to see you to continue the discussion on youth participation at the IGF further there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Thank you very much to the three speakers. I think we have a very interesting papers, very well written, a pleasure to read, actually. I will briefly try to emphasize some ideas and raise some points that the panel may like or not to address in a later stage. So starting with Nicolas' paper, his starting point is a very clear conceptualization of digital sovereignty from two different perspectives, a very classical one, emphasizing the right of the state to control digital infrastructures and data flow, claiming their need to protect critical infrastructures, or in a more ambiguous way, to protect their way of living. And the second one, broader, if I can say so, a more rights-based one, associated with the capability of citizens, communities, civil society dynamics to control and decide about digital processes in which they are involved. Then the paper identifies a number of ambiguities in the interpretation of these two perspectives that places this debate in a sort of a minefield, and I think this is the really interesting contribution of the paper. For example, the classical conceptualization goes a big step forward to what Nicolas called the extraterritorial projection of power, which has some points with Ramiro's paper as well. And on the other hand, the rights-based conceptualization is actually differently perceived depending on which part of the globe we are. One may feel reassured with active privacy protection, for example, with the European GDRP, or with the New Zealand protection of indigenous communities, which is something that you may like to sit in the paper. But on the other hand, highly uncomfortable with increasing state control by digital means. On the other hand, and from a different point of view, the not so uncommon appropriation of this sort of rights-based approach by transnational private tech companies, featuring themselves as potential civil society agents. There is a bunch of literature about this misunderstanding that maybe it will be interesting to look at. So, coming to raising some issues, I would say that if the romantic view of the self-governing internet is neither true nor operational, as Nicolas also claimed, the current state of affairs is a source of serious problems, misunderstandings, and eventually conflicts. And we are left with a lot of questions. To begin with, the role of states is unavoidable in this game. But quoting from a definition, I think from the Stanford Encyclopedia that comes in the paper, their authority is obtained, and now I quote, from a mutually recognized source of legitimacy. And this is the crucial point here. Yes? To what extent states can be trusted, we may ask. Do they actually represent the global public interest in cyberspace? But if not, who do? And this is a concern. A second issue may be related with the fact that this debate is clearly an arena for international institutions and dialogue, namely in the increasing decisive United Nations context. You already mentioned Digital Compact in your presentation. Is there a possible roadmap? In it, there will be a place for nations without states, for refugees, for displaced people, indigenous communities, as the New Zealand law I mentioned, and so on. Okay. One of the means that states use to shape global digital landscape is regulation and standardization. And Ramiro's papers focus on a specific kind of processes states resort to constrain this ecosystem, discussing in the paper regulatory threats of very different flavors. I think you did a great job in characterizing them in a very precise way as a specific but largely diverse mechanism of power. And I will underline this largely diverse mechanism of power, which is particularly relevant in terms of internet governance, I think, and so relevant in this forum. In particular, around what Ramiro calls enforcing voluntary schemes of compliance with public positions and goals. And it might be interesting to expand research through systematic discourse analysis. As one perceives from your examples, language is always performative. We know this from the 70s. Yeah? And do it in concrete case studies. I liked very much your detailed illustrations, but probably one will need to go a step further in research to be able to identify and document concrete correlations, if there are correlations effectively. Methodologically, for me, this is the most interesting domain for case studies, even if they are not trivial at all to carry on. Threats are characterized in your paper along these two axes. You have shown public, private, formal, informal, providing an operational tool to somehow guide understanding and acting in this domain. Threats are ubiquitous, often effective, often producing results quicker and even more informed than other means. And on the other hand, as we all know, they reduce transparency, institutional accountability, and so on and so forth. My point is that in some sense, they also are unavoidable, at least as Ramiro rightly recalls, through the implicit threat of revision underlying any legislative process. So the point is how to raise awareness of civil society around this. Extremely important from my perspective, but I don't know if you agree, is how to increase digital literacy, informed, empowered citizens and dynamics to protect democracies in your case. And if you come back to Nicola's paper, also because without that, this rights-based perspective claiming more self-determination and distributed power will not flourish anyway. Again, we could ask, is there a role in this area for the international arena, in particular for the UN, as at the very least a collector of good practices and an instance of debate? A side note to the way you put the references along your footnotes. I found it a bit strange from my taste, but very effective in providing a very interesting reading. And the last paper, at first sight, Nadia, your paper seems thematically a little bit on another side, but I think this is somehow illusory because you discuss through a very concrete and planned participatory research framework that you explain, and is part of your PhD, as you mentioned, what ensures youth meaningful participation in the IGF family of events. Yeah? So that's very concrete focus. IGF, with its distributed format at regional and sectorial levels, provides, I agree, a most interesting background to discuss all these issues. If extrapolation is possible, and if extrapolation is possible, and certainly this is a qualitative research, so we always need to be a bit careful about that. This has the clear merit to provide unexpected insights and raising crisp questions, and the outcomes of this work can help to make operational, as you mentioned, the statement of our common agenda, somehow to enhance youth engagement and to take future generations into account in policy decisions participation. Again, we can look at this paper also quite well structured within the very clear borders, the IGF ecosystem. But what, in my opinion, makes it relevant for this debate this afternoon is the identification of mechanisms and conditions for what you call meaningful participation. As youth, of course, that's your topic. But also, we could probably extend this or put the same questions for participation of old people or pensionists or different sorts of minority groups or disabled people or refugees or whatever. This is possibly not a challenge for Nadia, even if bringing these sort of voices within IGF could be interesting to consider in the future. But in any case, designing and implementing more effective and meaningful voicing mechanisms for people and communities, providing them with time and voice, is becoming a major issue for the governance of Internet itself. And that's why I think your work is well connected within this session. So this is how I see these three very well written papers, as I mentioned. Thank you very much for them. We may also open the floor to the audience for any questions, and then we'll go for a second round between the panelists. Yes, please.
My question is to Nicola.
Can you please identify yourself?
Yes. My name is Berna Akçalıgür from Queen Mary University of London. And I really enjoyed Nicola's paper because I'm also I'm looking forward to reading the full paper, but I also try and analyze these same concepts and materialize them through case studies. So it was an interesting paper for me. So the one question I have for him is that in what capacity does he think that multi-stakeholder platforms can contribute to solidifying the digital sovereignty concept without escalating geopolitical tensions?
Any other question from the audience? Okay, so we can now go. I was going to propose do it in reverse order, but as this question was directed to Nicholas, maybe we can take the same order this time. Nicholas, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Luis, for your very enlightening comments. And in particular, I think that, yes, one point you raised touched a very important issues in this dynamics and debate, and this is the role of state that, as you say, is really unavoidable, but it could be also really tricky. And I think this dynamic need to be understood together with, as you underline, with the weakness and ineffectiveness of international institution that in the last decades has been, for several reasons, unable to create a common framework for the internet and the digital world. And this created the rooms for the rise of digital sovereignty claims that, as I tried to show in my paper, they create tension and geopolitical conflicts that make even harder than to reach an agreement that is very needed at the moment. And it's not easy to identify a way in which to move forward, also because the tensions seem that are deemed to increase also in the following years. But anyway, I do not see any other paths than constitutionalize also the international law order, and then to arrive some kind of agreement in which, yes, states could accept the digital sovereignty, because this is absolutely necessary also to guarantee the right of their children, to guarantee the fundamental right in the digital world, but they need also to be constrained by some superior law and rules that impede that digital means and used to violate human rights and also to conduct undue interferences in the life of the other countries. And I said, yes, there are some discussion, as we underlined, on the Global Digital Compact, but we know it could be too much ambitious, to be maybe unrealistic, to think that we can really reach an agreement that is able to achieve these goals. Another solution that is what I suggested with the Convention 108 is to create some more limited regional agreement, but between like-minded states and nations, to have at least, something that is fragmented, but it could be also strong enough, have a critical mass to be attractive also for the other country, proposing a model that is based on digital constitutionalist principles. And well, coming to the other question about the capacity of multi-stakeholders to contribute to this process, I think that what we are saying is due also in part to the failure of the model of the multi-stakeholderism, also because, yes, to be clear, we need the participation of a wide range of different actors, and a good model could be the Framework Convention under the United States umbrella, like us, already acted in the environmental international policy making. And this in this process, there's also room for the participation of civil society, private sector, technical community, and also the possibility for them to give the contribution in something that, and some output that is binding. This binding. Yes, but when we come to the internet and digital realm, we can see that the multi-stakeholderism very often has been used or just to create initiatives that have no binding outcome, or in other contexts where they are more related to the concrete management operation of the internet. They also have, they reproduce some power inequalities between the different members participating to these initiatives that in the end left the effective power in the hand of a few actors, very often we know big tech companies and also the US government, and this is another factor that can contribute to create a mistrust at the international level and impede the reach of international agreement. So I think we have to move forward. I think we have to try to recover the role of international institution and ground any further step on international law. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, just very briefly, I'm glad you noticed the footnotes. The footnotes are to blame in my US legal education. That's how US lawyers write for some reason, and I have captured that habit. Now, on the question on how to shed light on this, I have to say I have almost not seen the issue discussed outside of the United States. I have found literature that has discussed it in other contexts, but on internet governance, the only one that I know that has written about it is Michael Karanikolas. He has written about the job owning in India and Canada. That's as far as it goes so far. Now, in terms of how to shed light on this, in the US, this is a legal problem. And because it is a legal problem, it leads to litigation. And it leads to litigation because basically people feel you know, that they are in a way harmed by the outcome of this informal processes of rulemaking. And this is what the Missouri Vividing case is about. It's a bunch of people who are claiming that they were censored by companies, but the invisible hand of the federal government was behind that censoring. And that is an interesting case. I haven't seen it elsewhere. What I have seen, though, it's threats being made as a mechanism of governance outside of the United States. Of course, this is used everywhere. For instance, in Latin America, I have seen bills presented as a way of forcing companies to sit at a certain table. I don't know what they get out of it, but I've certainly seen bills being introduced to force companies to sit at certain places. The judicial litigation in Latin America about intermediary liability, for instance, is an obvious source of potential regulatory threat in a different form, in the form of a judicial decision that sets a specific standard. I know officials in companies do perceive this as regulatory threats, and they pass that information up the ladder. And then perhaps the most interesting case that I have seen is the way electoral authorities in Latin America have successfully managed to persuade internet companies to sit at certain informal mechanisms of coordination around this information. Like, this has emerged as the so-called Mexico model, but it has been done by Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina, at least. And this works, and this creates channels of communication with companies in which the potential of pressuring is obviously there. What we have seen in terms of possible avenues for further research is that processes and interactions between states and companies are increasingly being formalized. The DSA is obviously a good example. The DSA establishes a bunch of claims and prerogatives and obligations on corporations and create a formal process in which this can happen. There is an opportunity there in terms of thinking about forcing these processes to be documented, to see if these processes are transparent and so on. But that's the research that we want to do.
Thank you very much. So Nadia, please.
Well, thank you very much for your kind comments. I'm very pleased that that my research is now done, but also I'm excited at the challenges ahead for the United Nations, but also regional organizations worldwide who are looking to foster youth participation in their policy making. Notably, one of the things that I hope to achieve during this IGF is revisiting the definition of meaningful participation. And specifically, I was looking at the definition by Malcolm, which aims to capture the extent to which the processes in question are effectively designed to incorporate the viewpoints of youth participation into the development of internet governance policies in a balanced way, this being the essential feature from which this sublet of multi-stakeholder processes can claim democratic legitimacy. And I think that starting with this point of meaningful participation and adopting that as a definition, then using the framework to kind of further reflect on the manner in which we're allowing participation within the internet governance ecosystem. And I quite concur, there is opportunities for this type of growth into the elderly or minorities, and that would be very welcome to me. And if there is someone who would like to fund me to do that research, I'm perfectly happy to do so. And but the thing that I would I did want to emphasize with the methodology is that I use the European framework, and different cultures are extremely very important in that regard, especially when we talk about minorities and how they interpret the manner in which we engage with each other and how we perceive our participation and what meaning that has to them. So the purpose that I looked at was something that I was familiar with by living in that space, and therefore I would encourage that if there was a researcher looking at another region, that region would also be supported by someone from that space that is included to ensure that we understand the nuances that come from body languages when we talk about our understanding of our purposes within internet governance and participating in there. So thank you very much for your comments. I think we're just at the very start of how we can contribute further, and I'm very excited to see it happen.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there is any other question from the audience. I guess that some people in this room, maybe people as old as myself, will recall a movie from the 80s, I think, Woody Allen movie, in which it at some point it says, oh, the answer is yes, but would you mind to repeat the question? So I think we leave quite a lot this feeling in cyberspace governance. And so I thank you very much, Nicolas, Ramiro, Nadia, for your participation and all the audience. And I think we can close now. Thank you.
I'm not saying all of that again, but thanks to everybody. We are now going to meeting room 4 to hold the GigaNet business meeting. If you are a member of GigaNet, you will have seen the link, which I can't read out because I can't remember it all, but it's a Zoom link that we will set up in that meeting room to start at 5:30. Okay. I think I've said everything I need to say. Thanks very much again to all of the discussants, all of the participants. We look forward to taking this further. Oh, there's one thing I did forget to say. We do look forward to taking this further, and we will probably be organizing a special issue of a journal. And so we'll invite you to think about whether you want to continue with your papers in our special issue, and we will set up an editorial team and then get back to you about that. Okay, thanks a lot. Enjoy the rest of the IGF.
even waar. No, it's the.
チェック。皆さん聞こえる？聞こえます？アンミュートすればいいのか。皆さんアンミュートしたけど喋ってみてもらえます？
あ、こんばんは。
あ、こんばんは。初めてお話しして光栄です。前村です。
はい。よろしく。
よろしくお願いします。見えてるし、聞こえてるし、我々はアンミュートする権限を持っています。神みたいだ。あとはネムさんチェックした方がいいのかな。ネムさんのチェックはスポットライトも含めてチェックしたいね。ネムさんアンミュートしなきゃいけないんじゃないかな、きっと。アンミュート。ネムさんアンミュートしました。ちょっと喋ってみれます？
はい。
こんにちは。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。今からスポットライトをちょっとしてみようと思うんですけど、ちょっと今ね、山崎と、部屋のスタッフの方々で今やってるところなんで、そのうちポンと出てくるんじゃないかな。
はい、承知いたしました。
お願いします。
今日はよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。ついにこの日が来ましたね。
そうですね。
ついに
何気にお話しするのが初めてかもしれない。
ついに国連を占拠する。国連を占拠するバーチャル美少女。
いやもうメタバース時代ですから、これぐらいやんないと。
そっか。あんまり大したことじゃないのかもしれない。
いや、歴
ありがとうございます。
歴史が変わる瞬間ですよ。
歴史が変わる瞬間。そう、河野太郎大臣いたんですよ、デジ庁の。デジ庁だけじゃない。
ね、すごいですよね。
すごいですよ。村井さんいましたね。ビントまだ見てないや。ビントは今日喋ってないけど。なるほど。じゃあミラさんを映してみましょうか。ドーン。まだ来てない。お願いします。こんな感じかな。ネムさん喋ったら多分ドーンときますよ。
です。バーチャル美少女ネムです。こんな感じでいいですかね。はい。親指立ててもろって。
来ましたね。来たな。いや、最初は
今日特訓してきたんで。
最初はメタバースでこのセッションやるとか言ってたんだけど、そういうことはできなかったけど。
次回やりましょう、次回全然できますって。
いや
できないわけがないんです。
前村さん、ただ会場にいる人は大写しになるんですけど、リモートで参加してる普通の参加者はギャラリービューになっちゃうんで、各自スピーカービューにセットしてくださいというチャットを私が流します。
OK、わかりました。お願いします。
だからシステム上スポットライトは当てられないそうなんで。
なるほど、わかりました。了解です。欲しい。もうちょっとスタッフとのコミュニケーションが
テックピーポーに近い方がいいだろうということで、別に私が壇上にいる必要はないですから。
スポットライトとか特にないっていう話。
僕だっていらない別に。なるほどね。なるほど。というわけで、ネムさんしゃべるときには我々は押し黙る。 押し黙る。
喋ってる人のところにフォーカスが当たるってことですか？
そういうことです。そういうことです。
ああ、まあじゃあ、私が無限に喋ってればいいと。
そう、無限しゃべり。無限しゃべりお願いします。
はーい。
黙りますんで、相づちも打たない。
そしたら大きく表示されるっていうことですか、会場側で。
はい。
はい、わかりました。
お願いします。
ミランは今何時？
まあ、もうすぐ11時ですね、朝。
あ、じゃあ大丈夫だね。グッドモーニングだね。
まあ、そうだね。
うん。じゃあ楽しみ、楽しみ。
もう
それと私は、後でスクリーンシェアできるそうですよね。
方がいいんじゃない？それも。
皆さん今やってみましょうか。
はい、ありがとう。ありがとうございます。じゃあ、いきます。これと、これです。じゃあ、見てみますか？はい、大丈夫そうですよね。はい、OK です。
もう本当、皆さんお初です。嬉しいです、お会いできて。
ありがとうございます。ストップ。はい。
はい。
いいかな。
思った以上に始まるまで時間があるんで、ネムさんとミラさん、リラックスしといてください。まだまだ時間あります。
はーい。承知いたしました。いや、でもあと13分ですよ、何気に。
はい、こっち暇を持て余して世間話をしてたりしてます。なんかこの前1年前に見たネムさんよりグレードアップしてるのはなんか、プリント基板みたいなタトゥーが点滅してるのはなんかもう少しなんかちゃんとかっこいい言い方があるんでしょうけど、そんな表現ですいません。お、かっこいい。
これがファントムセンスですよ。
なんつうんですか？
ファントムセンスです。私ぐらいになるとアバターの皮膚で感覚が触覚を得ることができるんですよ。この神経がアバターにまでちゃんと行き渡っているという状態を、ビジュアルで表現したものです。
なるほど。やる気に満ちてますね。なんか。
そうですね。今日はもう気合に気合を入れて。
気合。
めちゃくちゃ練習してきたので。
なんか血筋が立つとかそういうんじゃないんですこれ。
20分で収まるかどうかだけが。
ああ、それね。頑張りましょうね。みんなで頑張ろうそれ。
日本語だと散々講演してるんで調整ができるんですけど。
はい。なかなか難しい。そういう意味で言うと、ここをね、そろそろ英語に変えた方がいいのかもし
れない。どっちでもいいですよ。
ああ、そうですか。
今日皆さんいろんな会議出席されたんですか？
そうですね。僕朝一に出番があったんで、ちょっとそれで。もう午前中でもう今日終わりとかって思ってたら違うセッションあるとかって思ってそれくらい疲れたんですけどね。今回だからすごいんですよ。バーチャルの登録バーチャルも合わせた登録が8000人、オンサイトが4500人とさっき聞いたんだけど5000人っていう数字も出てきてさっき。
結構注目されているという。
5000人はすごい。
ことですね。
現地が。
素晴らしい。
素晴らしいですね。
いやもう大臣喋ってましたからね。
はい。
元大臣か。
大臣いました。大臣だ。河野大臣もいたし。
河野大臣いましたよね。
さっき。
いやすごい。
他の国の大臣もたくさん。
YouTube で。なんか、YouTube 流れてますね、リアルタイムで。
リアルタイムでもストリームがだだ流れになってる。
なんかあんまりアナウンスされてないので、視聴数がめっちゃ少ないですが。
それはいいポイントかもしれないね。
なんか、YouTube の URL もサイトに貼っとけばいいと思うんですけどね。自分で見つけた人しか見れないという。でも全部オープンになってるのはすごくいいことですね、やっぱり。いつでも誰でも見えるっていうのは。やっぱインターネットガバナンスフォーラムですからね。クリアじゃないと。
Okay, then I think we are starting to switch. We should switch the language from Japanese to English as we have some participants in the room, and we have the 22 participants in online, including us. So let's wait another 8 minutes to start.
We are already getting some comments on the threads of Zoom. It says YouTube has the real-time translation. Maybe. I'm not so sure. Translate to which language? Including Japanese?
Is included, but I have no idea how we can switch on. Sorry, I'm a low-tech guy.
Low-tech guy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us from Hawaii.
Hawaii. It's great. So worldwide.
It's late in the evening then.
And morning from Switzerland.
From Western Europe.
Super worldwide. Oh, real-time translation might only be in
only available
main
in main
hall.
hall. That's gonna be right. Yes. 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes. Woo!
Good to I doing and warm up our engines by this kind of quite a small talk and the conversations. And the chatting here and there with the Zoom participants. That's great.
By the way, is our volume okay?
I think so. That's very good. Well controlled by the tech, really capable hands.
Wow.
Great.
Thank you, engineering team.
Yay, kudos.
English. Hmm?
Okay, it's top of the hour. We are starting this session. Thank you very much for joining us in person in Kyoto International Conference Center, and as well as through a Zoom remote participation. This session is a D0 event titled Talk with the Metaverse Residents, New Identity and Diversity. This session is to, basically it's a presentation session, but really quite different from the normal session because this session is a feature metaverse residents, and then the main part of this is the presentation from the metaverse. Then before we go into the detail, let me make the round of the self-introduction. My name is Akinori Maemura from Japan Network Information Center, JPNIC, the organizer and the proposer of this session. And then I have another organizer. Please make a self-introduction.
So I'm Keisuke Kanes from NEC Corporation. Thank you for coming today.
Yep, thank you very much. And then we have the two presenters. One is the Ludmila Bradikina. Mila, please introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Ludmila, and I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Malta in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mila. And then, Nem, it's your turn, please.
Hi, this is Bachelor Nem. Call me Nem. I am a Metaverse culture evangelist. I'm spending much time in Metaverse, and I'm working on the activity to introduce the culture of Metaverse. I'm happy to talk with you today. Thank you.
Great, Nem. Thank you very much. So before getting into the NEM's presentation, just introduce the history of this session, because this session was first introduced in Japan Internet Governance Forum 2022. We have that in the same Day0 session, by the way. Then it was really interesting for us to experience the metaverse residents live. So I was quite convinced that this kind of a session should be needed in a global IGF in Kyoto. Then here I am. Then thank you very much for the MAG and the IGF Secretariat to accept this proposal for Make It Real. Then, with that, before I go long, please, I will hand over the microphone to Nem for her presentation. Nem, please, thanks.
Thank you, Maemura-san, for super kind introduction. And thank you, people coming to Internet Governance Forum today. We are very, very happy to talk with you. Well, we name METER as a research unit to investigate the impact of the metaverse and VTuber on humanity. Today, I will go ahead and I will talk about metaverse and identity, and after that, Mira is going to talk about diversity. My name is Nem, virtual girl Nem. Do you know millions of people around the world are already spending their lives in the metaverse, this virtual world? I am also one of that. As a metaverse culture evangelist, I'm spending much time in metaverse every day and conveying its culture to you, people in physical world. I'm introducing the culture as a virtual YouTuber and from TV show, and also I am publishing a book and getting a grand prize by the Japanese Book Award. Today, I'm gonna talk about, in the first, I will do a demonstration of my metaverse life. And after that, I will talk about metaverse, identity, and communication. Okay, let's go on to the first one. Demonstration of metaverse life. In the beginning, let me explain my equipment. What kind of equipment metaverse people use? This is a VR goggle. I think some of you already use this, maybe. Well, this is a device that allows me to enter the first-person perspective of this avatar and fully dive into the world of internet with my entire body. Currently, my physical body is something like this, wearing this big headset. By the way, what is this big sensor? This one. This is really troublesome when I am drinking beverage. What do you think is this? This is facial tracking sensor. This sensor allows me it's scanning my facial movement of my real body and applying the movement to this avatar. Look at my eye. Winking and facial movement and the tongue movement, everything. By using this, my avatar's face is something like my real body. And also, I am attaching so many devices, equipment on my real body, and that allows me to, this is finger tracking. My finger movement is also real-timely tracked and applied to this avatar. And full body tracking. Not only headset and controller, I am attaching so many sensors like this on my stomach and legs. This allows me to move the foot movement of my avatar, and even I can stand up. In my real room, my chair, gaming chair is around here, so I can sit down here. Yeah, this is equipment. By the way, why do you think we metaverse people use this kind of tracking mechanism? The reason is to gain a sense of unity with this avatar. Feeling the avatar's body as if it were my own physical body. As a result, experience in the metaverse becomes super realistic. And in addition to VR equipment, I am using voice changer. Now I am speaking with my voice converted to girl voice. So converting my avatar and the voice, everything. It feels like I've been reborn as a completely different person in the metaverse. This is VR equipment. And in the next, let me talk about VR world. Currently, now I am here. This is my study room. In VR, well, I live with a sense of freedom amidst great nature. My physical body is in a very small room, but I never feel confined because, yeah, I am feeling like I'm really in this metaverse world. Now I am opening up a vast space only for me, spanning tens of kilometers just for myself. In the metaverse, you can generate space infinitely and for free. And you can also use teleportation. In the metaverse, the concept of movement doesn't exist. You can teleport to a friend at any time or summon a friend to your place. And you can also set free access restriction to this world. Unlike physical reality, you can freely set access restriction to the spaces. Usually, I am allowing my friend to enter my world freely, and I will spend time with my friend talking with each other or watching a TV show together or something like that. Oppositely, well, I can also create a space that only people who have paid can access and hold a paid event. For example, yeah, this is my music live event. Yeah, this is me, and yeah, many people are coming. Well, yeah, in the music live, I have gathered up to 1.2 thousand of people at most. If you try to hold such a big event in physical reality, it requires big costs, such as venue fees and many staff members, but in the metaverse, you can operate it for free, just by yourself. This is really fantastic. Also, metaverse is accelerate creativity. Within the VR space, you can work on programming, modeling, everything without removing your VR goggle. Unlike that on PC screen, the creative is very, very intuitive. I, G, F. Oh, anyway, this is already working as a 3D model. Yeah, like this, you can use this VR world, yeah, to be more creative. Yeah, this is really wonderful. And after that, let me talk about my avatar. In the metaverse, you can freely design your avatar and live in any form you like. My avatar, for example, is unique in this world. This is only designed for me. It is designed by my favorite famous manga artist based on the illustration. This one, illustration, he drew for me. A modeler created a 3D model. It's similar to having a hairstyling and or ordering tailor-made clothes in physical reality, but in metaverse, everything can be edited, including your head, face, everything. Also, you can quickly change your avatar. I have so many avatars. I have so many avatars. Yeah, these avatars are created by another artist. Let's try. Now, my soul is moved from this avatar to this avatar. This is me. Switching avatar changes my mood. By wearing this avatar, I could be more cute. And yeah, this is also my avatar. Yay! When I am wearing this, I am more, how can I say, I am more comical. Yeah, avatar changes my feeling. It's very interesting. Okay, well, now this is me. よいしょっと。アバターを片付けて、ちょっと。Yeah, this is the secret of my avatar. By the way, how do you think I am watching all of you right now? The answer is virtual display. Well, this one. Yeah, I am watching you using the window. And not only this, I can open so many windows around my body. Well, oh, this is my cunning paper. Don't save it. Well, anyway, it's like having several huge weightless smartphones, and they are floating around of my body. Yeah, this is super useful. You can make them invisible to the others. Yeah, it's super useful. Yeah, this is the demonstration of my metaverse life. Let's go back to my study room. Okay. Have you started getting the image of metaverse life? From now on, let's talk about metaverse. What is metaverse? The word is coming from the combination of meta, meaning beyond, and universe. Yes, it means a world surpassing physical reality. Now the world is getting attention. As the next generation of internet, the word is originally coming from a super famous SF novel named Snow Crash. And in the novel, the metaverse world is something like the people can immerse themselves using VR goggles and people can communicate. Yes, what I am showing you is something. It shows up on the Snow Crash metaverse. Then, what actually is the detailed definition of metaverse? Actually, the definition of the metaverse is not yet so clear. But in my book, I am defining by the virtual space that meets following 7 criteria: spatiality, self-identity, massive simultaneous connectivity, creativity, economic availability, accessibility, and immersiveness. But I don't explain the detail of them, but simply that is not a game. The virtual world where you can lead your life. That is the metaverse. Okay. The metaverse world that meeting that 7 criteria already exists. That is social VR. The famous social VR is VR chat, Neos VR. Oh, this is Neos VR, what I am using now. And Cluster, Virtual Cast, and so many services are there. And they have pros and cons, and they are not perfect. They are under hard development. Yes. And then, how many people are there living in metaverse world? Currently, the population is dynamically increasing. It increased by more than 5 times in the last 3 years. The reason is COVID. By the COVID accident situation, people want the online communication, online but body-to-body communication. And second reason is Quest 2. Previously, the VR goggle is super expensive, but Quest 2 changes everything. It's more cheap. As a result, currently the population is estimated to be between several millions to around 10 million people worldwide. Their population is so increasing, even right now. Then how the people spending their time? It is a big question. Yeah. To review the lifestyle of the metaverse people, we name Miller conducted a large-scale survey. In 2021, we collected 1,200 responses worldwide. And this year, in 2023, the number reached 2,000. Thank you. And this is the user service. The VR chat is #1 popular service worldwide, and the other services are used depending on the country. For example, virtual gas cluster, they are popular in Japan, and Neos VR is popular in Europe and America. Yeah, it's interesting. The trend is different depending on the region. And the age, how old are the metaverse people? Yeah, every aged people are living in metaverse, but more than half is 20s. Yes, it's a little young. And play frequency. How high frequently do we use VR Go under coming to this VR world? Yeah, it's very shocking data. Almost half of them are using metaverse almost every day. Also, how long time do they spend in one time? The reason is more than half people spend more than 3 hours in one session in one day. It's so long. Yeah, I'm also like that. And what actually is the purpose to use metaverse? This is also interesting. There are so various reasons. Well, to socialize with friends, walking around the world, play game, to participate in the event, broadcasting, making avatar, creating something, everything. Yes, in the metaverse, you can do everything. Yeah. Today, I think the revolutionary point of metaverse is these three: identity, communication, and economy. Metaverse will result in the big revolution for the humanity. Today, let me talk more about identity. Identity. Yeah. In the metaverse world, you can freely design your identity, name, avatar, voice, everything. Identity transforms from what you received, but what you design. Exploring new selves, living life as a desired self, or switching between multiple selves. Yeah, I am also switching the selves in the real world and metaverse world. The metaverse allows the soul to be perceived in 3D, enabling awakening with aspects of yourself that could not be recognized in the physical reality world. Okay, one interesting fact is that the difference of the physical sexuality and avatar appearance. This is the sexuality in the physical reality of VR user. And this is the avatar appearance amongst male users. And this is by female users. Both male and female use feminine avatar. It is almost 80%. This is very interesting data, I think. Do you think this is only about Japan? No. Even in Europe and America, the trend is the same. Feminine avatar is very popular. Why do you think? The reason is fashion and communication. They use feminine avatar, simply prefer the visual appearance of the avatar. And communication is, secondary big reason. It's very interesting. Yes, and not only the avatar appearance. Let's go on to the avatar type. There are so many various types of avatar in the metaverse world. We categorize these avatars into 7 different categories: human, semi-humanoid, robot, animal, plant, monster. Which one is used most? The result is the semi-humanoid. Yeah. In the physical reality world, normal humanoid type is very popular, almost 100%, I think. But in the metaverse world, the more fantasy state avatar is very popular. And the use is a little depending on the region. For example, in United States, the animal type or avatar is a little bit more popular. And well, in Europe, robot type avatar is popular. Like this, the trend is different depending on the region. And in the end, let me talk about communication. In metaverse world, you can design yourself and how they communicate. Well, we investigated their communication distance, skinship, and love. In the metaverse world, filters such as age, gender, and titles are eliminated and accelerating more essential communication. This is the most wonderful point of the metaverse communication. Yes, this is the distance. 75% of people say in metaverse world, the avatar to avatar distance getting more close, and also skinship extremely increased. 74% of people says they do skinship. Do you skinship in physical reality world? I think this is very interesting data. And love, this is also interesting. Yeah, this is the world you can spend life. So love is also popular, but the real love exists, but the trend is very different. For example, well, in the metaverse world, they fall in love because of their personality, not visual. When you do similar question in the physical reality world, number one answer is basically the visual in the beginning of the love. But in the metaverse, the trend of love is changed. And also, one more interesting thing is when you fall in love in metaverse, the biological sexuality of your real lover is important for you. The 75% of people say it's not important. This is very different from the love in the physical reality world. Yes, communication also changes in the metaverse world. Conclusion. Well, for the past 4 million years, humanity has lived in physical reality. Existing IT technology has been great, but it has only served to make life in physical reality more inconvenient. But in metaverse is a fundamentally designed new universe where various magics are possible, allowing humans to live in more humane way. Many people already live there, creating new unique cultures with more freedom. The evolution of humanity has already begun. Thank you. I hope this presentation make you more understand metaverse. And then let me pass over to my best friend Mira.
Thank you very much, Nam. And yes, very good presentation. Maybe give her the applause. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Mila, your turn, and I think you can spend the full 20 minutes, and then we will still have the question Q&A time for 10 minutes. So if you had any question to the name part, you can definitely make that in the last part. I will definitely secure some time for the Q&A. With that, thank you, Mila, for your stuff, please.
Thank you. Let me share my presentation. Can you see it? Is it all good? Yes. Thank you, Nam, so much for your amazing presentation and for your amazing introduction to the metaverse. I think it encapsulated really well the overall different aspects of the virtual world. And so my part will focus more on gender and diversity, especially from the academic perspective. So let me introduce a little bit myself. So I obtained my master's degree in Asian Studies from the Geneva University back in 2021. And my master's thesis focused on researching Japanese men who use feminine presenting characters in virtual worlds as a form of gender fluid practice rooted in traditional Japanese arts. And after completing my master's degree, I received the Prix Jean, so a gender prize in English, award from the Geneva University in 2022. So since 2019, I have published a dozen of peer-reviewed publications in international journals focusing on manners in which technology impacts self-expression, uses gender identity in social interactions. I've also had the pleasure of sharing my findings at numerous tech-related events, such as SIGGRAPH, Lab Virtual, IEEE, VR and VR, and VR Days Europe. And as of this year, I had the opportunity to lecture at Japanese universities such as Keio, Kindai, and Kyoto University. So now, as a PhD student since 2023, I continue to work on my research that I started in 2019, but focus more broadly on gender practices among Japanese users in the metaverse. My perspective, my theoretical perspective, comes from feminist and critical men's studies that inform my research and inscribe it in a global context. I conduct my participant observation in the metaverse and online spaces. So what I do basically is virtual ethnography. And I find it very informative to go, beyond the virtual/physical world barrier and examine how changes on and beyond the screen can impact who we are, especially in terms of gender. So the theme of today's talk is gender and diversity in the metaverse. So for a while now, the target set by the UN Sustainable Development Goals, as you can see on, I think for you it will be on the left-hand side, the small picture, right? So those goals have been addressing, among other issues, diversity, safety, and inclusion to rebuild the physical world. However, ensuring the representation of people's diversity, ethical behavior, and providing a sense of community and belonging should not be limited to the physical world. For example, as Professor of Journalism and Media Studies, Erkan Saka notes in the book, The Future of Digital Communication, there have been debates about the lack of diversity, actually, among developers and decision makers in tech-related industries. In a recent article about designing the metaverse, Matteo Zalio and John Clarkson proposed 10 principles for designing a better metaverse that you see on this page. It's the big black picture. So in that article, the authors outline several ideas for social equity and inclusion, and they highlight specifically the importance of empowerment of diversity through self-expression, so among other 10 principles, right, to construct a good and inclusive metaverse. And I want to focus specifically on the gender self-expression part of the metaverse. So today we have 3 parts. I'll start with some very brief academic foundations. I will not make it too long, but I think it's good to build up on existing research. I will then present several of my case studies, 1 from my master's and 2 from our research with NEM, one of which you've already heard about a little bit. And then I will close on with some potential issues stemming from self-expression and what could be good to consider if we want a safe experience for everyone. So let's start with building on a strong foundation with the academic research. So first, an avatar appearance entails specific interactions, right? So for example, if you use a very small cutesy character, it will be probable that people will be very welcoming and warming towards you. If you use a very strong, big character, people might have a different interactions towards you. Just in the physical world, unfortunately, our appearances might determine certain interactions. So, and users know that they are judged on their looks. And the second aspect is that in the visual characteristics we choose can impact, for instance, users' confidence and behaviors. Once again, depending on the character that you incarnate in the virtual world, you might act differently. It might give you confidence. It might give you self-fulfillment. And it might also impact the way you interact, especially if you use a character for different gender representations that the one you identify as in the physical world. And finally, what is most relevant for today's talk, avatars can be seen as tools that enhance the individual by making them virtual, empowering them to become who you want to be and create the person you want to be, as Nem has mentioned in their book. So an interesting phenomena that Nem briefly touched upon, and it has been also highlighted in quite a number of Western academic articles that occurs in virtual environments and gaming spaces, is what is called gender swapping. So gender swapping would be, for example, I, as a woman, would be using an avatar that has a very masculine appearance, right? So it basically using a virtual character of a different gender identity that is quite distinct from the one in the physical world. So through those virtual representations, for example, you can try out, play, or even try to identify yourself to a different gender identity. And according to researchers, for example, amongst male users who use feminine characters in virtual games, they can deploy those characters for tactics to enhance their appearance and even for in-game benefits. So there can be some strategic aspect to it. But there's also a number of literature that highlights that users swap the gender appearance in virtual worlds because they want to try a different gender identity, or because it provides them with something that they cannot attain in the physical world. So the virtual body should not be underestimated. It's just this, avatar that anybody can incarnate. Sometimes there are greater implications when users decide to choose this or that appearance. However, also what happens in the digital space or the metaverse is not limited to the confinements of the screen. So giving shape to the so-called yourself in the virtual realm is not a naive activity, detached from physical world, and hits at pre-existing online and offline phenomenon. In other words, the virtual self is not separated from the physical space self, as the virtual identity is the self transformed from the physical world self, right? So for example, it is based on certain of your cultural background, the sociocultural background, that you will choose this or that representation in the virtual reality, for example. Those things can impact it. So as such, it is essential to consider the space outside of the metaverse, given that existing gender roles and discourses influence the choice of virtual identity, as users bring perceptions and meanings shaped by the physical world setting. So this implies that through avatars, individuals can support and or subvert hegemonic gender norms of the physical world, making the virtual realm a really crucial terrain for gender and identity research. My suggestion here is that the virtual space and the physical world influence one another, never really detached as binary opposites. I hypothesize the gender norms of the physical world can lead certain users to desire or to experiment with their gender identity in the metaverse, encouraging gender diversity and representation through virtual characters. While not all users might desire to swap genders in the metaverse, we cannot overlook the fact that the virtual realm allows certain people to experience an alternative gender identity and indulge in self-expression. So I want to start with my case studies now that we see that there has been quite a great amount of research done on gender in the virtual realm, and it's not something, it has been going on since the beginnings of the internet, let's say. So I want to share with you a graph from last year's project titled Harassment in Metaverse, conducted together with Virtual Girl Nem. So this large-scale quantitative study among Japanese, European, and US users focused on harassment issues in the metaverse. This graph might remind you of the one previously shown by Nem, but from another study that we did in 2021. So just very briefly, but to be eligible and participate in the studies, a user had to use social VR and HMD, so head-mounted display system, at least 5 times since last year. Users could answer the Google form from September 5th to 24th of 2022. And then we collected 876 answers from users worldwide. So I'll not go into details, but I encourage you to consult the full report that is available online for free. It's titled Harassment in Metaverse. And you have the link written below. So just as a very brief note, we did not inquire about the user's gender, as our study aimed not to investigate whether users' currently physical world gender identity match their assigned sex at birth. So just to avoid confusion, here you will see written biological sex of their users and avatar appearance, because we wanted to use terms that would be the most inclusive and most understandable by the majority of the users. So as you can see in this graph, very similar to what Nem has shown, the majority of the users are still male users, but more than 70% use feminine appearances, be they male users or female users. And we can also see that about 13% of female users play with masculine presenting avatars. So overall, we can see the gender swapping, especially amongst male users, is quite common. And we actually asked a similar question to 2021, as Nem has touched upon it. As you can see, the numbers are pretty similar with the 2022 report, with the difference being there are more female users in 2022 compared to 2021. What is quite interesting is in the 21 report, we asked users the reasons for engaging with avatars that had a different gender appearance, and this will be just a bit reiteration of what Nem said before. What I want you to pay attention to is that while for many the choice was motivated simply by the appearance, for about a quarter of overall users, deploying an avatar of a different gender identity enabled them to express themselves better and communicate with others. So that implies that through the avatar appearance, they achieved a certain self-expression that was not attainable to them in the physical world. And when it comes to my finding that I collected through numerous surveys, in-depth interviews, and participant observations since 2019, I can summarize them by saying that for my informants, so Japanese men who use cute-looking avatars in virtual and digital spaces, becoming those characters enable them to temporarily free themselves from the breadwinner model of manhood, which still prevails in contemporary Japanese society. So of course, not all men claim so, but the ones that I focus on did. So we can see that the virtual character enables something that some people cannot attain in the physical world due to sociocultural norms. So during my master's thesis data collection, out of 51 participants, 18 expressed that being a man is difficult in Japan. For instance, users told me that being masculine in Japanese society is a heavy responsibility, as you can see on the testimonies here, right? And that most men cannot fulfill their requirements. One informant even enumerated the difficulties. He said, for example, if you do not work hard, if you do not get ahead, if you do not earn money, many women will not look at you, and that is difficult. Another user told me the image of men working to sustain their families is still very strong in Japan, and that image of man's life becomes work. As a result, it is easy to give an image of failure. Others also mentioned that adult male are oppressed, and mainly because of old-fashioned ideas that are still present in Japan, and it's quite normal for men and women to have to act according to general masculine and feminine standards. So as such, conforming to the idea that one's gender identity should fit one assigned sex at birth. In reaction to the everyday difficulties, the participants I interviewed turned towards those cutesy-looking avatars to get away from the expectations, right? And free themselves from being male, or because they were tired of sociocultural expectations, and because they couldn't express themselves as they wanted to. So those above presented difficulties partially stem from the prolonged socioeconomic stagnation that we see more or less everywhere in the world right now. Several academics have highlighted, as I show on the left-hand side of this graph, that basically since the 90s, there has been some economic stagnation, which resulted in employment difficulties amongst men and women, and the life has become overall more precarious. What I wanted to note, what is quite interesting, is according to Takayuki Kyoto, a writer who collects love stories of more than 1,200 men and women, and published on the theme of love and gender, he says that men experience difficulties in maintaining self-sufficiency, self-esteem, and seeking approval and admiration from others, leading to difficulties in everyday masculinities. This is not to paint a negative image of the physical world, but more to highlight that there are certain issues that my informants have experienced have been also noted by academics around the globe, right? And while vulnerability might seem to be, as a fundamental human right, many of my informants I talked with explained that them as men, they felt they did not have access to or were allowed to be vulnerable in their daily lives. And according to researchers such as Ida Yumiko, by deploying what can be called feminine aesthetics, men distance themselves from dominant masculinity and strategically perform their gender identities. For example, my informants connect online in their free time and consciously or unconsciously challenge the daily gender expectations they are discontent with by becoming other gender identities in the metaverse. The picture I paint here is that of the physical world, like socio-economic conditions and socio-cultural gender norms that influence users' gender behavior online and in virtual environments. Of course, everyone's story is different. Everyone uses avatars in different ways and for different means. And that's what makes the word metaverse so diverse. But to live in a more gender diverse and inclusive society, we have to pay attention, listen to, and acknowledge the variety of expressions in the metaverse going beyond the avatar's appearance. I also believe that achieving gender diversity in the metaverse is not enough. We must also make it a safe place for users to express themselves or to replay characters. So on this page, I'm referring back to the large-scale quantitative study harassment in metaverse that I mentioned previously. And as we can see from this chart, harassment in the metaverse is quite significant, right? As you can see, quite a lot of users from Japan, North America, Europe, either male or female, have experienced it. Our findings regarding harassment were similar to those of other scholars. Women and minorities tended to experience more unwanted behavior, and our data also demonstrated that playing feminine avatar, be it because you are a woman or because you incarnate a virtual character that has feminine representations, tended to be reasons for harassment. Also, for example, identity-specific slurs and physical attacks were quite common attacks to like non-cisgender identities. So these findings demonstrate that the identity exploration aspect of the embodied avatar can be kind of a double-edged sword. In other words, while the metaverse provides users with a space to play and experiment with their gender identities, some users are also harassed for what they do. So in the metaverse, I want to discuss, in the meantime, I want to discuss what we can do to make everyone's experience better. As we can see in this chart, most users do not want limitations by legislations. Many also believe that platform guidelines are sufficient, and the idea of excessive restrictions to prevent harassment is unappealing. So rather than having legislations, the people we asked those questions to wrote that their requests and suggestions to platform to make our experience, everyone's experience safer. So I want to conclude this talk by presenting their suggestions, right? As you can see here, we summarize everything in 4 main kind of requests to platforms. As we can see, users would like to see a more flexible tool so that the user and the community could defend themselves. For example, that could be tools to hide users that friends have blocked or to have a safety zone. Second, users also mentioned wanting stricter moderation and a more robust reporting system to make it easier for moderators to go through claims and punish the harasser. Third, users wish to have an adjustable safety measure and a block feature for repeated offenders, be it the account or a suspension measure of an HMD. Finally, users showed concern regarding further restrictions that might hinder their freedom or make the VR experience less enjoyable. This is also probably why the majority did not want to see any legislations implemented with the social VR space, as shown in the previous slide. I really suggest to you to have a look at the survey. It's quite interesting, and I think in terms of how we can make the metaverse a better place, there's some quite valuable information. So thank you for having me here today. This was a very brief presentation, and just want to conclude by saying that to make everyone's experience, we have to acknowledge everyone's different manners to identify in the virtual space, and that the virtual realm can become a space where users can express their gender and go beyond social and economic difficulties they might experience in the physical world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mila. So, and thank you very much for keeping your presentation in the said 20 minutes. That's great. We will have the Q&A session for the 10 minutes until the top of the hour. The first question will be that it's already given in the chat window from the Neo-Sam. That he or she, I am not so sure, but he think that what's that? Sorry. The gap between the real gender and avatar gender might be because the supply of the avatar is dominated by the female one. What do you think? What do you think, Nema, about this? Am I clear for the questioning?
Yeah, that is very good question, I think. Yes, previously the supply of the masculine avatar is very limited, but recently masculine avatar is also increasing, so the gap is decreasing, I think. But as I explained, this is the reason why they are switching the gender in the virtual world. Half of them are answering the main reason is fashion. The supply might be affected for them. They might choose feminine avatar because of the supply. Yeah. But last half of them answers the reason is communication. They say feminine avatar is more. They are wearing feminine avatar to be more good communication to the others. This kind of people is not depending on the supply. So for the answer to the question, yes and no.
Okay. I hope this answer your question, Neo-San. Thank you for that. And then floor is open for another question. Please never hesitate to make yours. And this is a very good chance for you to make that directly to Nem or Mila.
Come on.
Come on.
Good height. Maybe from Maimura-san.
Please come up to the microphone, state your name, and then make it in English, please.
This is question for Nem-san. I'm Tanaka from ITU AJ. So I'm afraid that aren't you tired because you in the virtual world, but your physical body is real. So brain may cause some confusion or something like that. Aren't you tired every day?
It's also very, very good question. Well, yeah, that answer is again yes and no. In the beginning, when I started the metaverse life, yeah, my brain sometimes confused. But after 3 or 4, 5 years, I already completely accustomed to this life. How can I say? Switching metaverse life and physical reality life is already very basic thing for me. For example, for you, now you are in the suit and joining the conversation. Yeah, there you are very informal state. But when you go back to your home, you wear the pajama and talk with your family. The two, then this kind of mood switching is also basic thing. Also for the physical people, of course, the extensive become very wide, but people can be accustomed to switching the life. Today, I can super quickly change myself just wearing VR goggle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good comment. And also one more. This is comment. I expect this confusion, a kind of stress, is good training, anti-aging, so good inspiration to the brain. So I wish in future we will have an eternal life in metaverse world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really great comment, Tanaka-san. Thank you very much. I need to do this then and for the anti-aging. Any other questions? We still have the 5 minutes. Please. State your name and go ahead with your question.
Hi, thank you. My name is Maria de Brasefer from IFLA. Well, thanks first of all for your presentation. It was quite interesting. I think my question is more around, I don't know much about the metaverse, but I've heard, for example, that there's a lot of companies that are trying to launch marketing strategies via the metaverse. And because I don't really fully understand how this works, I was wondering if, for example, Nem could tell us a bit about it. So how does this usually work in the metaverse? Is it still everything free, or can you already interact with money on the metaverse? And do companies already have a place in it? And how are the users in the metaverse also interacting with this? Just what is the collateral effect of this? Thank you.
Maybe you're caring about some company has super big power. That could be the future problem of metaverse, right?
Yes, that would.
Yes, of course. Yeah, that is possible. That is possible question. That at the moment, we are making very good communication between users and the companies. To making the good metaverse is something like to be a god. You can set the physical form or everything to the world. Yes, platform is a god. So I can understand your careness, but to make a useful service, the communication with the actual user is very, very important. And these services, these working services always have the very good communication. And big tech also working on making the metaverse world, but their activity is not getting well at the moment because they are not making good communication with the customer. So I am very optimistic for the future of metaverse because at the moment, if they cannot make good communication with the customer, the people don't use the service. So the business doesn't work. So I think we can make good communication, keep good communication even in the future, I think. How do you think, Mira?
Yes, I think it all depends, as usual, with what are the company's motivations, whether it's exploitative or not. Hence why I think, like I mentioned in the beginning, like the year in chat is about promoting diversity and ethical well-being in the physical world. And we'll have to apply the same rules and the same, let's say, concerns to the virtual world, right, to the metaverse. And if we do so, yes, I think we can have a really good experience between the economy and the users without having monopolies and things like that. But it all depends, of course, on the intentions of certain companies and on the way the leaders of those companies want to market themselves and how they want to use the metaverse. Because people in the metaverse are people, they're not just avatars, you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's almost the top of the hour, and now I need to close the session. But before that, I'd like to have the last few words from the presenters. Then the Mila first, please. Mila.
Thank you so much for listening to us. We're really happy to have this opportunity to share our research and our recent reports with all of you. And we hope that our presentations will spark some future discussions and new possibilities to collaborate and also to explore the metaverse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mila. Nem?
Thank you, everybody, for listening to our talk. I'm super happy because Metaverse is great, as I explained, but at the moment that is very, very small world. Yeah, this big body Internet Governance Forum finally recognize the metaverse world and we can talk each other. This is very good next step. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mila and them. So please give them the big hands for the big, great presentation. Thank you very much. This session is closed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
じゃあ皆さん、ネムさんどうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。会場にお集まりの皆さんも
また打ち上げでもやりましょうってどうやるんだよ。
打ち上げやります。オンライン打ち上げになります。
じゃあこちらクローズします。ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございます。
楽しかったです。